100%, big dog. I'm always here for you. Go enjoy yourself. Take care, pimp. Peace.
This often people are invited to go there, and people who was invited, I think around 1968 was Richard Nixon, who was making his political comeback, and he was invited to give a talk where very important people are listening. And Nixon, in his memos, realized what was going on. He was being auditioned, whether or not he was doing the right. He recognized that that was really the beginning of his second presidential campaign. He was being vetted. So one of the main theories, call it a conspiracy theory, not about the Bohemian Club and the gatherings, is that people of wealth and influence gather together. And whether or not it's part of the agenda or not, inevitably you're going to talk about things of interest. But to me, as a matter of fact, that you invite people in, political leaders, to give lakeside talks means that there are weaving spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political office.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it if you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in powerful people selecting?
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which is being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simpler version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, I mean, Nixon was, there's the whole 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. Remember this, and this is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people, because he did indeed get the Republican nomination, and he did indeed become president.
But there could also be a much more innocent explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's view of the world, and just having a legitimate discussion of policies,
foreign policies. Why wouldn't they? I mean, why would you assume that people are not going to do this?
It's the owl with the robes. Like what?
Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it becomes really compelling when guys like Alex Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary. I probably should at some point, about the Bohemian Grove, where he claims that there's Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular conspiracy theory. Or his lost popularity, it kind of like transformed himself into the QAnon set of conspiracy theories. But, I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
Let's put it this way. The general public, rich people are inherently suspicious. Yeah. Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money, and exactly how did one obtain it? And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind her great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. There are ways in which it's square. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is, particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. Well, what? This is the question you have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who will ever.
Say they were also injured, although their injuries are not quite threatening. This new bit of information, kind of confusing, doesn't really explain exactly what happened here this afternoon, but you can't see behind it. That's what police are trying to figure out exactly what happened. Check what we saw from Air 7, just after 3 this afternoon, there's a carry crash of the sheet between two SUVs, and with these school tolls, the secondary school carpool lane of that back parking lot. Now, the head of the campus will quickly sending an email to parents this afternoon, which we have obtained, saying school health staff attended to that gravely injured teenager who were able to run. Now, countless other 5 people were hurt on this. We have a mystery, but again, those injuries children go have gone the alone after surefire short time ago, mentioning her son had graduated from here, that she was the one who also told us a lot of celebrities' kids do go to this school. We don't know anything in the teenager who was injured. Obviously, LAPD have been on the scene for the better part of 3 hours now, waiting for a clear and concise update to figure out exactly what happened to that parking lot. Obviously, once we get that, we'll bring that to you.
Yeah, that's the amazing part of this, is that this story actually, it's a weird thing to say, but has gotten more encouraging than when it first broke. When it first broke, it was suggested that there was a fatality here. It was kind of played as if they didn't believe that way, based on various things that the cops were doing and not doing, that the first responders were doing and not doing. Now it seems as though maybe there wasn't a fatality involved, and that's why saying perhaps it's a better situation. Still scary and still a little unclear. But I'd suggest that the latest news out of that Camel Hall accident is a bit better. So I'll keep you posted on that. It's certainly shocking. There's a major award granted. You always hear about these lawsuits. People sue Starbucks, people sue Motel 6, people, trip over this, and there's a lawsuit. Two California hotel guests, they sued a Ventura hotel. They won a payout. These $2 million. Now, why did they sue? They said that they were devoured by bed bugs at this Ventura hotel. The Shores Inn. The Shores Inn is going to have to cut a check for $2 million in what may be one of the largest bed bug injury awards ever. Gutierrez and Sanchez. Alvaro Gutierrez, Ramiro Sanchez, stayed at the Coachman Hotel. They're on Seaward Avenue. How could anything bad happen on Seaward Avenue? Ventura County. The bedbugs latched onto the plaintiffs while they slept. This is from the lawsuit. So they make it sound, they want to reflect the plaintiff's trauma in the lawsuit. The bedbugs, they latched onto the plaintiffs while they slept, sucked their blood until they were gorged, and they couldn't get these bedbugs off. They resisted eradication. Again, they used the formal language in their lawsuit. The plaintiffs also claimed the hotel manager was aware of the infestation from numerous online reviews. I see. They failed to address the problem, even though they would come in online reviews, and that is, I'm sure, well, not the whole thing. It is one of the reasons they got a $2 million payout. A representative from the Shores Inn not immediately available for response. Gutierrez filed $400,000 this week during grief and emotional distress. I mean, they must have had some real issues to get this kind of settlement. $400K for the pain is their grief and emotional distress. Sanchez awarded $600,000 for similar damages. The jury also awarded each person $500,000 in punitive damages. Yesterday, that threw me off a little bit because I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy, but not a bad guy. The guy kidnapped Ken Bella, rest in peace. He fucking died, man. Listen, no matter what happened, no matter the jokes I crack on here about Ken, I like Ken. It was just a different time. It was a different time in my life. I was fucking crazy in the head. The coke wasn't helping me. The way I was living wasn't helping me. I always felt bad about Ken. That's why I made it such a fucking mission to get a hold of him, to see him again, to talk to him. I didn't like the other guy, but I liked Ken. I always felt bad for Ken. Even when I was dragging him by his feet into the other room with the people. I'm like, I can't believe I like this guy. I'm dragging my friend, machine gun from his head. Like, it's not good, but he wouldn't give me the coke. He would fucking tell me where it was. But even that guy, I saw him, and I could tell he didn't want to like close. I could tell because it was just like he knew me away from home. It doesn't help that there were a lot of complaints about this, and I didn't do anything there. Anyway, it's me.
They resisted eradication.
Association calling for nuclear energy worldwide to triple by 2050. I don't need to tell you about the amount of power that is required to power so much of AI. So between AI and crypto, you are putting a tremendous strain on resources.
Another tech titan turns to nuclear power. Meta just signed a 20-year agreement to buy nuclear power from Constellation Energy. The social media giant joins the growing list of big tech names like Amazon and Google teaming up with the nuclear industry to meet the steep power demands of AI, artificial intelligence. So let's bring in Riley Griffin. She's in studio today, tech reporter with Bloomberg News. So Riley, let's talk about the deal. Why are we seeing this wave of tech companies looking for more energy sources? Well, you said it, Julia. This is all about the demand for energy to power AI and the data centers. Meta itself has said this year that it plans to spend upwards of $70 billion in capital expenditures, largely to fund that AI powerhouse momentum. And what we're seeing today with Constellation really is about supporting the grid. It's about clean energy and nuclear and ensuring reliability of energy because this plant was actually at the risk of closure. All right, so speaking of Meta's AI ambitions, they go beyond just chatbots, correct? So why don't we talk about Zuckerberg's plan where is Meta in this AI race right now? Unlike OpenAI and Anthropic, what we're seeing right now is that Meta is trying to apply AI across a suite of companies that include Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp. And at the end of the day, Meta is an advertising company, so it's trying to improve the advertising tools that it provides to brands around the world, and that fuel its revenue.
Now that's interesting too that you forget that it's way more than Facebook. You know, they've got Instagram, WhatsApp, they're a fast company. This reminds me, I don't think it's ever happened this way, but this reminds me of maybe if you followed Meta, they were talking about all the money they were putting into the metaverse research and development. Remember, sort of the whole virtual reality that they were getting into. That there's going to be a whole, city, there's going to be a whole world in the metaverse. And Meta, formerly Facebook, poured billions and billions of dollars. Like they poured in close to $50 billion in all of that. And then the metaverse kind of has dried up as a thing. AI, I think there's still that research. Maybe some of you know where the metaverse thing sits, but it's certainly not as hot as AI is. People think AI is the future, but again, AI and crypto, these are things that require tremendous amounts of energy. And so the fact that they make this deal and a 20-year agreement to buy nuclear power from Constellation Energy, that's huge. And they're not alone. Again, they're joined by Amazon and Google. So that's the latest on all of that. A distraction scam is going down in LA. We'll tell you about that next. It's the Conway Show, Thompson City, and on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app, now at KFI 24-hour news. Here's Raj.
Facing big cuts as this league continues to turn its $12 billion budget deficit. The Marine Camp Federal Center says sea lion cubs have been sent back to the ocean, will also mark the end of the algae bloom that devastated marine life for 14 weeks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, say more than public Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles get to crash in Santa Monica.
This is on the eastbound side of the 10, just before Centinela. Disrupts at the center glider out of lanes. Drives a huge mess getting away from Cloverfield, starting to get kind of close to 20th Street. Also in Boyle Heights, a wreck out of lanes 5 northbound at the 10. While traffic is still a mess, leaving the 60. And in Fontana, earlier that year, involving a big rig of motorcyclists at an ongoing investigation. East 10 before Sierra has only the right lane open. Huge delays from just about Vineyard out of Ontario. Take the 60 or the 210 instead. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done even but Medal of Honor, stories of courage, you'll hear about these people. And what their stories tell us about the nature of great people. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast
never get what you expect. Over the years, gasoline flames held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state school.
And they have thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized that they only had 2,000, they found 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, these secrets is as old as the soil itself. Can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Leslie Campbell, and this is Under the Acid Flood. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm not a crew guest, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about that kid. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, the new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms, I climbed up and was just like,
Ever had that kind of wealth in your hands? Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all this stuff. So you're going to start a foundation. You're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? I think in some way they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money, get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this question as to what degree you begin to play, and the play becomes serious. That tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of cults and occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, well, we get into what's occultism? What's the occult? Occult is the hidden. Well, it really means specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. So the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and a key element of this becomes something called magic. Now, we all know magic. Well, it's a guy standing on stage performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So it's real magic. Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley, because, you know, he always has to. I knew he was going to come up with something. Really, because he always does.
All roads lead to Aleister.
All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I've said this enough, so I should be able to get it right, but I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, which of course he spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody once put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. And so now you got some kind of a level plane. Now, what we're trying to do is just tip it just a little bit so the marble rolls over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but it's a good sort of idea to have. But and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will and attention. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking that really happens everywhere. So, let me give you an example. You ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that that the other team dies, okay, that you will be horribly defeated, and that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is, it comes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, visualizing, manifesting at least, or you need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being even consciously aware of what's going on, and you don't need to be, because if you're all a part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up, the cult is going to argue what you're doing is you're creating a huge amount of energy. All these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can. Maybe, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team's victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win on the team.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. But I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
Yes, you're exactly right. Bring to conceive of something, and then through intention, will to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do horrible things, or anything.
It might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. It depends.
We
don't call those cults.
Exactly.
100%. Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting to me, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, see, I just managed to insult every single person. But it's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
Do you think, actually, the interesting psychological question is, in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows it's a scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to
believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
that again is part of magic. I think is believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult realize, but there's someone. Maybe the second. I always sort of look in the lieutenant. Someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dead giveaway for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence for the leader. People just believe everything these people say. I give you an example. The first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. Yeah, it's the same sort of sun guy. Among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free upon different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, what the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you? What is it that this person could possibly be providing that you essentially are going to become a slave to them, which is what they were doing? And I actually give that credit away, sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again is a disclaimer. I am not now, nor have I ever been, a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. Like I said, why the robes and the owl? Why?
Yeah.
Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. Spent much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. join the Bohemian Club, and there's going to be someone telling you what to do. And obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for them to function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand how people do that.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that it takes throughout human history, recent human history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we could go back to the beginning of the 20th century, on the German side, you described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, through that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi Party?
Well, I guess we could start with, what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. That is, they studied metaphysics. Fancy word for occult. That appeared in Munich around 1917 to 1918. The key figure behind it was a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von Zebotendorf. Okay, not his real name. His real name was Adam Rudolf Glauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Zebotendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working at the years prior to the First World War. So the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey. There was none in the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place because in 1908 and 1909 there was the Young Turk Revolution, and you had a kind of military coup which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement, the Armenian genocide. Eventually, he created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which would destroy the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada, yada, yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful. And here, in the case of the Young Turks, being also very successful in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even though the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of those things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, don't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called the Red Sultan because of his favorite color type of thing. And the idea is that they were going to improve. They were now going to. The Ottoman Empire was a multinational empire. They were going to try to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and to bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. And the crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in the significance of what would follow. In the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid pale to the Young Turks. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But Zebotendorf is a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. And all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. I know technically Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. Or, the lodge meeting breaks up and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, and there's the Macedonia Resorta Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to improve the empire. So Bodendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer of it. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Termudi, and who's also a Kabbalist. And also, Bodendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently was involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods is, there's a lot of money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Bodendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to that place? Who's behind him? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money at his disposal. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist order, a thing called the German Order or the Germanen Order, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanen Order. So Thule Society, Thule in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. And apparently they're all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophists, which is, I can't practice any of that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief that was founded by a Russian woman by the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic, who supposedly had channelings from the Ascended Masters. The basic story they're all of the Ascended Masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blended with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. Still is. Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, the Mahatmas, the Ascended Masters, were sending their messages, despite the fact that she was later proven pretty much to be a fraud, writing the letters herself. Nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified and copied since then. So an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, anything out this were superior. She talked about a the different root races, but it's just their version of it is just total gobbledygook that seems to include everyone. I defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there are different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small moves. The idea that, well, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, was really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1871. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties of English. There was no German identity. Something very similar happened in Italy in the same period. I mean, there weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, and there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke again dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not since the Roman Empire under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then they will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People are trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And, that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and stripped mined old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was, in many ways, a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea of trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So, on the more mystical end of it, you had the ideas that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose because the Germans must be very special people. And we must have some sort of particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it Thule, or call it whatever you want to be. They basically just fit and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of Theosophy. And what this did was take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of human beings, which were the Aryans, and the most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted appeal. Like, keep in mind again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it and weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanen order, the German order, and their other groups, it was only one of many, sort of grew out of. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. So people would get together and they'd talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced type of human beings and all the wonderful things that the future would hold. And the fact that this was in the midst of a war in which Germany was again fighting, they saw it for its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Zibudendorf, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war is it's gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse, and it will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with a kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German
Yeah,
people.
but it's the will of some people. I mean, you have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. The idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's one to put it. That kind of mystical nationalism, that can be exploited for the because at this point you're kind of grasping at straws. And this is a whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front, the peace offensive, which will initially be successful but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition was that national morale was flagging. And one of the other things that was kind of raising his head was what had happened nearby a year ago, the Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. Here we need to remind ourselves as to where Marxism comes from. Not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
And Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany.
Where else?
I mean, the Soviet Union is not very industrialized. Germany is, so that's where it would probably.
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population is industrial. So if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. I think that's why I caught on in East Germany so well, because it kind of come home. And it was a local belief. It wasn't something imported by the Russians. It was a German invention. So the Thule Society, one of the things you can see in this is the Thule Society was particularly involved in sort of anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, what we sort of saw them as this whole movement. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist movement.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? So there was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theories. So there's a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. And you take that and contrast it with Marxism. Did they also formulate that in racial terms? Did they formulate that in national versus global terms? Like, how do they see this?
Marxism formulates everything by class. Okay, people are categorized by class. You're the part of the proletariat, or you're part of the bourgeoisie, or just, you're the part of the proletariat, or just sort of stunned. Really? Needs to be swept into the dustbin of history. Only workers count. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist, would sort of drive them crazy, because their ideas, we're trying to create a German people. We're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie. German proletariat as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism, particularly in the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic, and of course it was opposed to the war as a whole. The idea that parroting Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war, and the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war threw all of the crises it was creating would eventually lead to a class war. And that would be good because that would reconcile all of these things. But think of this, the two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version, or let's just call it the Marxist version of Germany, was going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which will have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism that Zobotendorf and the Thule Society had hitched its wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family, and that's what must be the most important thing. And that these can be different ways of trying to influence people. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what Zobotendorf and the Thule Society was trying to do, at least within Munich, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a potential rallying point for some part of the population to oppose these other forces, to keep people fighting. The war is lost, though, in November. The Kaiser abdicates, and essentially socialists do take over Germany. Things come very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version or take on the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists, who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with a socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. So here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying Zobotendorf's bills? It's the army. One thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. That's sort of this deal which is made. In November of 1918, Kaiser's abdication, the proclamation of a German republic, which, you just had this guy declare it. It wasn't really planned. There's the Ebert-Groener Pact. Groener is the chief of staff, general staff at this point. Friedrich Ebert is the chief socialist politician, basically, and they make an agreement. The agreement basically is that the army will support Ebert's government if Ebert supports the army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, was the army doing similar kinds of things that we've talked about with the intelligence agencies? This kind of same kind of trying to control the direction of the power?
The German intelligence landscape in the First World War is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung, or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. They're constantly trying to collect military information, before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about what the operational plans were during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that, though. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Including the version here in 1915, there is a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany, who goes by the code name of Parvis, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, interesting enough, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as he both of them, which I find curious. So Parvis, or Alexander Helpan, to get his actual name, Comes somebody goes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust with the regime. We think that the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity. And through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. Well, the Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German General Staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution in an opposing country. They are going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German military is willing to do. They're not revolutionaries, but they'll pay revolutionaries to subvert the regime. Now you've got the problem is that the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now threatening to extend into your country. So the whole question for the army and for others in Germany in 1919 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from in a sense being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. It's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financing. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Sabotendorf's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is called the German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local. It's not large. It's not terribly influential. But what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, a patriot. And the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it, which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become, is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement.
And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from those, that the complicated little interplay? We should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler is in the army at this time.
Yes. Well, he's going to come into this because remember, so the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Thule Society do their work. And the propagandist they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda. And that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler connect with the German Workers' Party?
Well, been in the army during the war, a regular job that he never had, kind of liked it. So you often get the views that, well, at the end of the war, he joined millions of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time in which he is helping to set this up. What appears to have happened is this. Sabotendorf had organized the Thule Society. That didn't have, that had tried to oppose. There's actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long, and eventually the army and volunteers put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler is actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband. because he is technically part of the soldiers who have gone over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decide that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Meyer who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler has a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Now, some people can do that. Some people can't. Meyer decides that he's a good candidate for further training. So yes, they bring him in. They turn him into what's called a Wehmann, a kind of liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that, which is what happens. He shows up, he attends a meeting, there are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of that, the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, okay, which is not what you might well expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter-Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great, we should support. Now, capitalism is evil. We agree upon that. We just agree it has to be destroyed from a nationalist point of view, as opposed from some sort of strange internationalist point of view. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And this is sees in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they try to formulate counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism and the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and, quote, Judeo-Bolshevism. But where did that ideology seep in?
Well, it's a huge. Where does anti-Semitism come from? Well, let's start with that term itself. A term which I really personally dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese equally. It's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know. But that's technically what that would mean, because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't seem to distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German journalist by the name of Wilhelm Marr, who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that you really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term that, because that just sounds so, inelegant, doesn't it? Okay. What do you want to call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? See? Anti-Semitism, it's got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has an ism must somehow be scientific and important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with trying to bring science into something. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow,
vegan chicken? You're eating
the
vegan chicken?
invention
You know what chicken's an
of a
animal?
Jew hater
You gotta kill it to eat
to
it?
disguise the fact that he's a Jew
Isn't that
hater,
what you don't want to
even
do?
though he's partly Jewish,
Pretending your
by
plant is
inventing
an
the term
animal that you kill.
anti-Semitism worked because
You're a
everybody
vegan who
was
eats
taught
fake
it.
chicken. That's like being a pediatrician who likes to kick rubber babies.
So, I don't know. I just, maybe it's just because
What's your fucking weird end game here, man? Why are you calling that vegan
direct in
ice
some
cream?
way.
It is. You can always be.
It's
No,
like
no, 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 no,
something
it's not.
actually what it is
No,
that
no,
they're
no, no, no,
talking
no.
about.
Ice cream
I
has
do wish Charles
cream
were a
in
little
it.
bit more
Cream
direct and
is
stuff
from
like that.
fucking
Yeah,
cows,
do
dummy.
hate
You can't have vegan ice cream. You
Well,
need to
the
make a
question
good
is,
noise
what
with your
exactly
face.
do you
That means
hate
that
about
shit,
it?
okay? There's no cream in it. You're a liar.
And
What
a
you
lot of this
have is
has
some
to
frozen
do
tofu.
with, if you go back prior to the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. The Christian Europe were hated because they weren't Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had real economic kinship. Jews tended to live in ghettos in the East, ghettos elsewhere. You know, they were involved in banking or business, but
Shit, it tastes like
they sort of
sadness,
remained
right? Thank you very much. You guys been
segregated.
fantastic. I had a great fun time. I really appreciate you.
That changes when you get to the
Appreciate
19th
you coming out.
century, and it was called Jewish emancipation. And that means that between about 1800 and 1850, most European countries dropped the various early social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the German society. So ideally, stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. Those are two very different important concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the professions, business world elsewhere. So Jews move, who had been largely within those realms to begin with, they already had a good deal of experience in banking and business, and they move into those areas of professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the kind of wrenching social and economic changes that took place with industrialization. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people were made extinct economically. Craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalist elite, among these new professions, among the bureaucrats that are coming out of these burgeoning states, there were visibly a fair number of Jews. So in some way, the rise of Jews in the minds of many people were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. You know, the world was changing in a way we don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering, while I am not. And that was true in Germany. That's where Jews became highly visible in the professions. They became very visible in banking. They became visible in legal profession. They became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority in there, but vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population. And especially within the cities. So, in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not just in Germany by any means, France, Britain, everywhere else, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. And you also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent in the socialist movement as well. So one of the things you could look around, we returned to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around in Bavaria or elsewhere, you tend to find that there are a lot of Jews in visible positions on the German left. Rosa Luxemburg is but one example of that. Eugen Levine, because some of them came in from Russia. When the Soviets send a representative to Germany in this period, it's Karl Radek, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism is full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, because you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. They don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, and visible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler was spewed out, they could put all the anti-capitalist rhetoric in there, wanted to. The army was never going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we know that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, which is the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. I mean, look at Russia. Well, that is something. Trotsky, there he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't hard to find them in that regard.
You gave a lecture on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's widely considered to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe these things?
Well, the protocols of the learned Elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often is that it was the work of the Okhrana, the Russian secret police, and in particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905 in Paris. There's a whole description of Pyotr Rachkovsky, who was supposedly the chief of the Okhrana at the time, was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the director of it. And that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it into the protocols, and none of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this supposedly took place, Rachkovsky wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired, and he wasn't in Paris. And the whole situation, which is described, couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story. But it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research. Is go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Znamya, Banner. And it publishes in a kind of serial form a work, it doesn't credit with any original author. And this is the first version of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. But what it's actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. And in fact, in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's the publisher of Znamya is closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian Peoples and Union of Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what I thought was Jewish subversion, when they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements somehow proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. But again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it. But this is where it appears. Now keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version is that there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Nilis, and he wrote it, or actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. Now, it was around before that. So Nilis didn't create it, wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904 or 1905. It was serialized in an obscure right-wing Russian newspaper 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
It varies. That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. But it's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are Russian term basically for notes of a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's notes of a meeting is the goofiest things I've ever seen. Because what you've got here, it's not notes. No one takes notes from a meeting that way. What you've got is like the exposition of a Bond villain, right? It's all of this, all of them are going to do this. And then the last thing you want to do is lay out if you get a plan for world domination, my suggestion would be don't write it down. So it's not notes of a meeting. It's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some ways. There was an Italian writer by the name of Cesare Michaelis who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is that he takes the different versions, starting with the 1902, 1903 versions, and looks to the other ones, and he tries to, in the process, to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text and in bold type indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical from the Joly work. And they're just scattered throughout it. There's no particular rhyme or reason to it. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? It's here, it's there. Which has led to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols was the same Maurice Joly. I think what someone stumbled across was a work which he wrote and never published, and which he just drew is exactly what someone would do working from your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else.
Some here, some there.
Yeah, and the same sort of thing comes out. Only sort of bits and pieces of it remain. So why would Joly have done that? Joly was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, it's one of those things, you go looking for him.
I love that you're a scholar of people that just kind of emerge out of like the darkness.
They just come from nowhere.
And there's a crowd in there also. But we should also say this was, I guess, the original would be written. I mean, what's the language of the original? Russian?
Russian. But my hunch is that that's adopted from French. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasons, which wasn't nearly as big idea as there. If you go back to France in the 1890s, there's a big scandal. Well, there's the Dreyfus scandal, when we got that, all right, where you've got a Jewish officer on trial for being a traitor. All right, so that was part. So you bring in the whole Jewish element, Jews is disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was this huge investment scandal when the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapsed. And again, many of the major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you've got the Taxel hoax. So the Taxel hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was, I think, Johan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So when he wrote things like Sex Lives of the Popes and, the erotic Bible and various things of that kind, he was a Catholic, grew up with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his evil ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo Taxel began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic satanic conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Pike. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate in it as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird, ropey, Bohemian Grove stuff. And the Freemasons are devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the Devil in the 19th Century and the Secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is obsessed with all these kinds of conspiracies. So evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This is the groove where all of this comes. So want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together? France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxel, or Jogan Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up and demand that he present Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, toddler killer. And he says, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear and say all of this stuff as she returns to the church and possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up, high figures of the Catholic Church shows up, and he does no Diana Vaughn. And Jogan Paget goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. You're all a bunch of idiots for believing it. Okay, you members of the church especially, just what gullible, morons you are. And that's it. He confesses it. To this day, however, you will find people who will insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that I think the word that this comes out of. This is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France, to me, is the only place that in the decade preceding it that something like this would be concocted. So it was either created by some sort of unknown person there, but I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogues was written against, and then he was, for a time, a close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Crenu. So Adolphe Crenu, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was an opponent of Napoleon III. He was a Freemason. And he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and an important figure in the Alliance Israélite, the Jewish organization in France. So he was publicly very prominently Jewish and Muslim. So someone else who would have linked it together. Joly, as he did with basically everyone, this is a guy whose life largely consisted of dual threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Crenu, and it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his spleen about it. But he died, probably a suicide. It's kind of difficult to tell. In obscurity, his son seems to have inherited most of his literary notes. And his son then became a journalist, worked for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people on the fringes of the Okrona or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia had become allies, even though their political systems are completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two, Russia and Netherlands. Okay. Now, they're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world, the French journalistic world, and all of these scandals which are going on, and Jolie's son, and then, 10 years down the road, this thing pops up in the newspaper in St. Petersburg. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed a large number of people's imaginations? And even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's real.
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, it never receives any kind of wide. Nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's re-edited, it keeps getting, there are something like 18 or 19 different versions he goes through. And it gets, people leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic tract. You could leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic plot in one world. But let's just throw them in as well, since the two things are already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really after the First World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And let's face it, well, that's widely read in Russia. It's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. Nobody can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions. So suddenly you get two English versions in the U.S., another English version in Britain, a German edition, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody is coming up with these things. So it's not until the immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes, and it begins to show up in all of these different foreign editions. And I think that just has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was that, why was there a war? And we just had this whole disastrous war, and the world has been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And one of the things they offer to see, there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that has been put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason why the protocols were, I think, widely bought then, and why they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the Taxol hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons. It was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, disdain, too much influence, all of the things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxol admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized in any sense. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crop up. I have to explain that now.
Yeah.
But I have to. What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting on the table and there's a turd on it.
Yeah.
Now, the first thing you're going to what is that a turd? Is it a unicorn? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on a plate? There are all these questions that come to mind. It makes no sense. But that's what you come up. It's just there. Right? I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But there's a turd on a plate, and that's what the protocol is. That they're just there.
But the reality is, just like with a turd on a plate, you take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, and becomes a joke on all social media, and now it's viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Does it seem to provide an explanation?
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happened to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history?
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Let's blame them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even rope the Romans into this one. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of the dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works in this, but he tells this whole story, which essentially describes the kind of first blood libels that the Jews, to celebrate their various religious holidays, would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and then slaughter them and eat them or drain their blood or do something. Yeah, it's just the sort of earlier version of that kind. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptians, they worked as, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptians' houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff from them.
Yeah, Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in. We took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them gone. So it's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as being hostile. They don't like other people. They're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tended to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks run across people worshiping other gods. They go, oh, those are just our gods under different names. Everything was sort of adjusted to their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And it was probably influenced also by some of these earlier rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. Yeah, during the Roman period, you not only had the Judean rebellion of 70, 80, you have a couple of other uprisings
The official podcast of International Marxist Tendency. I'm your host, Gerard Sard. I'm a writer and editor for Marxist.com and a member of the IOC. And I can't think of a more fitting date and subject to our first episode because the 7th of November, by the new style calendar, is the anniversary of the Great Russian Revolution of 1917, the October Revolution. And we have with us today to
Romans
discuss the
also
momentous
seem to
events,
have
Alan
developed
Woods,
into that
who
idea.
is
They consider Judea as
editor-in-chief of
being
Marxist.com,
a horrible
also
place
author of
to have to
Bolshevism,
govern, inhabited
Road to
by
Revolution.
a
Alan, thank you so
stubborn,
much for joining us today.
obnoxious people.
Let's set the scene by talking about the international context.
Not
What
well
was going
liked.
on in the world in the
So
year
that's
1917?
really
Well,
going to see
that's
the
an important question because
earliest
if you
version
just think
of
of
that.
the international context of
And the reasons for it would be
use a little bit of imagination. It really would seem
complicated. What you could say is that going back to Manetho and to the Roman period,
suggest
Jews,
that it was possible
Judeans
to carry out the socialist revolution,
frequently experienced difficulties, conflicts with other people
like Russia, where
living around them.
the working class was a small minority.
And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was a movement. Well, you get the idea. The Romans came and kicked everybody out. The Jews had been leaving Judea since it was a poor, limited area, and moving to areas like North Africa, Egypt, Syria, all the way to southern France. They moved widely among the Roman Empire. So that sense of
He
both
described it as one of his favorites.
distinctness and hostility existed since ancient times. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by. Well, one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how we can only know that Jesus is going to return, that the world is going to be end. Well, the Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion. They'll sort of see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that. Well, we won't. It's like a canary in the coal mine. You have to have them and kick it out. So that was one of the arguments as to why within the church as to why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged. It predates Christianity.
Of course, itself, again, it's difficult to imagine.
And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of
it caused a wave of terrible
plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing, doesn't it?
I
hesitate to use that term, but that's what you do. It's like, well, we're the Jews now. Okay? You used to have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. So, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. On my mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the prequel to that. And there'd be some sort of more, Christopher Hebrew. So, the ancient Hebrews, essentially Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just they didn't get a memo or something.
It's basically like Christianity is a prequel.
It was a superhuman effort just to get a letter.
But it just sort of took over. We have the special dispensation now. Thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I was saying was kind of like a viral meme. Started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself, and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated the imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is very much a creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. All of the restrictions are thrown off, but now also you become the focus of much more attention than what you had before. Prior to that, you had
less than 2 weeks after making these statements, Lenin received the
which
astonishing
both
news
ways. There were
that revolution had broken out in Russia.
rabbis who praised the ghetto as a protection
Now, you
of
see,
Jews against the outside world, because
this shows
inside
that
we can live our life
First of all,
as we wish, and we are unmolested.
Revolution, it was called that, it took place in March.
Whereas if we were, the great fear is that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world,
But
we'll
the
lose our
federalism was
identity.
totally unexpected.
That sort of question comes up in the
Even by
18th century
Lenin
in
and the leaders of the
the
Bolshevik Party.
Haskell movement in Germany. Because the
In
German
fact,
Jews
when
were
the
always at the sort
women
of cutting
workers,
edge
the
of
women
assimilation
they
and
paid
identity. Moses Mendelssohn, for example, arguing that
the
you know,
condition of the
we just need to become
masses,
Germans.
not just the slaughter.
So, you know, as much as possible, synagogues should be look like Lutheran churches.
But also the colossal increase in prices.
Everything things should be given in good German. And that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't want to become a kind of group of people who are apart in that way. And that
when the women workers came,
it's created great tensions
women workers,
ever since.
very clever.
You know, one of the essential points, it seems to me, in anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism,
When they came to the
is that all the
Bolsheviks,
Jews are
they
in
had
together.
to
Is that what it is? Okay. They're always talking about as if they're collective. Use this, use that, as if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak in the same way.
They were afraid that
From my personal experience,
not they were afraid they would lead to a massacre.
It's incredibly diverse.
But you see, the
In
fact
many
is
ways,
this.
really, one of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or singularity
What
of
lesson
Jewish
can you draw
identity
from this? And this is
that
very
never
important
existed.
before we
Just
start.
like you said, on one hand, it's a good story, and the other hand, it's the truth. And oftentimes, the good story wins out. And there's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are, in this case, our discussion is Jews, seeking world domination, controlling everybody, is somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a people to fight and a people to hate, on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is full of suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe if you can just what do you, from this particular discussion, learn about human nature that we pick the other in this kind of way? And we divide each other up in groups and then construct stories. And like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. And then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel our hatred towards the other.
Well, Jews are the only recipient of that. I mean, anytime you hear people talking about Jews this or that, white people this or that, black people this or that, Asians this or that, where they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, the other thing you'll find is that people who express those views to the press will argue that, oh, well, this, if they actually know anything, those are okay. It's like Nazis. Oh, they go, oh, this isn't okay too. They're all right. They were always constantly making exceptions. One for, but they actually met an actual human being, and they seemed to be fairly normal. Well, they were okay. So what it was that they hated weren't actual people for the most part. It was just this kind of gollywog vision that they had. You're not even talking about real people.
Power in society.
I don't know. What does that tell you about human nature? Well, okay, in 70 odd years, what have I learned about that?
That's the force of the working class.
One,
Once the workers are organized,
I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did. In fact, less so. I would say that when I was 17, I thought I had the world much more figured out than I do now.
They ignored, fortunately, the
You know, it seemed to make much more sense than I
Came
could
out into the streets. And the
Basic take upon human beings, most of the time,
which they did
are polite,
on a very significant day,
cooperative,
the 8th of March.
and kind
Yes, 8th of
until
March,
they're not.
As we said, this was
And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
1970.
God,
That's the
brilliant.
date of the February.
Speaking of the tipping point,
when the
you gave a series of lectures on murderers,
a big wave of
crime
strikes, demonstrations,
one of
fights with the
the
police.
crimes
And
described as the Manson family
They just
murders.
overwhelmed.
And that combines a lot of the elements of what we've been talking about, and a lot of the elements of the human nature that you just described. So can you just tell this story at a high level as you understand it?
And the Federal
Manson. Well, you begin with Charles Manson, who's the key element of this. And Charles Manson,
It's
for
true to
most
say
of
that the
his
Bolsheviks did
life,
not believe
until
in
the time that he's around 33, is an unexceptional petty criminal.
actually initially
In and out of prison,
he was in exile.
reform school from an early age, not really associated with violent crimes. He did stuff like steal cars, write back checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So around 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island in Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also has proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seemed to crack, but that's what he would claim that he was. And, self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself.
And the Russian working class
And it
had
seems, you can sort of imagine his life is going in a completely different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really sort of listen to some of the stuff he did, he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play guitar.
Dating back to 1905,
The Beach Boys actually do record one of his songs.
the dress rehearsal revolution.
How would you evaluate his
yes,
painting
it was a kind of
compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible. Okay. It looks average to me.
Nobody
Yeah,
told
that's
I mean, if you didn't know it was
the works of Marx.
Yeah.
would you, I don't know what
You
people
will
would
find
say
any
about it.
mention.
Sorry for the distraction.
It's just, it's an average painter. That's what it was. Nothing like crazy genocidal maniac. You don't have really have that.
Creative
So Manson,
activity.
he could have done that. He probably could have, he made certain inroads into the music industry. And if he hadn't been such a weirdo, he might have gotten further with it. But his life could have taken a different turn. So this is one of the questions I have. Where did a guy who becomes
Sending
who's
workers
an unexceptional career petty criminal suddenly emerge as some sort of criminal master, then God, who can bend all of these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder? That's a real shift. So the first thing it kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County,
Other elements from the left parties.
and he's supposed to
And now,
he's
of
on
course,
parole.
here's a difference.
Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of their parole. He heads straight for the Bay
Yes,
Area.
the
Violates
soldiers
parole
represented
right
the
off the
workers,
bat.
yes, but not the peasants.
2 weeks later,
Peasants moved a bit
he
later,
drifts
too
into the
late,
parole
actually.
office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, they just assign him a parole. I don't know, maybe things were easier. So he gets assigned a parole officer, Michael Smith. Michael Smith was initially handling a number of parolees, but after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee he's supervising, Charlie Manson.
The organized casualty was the army, if you like.
And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California, studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. And he's also connected to the Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of just in Ashbury had lots of drugs, lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around on a young girl,
And to be able
bets
to
on,
affect you have
engages in criminal activity.
you have the
He's
establishment
repeatedly
of
arrested,
the
but nothing ever
bourgeois
sticks.
provisional government led by Kerensky,
Next couple of years.
completely accidental figure behind
So,
which lay
who
the
gets
power
that
of
type
the
of thing?
capitalists and the
Who gets to
landlords
get out of jail?
to remain in the First World War. Revolutions are never one-act dramas, and it's not as though you have
So
this
here is what,
steady gradient
again,
from February up
this
to
is
the Bolsheviks
speculation.
leading the workers and peasants to power
But
in October. So
Manson, at some point after he got out of prison,
Well,
he
you
was
see,
treated because he was
here's
recruited
a
as a confidential informant.
Trotsky described it in his marvelous book, which I think we should all read. History of the Russian Revolution.
That's the interesting question.
in the second bit.
Yes,
So,
Trotsky in this book, he
Probably not for any local police departments. My best suspicion is probably the Federal Bureau of Narcotics.
But the
DEA.
workers in fact was strong, showed that they were strong enough
Yeah.
to
Federal
overthrow
parole officer comes granting in drugs and group dynamics, and eventually, with permission, he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of? Well, he's on the fringes of the
which
music
was to
industry.
take the state power
That's
into
not
the
him.
They hadn't yet
There's
done
the
that.
Wilsons and elsewhere,
And that
which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things if you're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, it leads to the flow of, oh, he's also dealing in drugs and girls. So the early version of Jeffrey Epstein.
These
Manson attracted lots of underage runaways and raised them, used them also associated with biker gangs who produced drugs, etc. So that's part of it. He's an informant of the movement of drugs, basically within the film music industry. And he's given pretty much a free rein.
But even he came in later.
What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First, Sharon Tate and her friends, Yellow Drive. I think everybody's probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate? Because and the rest of the videos. Manson was familiar with the place. He had been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that house, the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property, the house was built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not someplace. Let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in a house. Well, that isn't one that you can come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojciech Stokowski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two. Probably a fairly likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. And then the next night, after the slaughter there, which, by the way, Manson is not acting. This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't kill anything. His crime supposedly ordered killings.
The power to decide what was happening on the ground was in the hands of the Soviets.
He supposedly thought that the killings at the State House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course and apparently commit two random murders. So the next night, he takes group of people over to the La Bianca's house in a different section of LA. And you got Rosemary La Bianca, he's a grocer. Wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class, and they're bound, gagged, and hacked to death. And as the Tate residence, various things like pinky are written, various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like half paws, because one of the things trying to be framed for this was the idea for black men. So the general story that comes out in the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why the Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although, how it was supposed to do that is never really explained. Here is what I think really happened. What really happened, and how I think it was together. Before Sharon Tate and her friends, or the La Biancas, were killed, there was a murder by members of the family of some of the same people involved in the later killing of a musician, drug manufacturer, named Gary. So Manson again is involved in the drug trade.
And
And
in fact,
Inman
really
made
speaking,
that he was a cook, basically.
the dominant class, the ruling class,
And he brewed them up in his
nowadays
basement,
the bankers and
sold the
capitalists,
drugs
they
to Manson,
control
who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satanists,
thin
one of the
veneer,
groups that he
so-called
used, and they distributed them elsewhere.
as the days went by.
Well, one day, the Straight Satanists show up and complain that the last batch of
and
meth,
demonstrations,
or whatever it was that they got
but the democracy is
from
the figly faction.
Manson, had made
It
some
is
of their
the capital
brothers
of the
very, very ill.
dictatorship of
They were quite unhappy about
the
that.
capitalists, the
They wanted their
millionaires,
$2,000
and the
back.
bankers. Yes, but in the city where it's like a
Manson had gotten
revolutionary
those
city,
drugs
it's
from
now
Greg Himmler,
it changes.
so he is
The
unhappy.
state apparatus,
He
state that is
sends
being
Bobby
challenged by
Boso
a
out
new
to a
power,
couple of the girls over to
the
Himmler's place
urgent power,
to get the
which
money
is the
from him.
Soviets. The two, if you like,
Guess the story is a little related, I think, to
challenging
Susan
each other's
Atkins.
power. But you see, the leader
Hinman
of the
denied that there
Soviets
was
were
anything wrong with
determined
his
to hand
drugs
powder,
and refused to pay
to
up,
hand powder,
which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed.
and this was the central contradiction.
And the idea was there, what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers. So we'll weave these things
The
up and we'll make
Bolsheviks
them available
on
to
the
them.
extreme left,
So it's Bobby Boso
if like the Democratic
who
Party,
then takes Hinman's car
yes, but unfortunately,
and
they
decides
also
to drive it up
by
the coast.
Lenin,
By the
as I
way,
said,
with
was
a
still
bloody
an
knife
excellent
with Hinman's
citizen.
blood and hair
And
on
in
it,
his absence,
and blood on the seats in the car, and then he pulls it off the road and gets to sleep it off, and he gets busted. So, find Hinman's body, find Beausoleil, his car, with a bloody knife, and he
and
gets
they
arrested.
steered the party
So,
on a right
Beausoleil was very popular
to
with some of the groups.
they
There's
committed
consternation in the family that Bobby has been arrested. So how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we go kill poor people and we make it look the same, you see, Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. Yeah, okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already used. He didn't have anything to do with it. So that, to me, makes the most sense out of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's a theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that probably also wanted to go with Delta Scout Group because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand.
Yeah.
And it was sensational, and it would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that was that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. Linda Kasabian, she was present at both the Tate and LaBianca murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. Sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity, and it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil, and this could, and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, the number gets messy. Now, there's one guy, it's Charles Manson, who ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it?
necessarily.
So that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of his family. Right?
He exerts a tremendous amount of psychological
Remember, the
control.
Soviets
How was he able to do
was
that?
controlled by the
Like what?
reformers.
Because you said he was a petty
The
criminal.
Mensheviks
But this
of
thing is pretty
And what
prolific in
Lenin was
petty
saying
crime.
was
Like
approximately
he
this.
did a lot of them.
He had a lot of access to LSD, which he started getting in the free clinic in San Francisco.
He understood
So,
that he had
lots
to
of
win the
it floating
majority. He had to
around.
win the majority.
Some descriptions of the family as palm ranchers that people were basically taking acid on a daily basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda Kasabian's testimony, since she also admitted to being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. So you don't get her. Okay. Where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like such a complete, if he hadn't actually acted like this crazed hippie psycho goofball that Bugliosi painted him as being, then
and if you do that, he
Kasabian's
said
testimony
that.
wouldn't have been as strong because you put, I mean, the first thing against her is you've got an immunity
And the whole question of how
for telling the story the prosecution wants.
a peaceful debate inside the Soviets. He said that. That's again
We won't even bring in the witch and the drugs and being in love with Bobby Bosa there. So if Manson, been dressed like you, sitting there in a suit and tie, and he behaved himself, spoken normally, things might have. This isn't to say that he wasn't
all sorts of
guilty
slander
as hell.
about closed trains and German goals.
So
and
what
this
he
sort of thing,
supposedly did
which
was
we're
to
going
inspire
give oxygen today. But
all of these kids.
how does he go about turning the situation
And
around and putting the Bolsheviks back on the
I
right
think
course?
that
Well, in order to do
probably, sort of beginning with the Kinman killing,
reaching some kind of an
he
agreement
told them to go over there and get the money, one way or the other.
because they
I don't know what particularly he told them to don't get the money, kill him, but he did.
because they knew he was going to
And then
argue against
you
the
might also see
The
the
Germans,
value
after
in
some
having
hesitation, the Germans
copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kind of play. The other story you get is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was before was a record producer by the name of Terry Melcher.
Anyway,
Melcher supposedly, as the general story goes, had welched on a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. He screwed over Manson at some sort of a record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge and sent them to kill everybody in the house.
In other words, there can be no question of any
Which again doesn't make much sense. One, Manson knew that Melcher wasn't living there anymore.
So he got
He
back.
probably knew where Melcher was living. If he knew Melcher, he could have found him. It wasn't that difficult to
He
do.
opened up a public struggle
And
against the cabinet.
so that's
Against any deal
it's
with
not
the
revenge on Terry Melcher.
and also he addressed the workers.
He was familiar with the house, so the idea was to simply commit
He was met with
random killings that would throw muddy the whole waters of the Hinman killing. You might pick some place you knew of, and the other place was rented out. There'd be someone there who really didn't care. In the same way that the La Bianca seemed to have been.
And that was the position that was the
Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly had been the scene
Communal
of
Communism,
creepy
issue
crime.
43 of Independent Marxism, the IMT's critical magazine, is out now with a good description and it aims to answer this question. It's a piece on the trials and tribulations of building the planned economy in the Soviet Republic, an article on the revolution in Soviet
So when they
theatre,
get into
and
the money,
another
they come home.
on tragic
But someone
lessons
notices someone has been in their house.
in Germany
Which will
in 1923.
freak
Not
them
going to
out.
pursue
That's the
today.
whole point of that.
But doesn't it seem like the
And
murder
it
was
was on the
people
basis of
following
these
the,
correct slogans, the Bolsheviks were able
It
to
doesn't seem
develop
like the
their
murder-
authority in the Soviets, these,
some of the other
these
people
mass
who
bodies
called it
of
like the Zodiac
workers,
Killer.
or the
The
embryo
murder
of
is
this
the
power.
goal.
Yes, that's right. I mean,
Maybe there's
the average worker
psychopathic kind of artistry in the murder that the Zodiac Killer had and the messaging behind that. It seems like as at least the way you're describing it with Charles Manson's family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was a consequence of operating in the drug underworld.
So Manson set up the kind of base in the Oak Strong movie ranch, which was an old movie ranch on the west edge of LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls, in particular Spooky Frong, to get the owner operator, George Spawn, to let them hang out there. And basically, he slept with him, and he was perfectly happy to let them hang out. They also had a place out in the desert that they had. They dealt in credit card fraud, stolen cars. It was kind of a trap shop that they run. So, he had a fairly good little criminal gig going, which with protection had probably would. One thing they couldn't cover him.
Do you think there was, if he was an informant, you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this?
Well,
So he could have been
the
better?
real question is, there's a book written on this by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. And that sort of thing is the easiest thing. There's a lot of material there. I don't think O'Neill necessarily knows what to make of some of the stuff he had. One of the people he mentions is a name that I have run into elsewhere. So I really think he took to myself again. Which Reed Whitson
Think of the stop the
shows up in the fringes, even though he has no judicial function. He sort of hangs around the ULC and the prosecution, some sort of advice. He's just kind of there. In the same way that he was one of these guys, you know, his hair kind of long, wore bell bottoms, hung around the music community and elsewhere in Hollywood, but no one could tell you exactly what he did.
And they wanted to take action.
I know what he did later, but a decade later, he shows up as a CIA officer in Central America.
Pressing for big demonstrations.
So, Reed Whitson, later in his career, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this?
Yes, but
So the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning. I don't know. Manson, in a lot of ways, just kind of self-immolates himself. Juan Hughes becomes Van Houten's attorney. He figures out that the three girls supposedly on trial. And he refuses to go along with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends. Disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later, he goes with rumors. Always the rumors. What would history be without rumors? See, members of the family, they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him off and so they killed him. Or maybe they did, maybe he drowned. That's absolutely impossible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn who was an employee at the Spawn Ranch. Didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He was testified that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like it. He had no, other than his word, had no real proof of what he was saying. So, please understand me in this case is that, unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case.
Speaks no better than all the other.
I don't know these people's minds. I'm not sure how. That's still kind of puzzling. He's a scrawny guy, and he wasn't. Look around at the male. That's awesome.
And you have to see.
You can get people. Reed began with the Hinman killing instigation. The others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on.
to seduce and
That's what I would put.
the action.
There's clear ideology.
Very focused.
Yeah. But there's not like a
Again, was essentially a criminal.
Which led to a
His
strong
sociopathic mindset, and he hit upon a pretty good deal.
yeah, but like how do people convince anybody of anything? Either an ideology or you have maybe personal relationships with sex and drugs. But underneath that, there's a commune of love.
You have a lot of people there that they have some sort of, like to call it dysfunctional families. A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from, more or less middle-class families, but those are full of dysfunction. Their parents didn't love them. They're semi-runaways, and now they had this whole family. A lot of the young women had children. Some of them by Manson, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we return to that pull towards belonging that gets us into trouble. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this time. So the Zodiac Killer.
Well, California, where I'm from, I remember this period vividly. So, by the way, the Tate LaBianca killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So, I remember this.
Happy birthday.
A term which has been used for that, there's a writer by the name of Todd Wood who's coined, I wish I'd come up with this, Killerfornia. And it was just sort of a chronicle of these serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. So you've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. There are bodies that have never been attributed. Some think that they're the Zodiac's victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, the co-ed killer, was another one. There were a lot of creepy psychopaths running around. I don't know if it was something in the water or what was going on, but it was a menace in some cases. Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone and female, was not something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State, certainly not around the Bay Area. So there are all these strange sort of killings that were the Zodiac it's one of those things where you have these people who have theories about it. And if you don't share their theory, then you're part of the problem in some form or another. So I'm not sure, for instance, Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved. And, the first killings are all of couples, very sort of clear that I remember in my examination of it, one of the things I was looking at specifically, what else is there to say about the Zodiac killing? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there's a cult aspect to it. There's some sort of ritualistic aspect. So I looked at different things, locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. I didn't find much correspondence in any of those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got his symbol, sort of compass or aiming reticle, circle with a cross through it. A variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly had a thing for couples. Except in the last of the killings, which is of a cab driver in downtown San Francisco, who he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing the victims, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he wasn't very good at it because some of them survived.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not particularly thorough about it. He seems to have had much more. More of the violence seems to be directed to females than the males.
So, I mean, there's a couple questions asked here. First of all, did people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based upon the Stein killing, the cab driver killing, where there were people who saw him, or who claimed that they saw him. The other ones were all when it was fairly dark.
Right.
I'm not sure that anyone else got a look at his face. The one that occurred in the daylight at Berryessa, he was wearing a mask. So there's something in common initially in the targeting of victims, which doesn't in the last case. Then after that, there's just these different cases where there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims, I think she and her small child were picked up. Her car broke down. She got a flat tire. She was picked up by this guy, where she got a very strange vibe from. Who eventually just let her go. Well, it might have been the Zodiac. It might not have been.
You do this kind of rigorous look saying, like, okay, what is the actual facts that we know? Reduce it to the thing that we know for sure. And in speaking about his motivation, he said that he was collecting souls
For the afterlife.
for the afterlife.
That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I believe. Is it the Vikings, the Romans? They believe this in battle.
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they will be your ghostly servants in the afterlife.
Do you think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question. Was he making that up just to be scary? Or is that what his actual... That's what he's saying his motivation is. Let's take it at face value. Rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield, that is to get rid of it. Let's just take it at face. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave servants in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm not sure, 44. Eventually, he will have 4. He just kind of vanishes. One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at that case, which I didn't find anybody else that tended to make much of it up, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that sends to the press in San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel, thing with the zodiacs. But what was this drawn from? Where he got this from is from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing in the cover. It's Wheel of Fortune, but with different forms of grisly death on it. And all of the things that he mentioned are shown on the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. Well, that's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he have... I mean, that is one... And also before he got the idea from. So he's incorporating these things from the... Then there are, of course, his codes, which people have... which aren't all that difficult to decipher, probably because they were meant to be. The other thing you find often with serial or psychopathic killers is they're toying with the press. I mean, this goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper. You know, they get attention. And then he just disappears.
Why do you think he was never caught?
I think they knew who to look for. There's nothing much to go on. And there was a guy who was long a suspect. And then eventually they tested his DNA and found it didn't match any of the things that they'd found. Again, it goes back to, I'm not even sure that it's one person who's responsible for all of it.
But so one of the interesting things you kind of bring up here, and our discussion with Manson inspires this, but there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. The Zodiac, the Son of Sam later, and the Monster of Florence. So is it possible there's some kind of underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac, and you got his claim that he's collecting souls for the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected with that. He may have picked some of the killing sites due to their physical location, to their position in a particular place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, where David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, couples and young women similar to the Zodiac, and that he had only committed some of them and was witnesses at others. And that has really created the whole idea that, yes, there is this some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. Then if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders who go on and off for a long period of time, again, focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, that those things should come up in each of those cases in different places, either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking in the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration. And here again, you come back to something similar we were talking before about, do pedophiles exist? Do pedophiles not exist? So do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. And there was one in my hometown. Apparently quite harmless, as far as I know. But there are people who, robes, here we come again, robes, cut the head off a chicken, naked woman is an altar, you can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So, professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy.
You studied secret societies. You gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human history through the lens of secret societies, because they've permeated all of human history. You've talked about from everything from the Knights Templar to Illuminati, Freemasons, like we brought up. Freemasons lasted a long time. Illuminati's you've talked about in its sort of main form lasted a short time, but its legend never gone away. So maybe like Illuminati is a really interesting one. What was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. In fact, you pin it down to a day, the 1st of May Day, 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because that's not really the name of the organization. It's called the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering what's its real name. So Illuminati is simply the plural of Illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen the light.
What?
And there have been organizations.
God, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there.
Not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is an Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol of the order was an owl, which interestingly enough is almost identical to the owl, which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club. Oh boy, make of that what you will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl to me, but compare them. you got to kind of wonder about this a little. Maybe there's some kind of connection. So, but that supposedly has to do with a connection to the goddess Minerva. The owl was sacred to her. The order, and then part of the
Girl,
ball.
have you ever gone so long without nothing you teleported via quantum decoherence? Because I haven't this.
The order that people at the lower level didn't know about. Pretty typical for this. But the thing about Weishaupt is that he was a luminous correspondent with members with his Illuminati, both during the time that he legally existed in Bavaria and later on. So Weishaupt himself lives, I think, until 1830. Dies in Gotha, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince, and so nothing ever happened. No Illuminati's ever put to death or arrested, imprisoned for any period of time. What happens is that their plan, what was his plan? His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments in the world with one world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, you had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And the purpose for this is to we wish to make men happy and free, but first we must make them good. All right. So that's what the order is all about. Of course, he also said things like, "Oh man,
Girl, have you ever gone so long without nothing you teleported via quantum decoherence? Because I have a Discord."
I had a rather interesting view about that. That we should appeal to women, in part because women have a chip on their shoulder, because they're left out of things. So we should appeal to their vanity on that point and offer that in the future, all things will be open and they will be emancipated. So we should hold up the prospect of female emancipation to attract them. Because he argued in the short term, there's no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising them emancipation, but he made sure we'll never actually deliver it to them.
Good job, Valerie.
So he talks about these things fairly openly. This is where you get this idea of some sort of a new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a trail of descent that leads from Weishaupt's Illuminati to the Communist Manifesto, and in fact to communism itself. That Marxism was simply a further restating of this idea. And you can draw some sort of, the idea never entirely goes away. The Bavarian government gets a hold
Girl,
of the
I am
orders
hollering.
texts. So the story is
Love it.
delivered to them. And I think that Weishaupt gave them
My man is on something for real.
the exposure of his order because it gave him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, you gained great renown, and they continue to recruit after this. And the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times. Why? Because apparently the first 3 times it didn't work. So the fourth, you can notice that it's like papal bans on Freemasonry. They just go on and on and on because this clearly isn't working.
You actually highlight the difference between, speaking of publicity, that there's a difference between visibility and transparency. That a secret society can be visible, can be known about, it can be quite popular, but you can still have a secrecy within it.
You have no idea.
Someone needs to hire this man immediately.
If I set a black box on this table, we can see that there's a black box. What's in the black box? A cat. Who knows?
In fact,
Legally non-binary, according to the state of California. Hell yeah, rock the fuck on.
Give people a concealed mystery in the thought. So we need to make the order mysterious for that exact reason. Always hold out the possibility that
Just the after. The first Jew to wear a black hat in a driver's license photo might actually be the most ridiculous one, and he didn't even give it his own number. It just tacked it on the 3 after the first. Oh, this is the best!
And as you might expect, Professor Canon Law trained by Jesuits.
Oh, this is the best. Mallory, you're amazing. What up? Living the dream, dog. How are you? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Where are things going in your neck of the woods? Hit me. I don't know. I think they were made of steel. I don't know. I don't get political. You're welcome, pimp. Mallory is so brave. I'm fucking speechless. I'm fucking speechless right now. Girl, I'm howling. Girl, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there. Oh, for sure, Mallory. Girl, I'm hollering. Someone needs to hire this man immediately. Six reposts. 48 likes. Love it, girl. Seems chill. Thank you, Lord Piss. Lord Piss. What the holy fucking shit. Oh, that is so funny. Then it didn't even get its own number. It just tagged it on the three first legally non-binary Orthodox rabbi. Welcome, Pimp. What up, dog? Oh, love them. They're the best. Oh, dude. Perhaps lost my virginity to one. I don't know. I lose track of 42. Correct. More than 42? Perhaps I was married to all of them. Actually, believe it or not, it used to be, and the Sephardim have that belief. Ashkenazim do not. And in Israel, when it was founded in 1948, you were kind of grandfathered into whatever your custom was. Oh, fuck no. I don't want dudes. I'm a DILF myself. Oh, I don't have any fucking kids, but I'm a dude that chicks like to fuck. Peace, baby. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello? How's your day going?
investors pouring money all over this technology. Always follow the money. That's exactly right. Okay, let me ask you, can inevitability I'll say, it would be fair. In other words, it's inevitable not to die, not to be born. But I don't know when it is. I don't know. Very close. We're still years and years off. Can't say we said, but inevitability, the supposed inevitability of AI. We know it's coming, but it may not be as close as some that theorize. Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen anything.
Yeah. You should do what? No, dude, it's not good to shit where you eat. What about it? What's up? About Hollywood, what's up? Okay. I don't know what you mean. What superstition is that? Who have you been talking to? Okay. I mean, look at the Wikipedia pages. Make your own decisions. I'm not going to make any decisions for you. Welcome. How are you? You got to be 18 to be in here.
When it was banned in Bavaria, because everybody just scatters and goes elsewhere, like arrows. Yeah.
You're welcome, pimp.
So the idea of the Illuminati, to put it crudely, the branding is really powerful. And so it makes sense that there's a thread connecting it to this day. That a lot of organizations, a lot of secret societies can sort of adopt.
Anybody can call it. You can go and form a club and call it the Illuminati.
And if you're effective at it, I think it does attract. It's the chicken or the egg. But powerful people tend to have gigantic egos. People with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity of secret societies. And so that there's a gravitational force that pulls powerful people to these societies.
Lucid. And you also notice something that goes back to what we were talking about much earlier about intelligence. Remember mice? Ego. So that's recruitment and control. That's a great Achilles heel in human beings. The exploitation of ego.
And of course, if we go back to the conversation of intelligence agencies, it would be very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate the secret societies, right? Like, because that's where the powerful people are.
Or the secret societies to infiltrate the intelligence agency.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, this actually in all the lectures, I kind of have the sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret society, right?
Well, it comes down, I'll give you my definition of secret societies. One is that generally their existence is a secret. It's what they do is secret. It's what's in the box as opposed to the existence of the box. So one of the most important criteria is that they are self-selecting. You just don't join, they pick you. They decide whether or not you're going to, they admit you. You know, sometimes they will sort of recruit you. Once you've been
What's up,
recruited,
pimp?
you have to pass tests and initiations. And you also swear
My career.
loyalty. This is always very, very speaking. What the entrance into an intelligence organization does, they
No,
automatically job you have.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, so I've got money.
Never talk about what you do. Ever. There will be dire consequences. So the
Big
method
ones.
is very much the same. And also this idea of creating a kind of
I have worked remotely, yeah.
organization is
The apps that I
us,
launched, though, that I did that in person.
everyone else's. That weird special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that would generally happen if you question whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't. Why? Because we're the
No, this was years ago. This was before I started this. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. That was like 8 years ago.
As this are very powerful secret societies operating today, and we don't really have something
Oh,
to them,
I'm
but are actually
sponsored by
factually not.
cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They've donated all my merch and such.
Secret society or intelligence agencies not going to let you know.
It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. Its website's hpos10i.com if you want to see it.
question is, what's the most
It's worth
know about?
it's
One that doesn't advertise.
it's worth like $75 million right now.
Known anywhere under its real name. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't own the coin. I'm just sponsored by them, but I'm okay.
Another sort of formed in the 1950s, largely the creation of rectangle.
It's a meme coin. It's like a cryptocurrency.
Here's it another where a schemer for years. A man grant point or another.
People who are into cryptocurrencies.
Okay. Redinger is a mysterious figure. In fact, I think there was even a book called
Yo, pimp. 100%. Absolutely.
Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was at one point in Nazi.
I have. Generally, that's on like Instagram.
And I'll be damned if I can figure out who Redinger is. So the idea is that when you get like influential people, politics.
Usually I wear like swim trunks or like shorts or something. But yeah, people have seen my bare ass on Instagram Lives. Cocaine.
Essentially, the Anglo-American combined with.
If I had to choose, then probably LSD.
But you got a bunch of these things. I mean, the Council of Foreign Relations is very similar to that. And the Bilderbergers, and there's an overlap with the Bohemian. Or or lesser
Rabbi means teacher.
military. The so-called secret
Rabbis don't do that.
Gladio, the idea of the Soviets overran Russia
Rabbi means teacher.
behind an organization called Gladio that these freedom fighters. And how many organizations can you?
If you're going to talk like that, I'm going to boot you. I don't want to talk about anything that hurts children.
And the closer I look, the more I wonder the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence agencies. Hard to
It's a Jewish teacher.
scare you.
It means teacher.
Well, I guess on one
Rabbi
level,
means
comforting
teacher.
there's somebody actually making decisions. What do you want? And
Well, many of us do. We're just not all that well known, but
stock in the idea that there actually is
that's
some
pretty
small
consistent with
group
Jewish
of
teaching.
Because if they were, you would operate more efficiently. I think there are various disparate groups of people
Big enough.
who think that they're running things or try to. And that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well,
Like a mobile home? No.
Again, if we should bring up, you go back to the Nazi world order, and they only had 12 years to do it. Look what a mess they made. I mean, look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done by an idea inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality. It's that I always make, and I would.
I am, but I just choose not to.
Always be clear about what you know and what you
No.
You don't know many things.
Enough that I don't have to work.
You know when you were born. Probably know who your father is.
1,000.
That's not absolute unless you've had a DNA test. And only if you trust DNA tests. So, you know who your mother is.
1,000 figures. Like, exactly. More money than you can count.
You believe things generally because someone has told you this is to be true. Sure.
Okay.
Well, because we know so little.
You obviously don't know how cryptocurrency works. Cryptocurrency can work below. Okay, I mean, hey, let's just listen to you. That's cool.
Have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your actions. So,
Doc, I already answered your question. Once you make enough money, you don't have to work.
Evil aliens. That's what it comes down to. They weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And then they were sure that there's just a few problems that can be solved, and once you solve them, that you have this beautiful utopia where everything would be just perfect. It would be great, and we can just get there. And I think it's really strong belief in a global utopia. It just never goes right. It seems like impossible to know.
For some reason, those wobbly songs.
Perhaps.
The Workers of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know there was a whole album of wobbly songs. But, and there was one of them called Common. Like, most
Perhaps.
sort of taken from gospel songs. It's talking about how wonderful everything will be.
I mean, whatever you want to interpret perhaps as. Have I had fans come and visit me? Absolutely. From as far away as 8-10 hours, perhaps more. Yeah.
It's like
I live in a residential home. No.
Everything will be good. By the toilers.
Uh-huh.
And from each
Yep.
abilities, each according to his need. And it's this kind of sweet little song in some way. But I'm just sort of imagining this. You know, if I was going to stage that, I'd have behind me.
Dog, why are you trying to dox me?
That's what it's combining. And they did that song, which, you know, all the horror.
Yeah, absolutely.
That it leads
To hot
Beautiful idea
chicks.
on paper. An innocent little idea about nature can lead to so much suffering. And
You're a good pimp.
all unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully.
Do it.
Slowly. Or slow learn.
I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps it's
Speaking of unconvinced, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, about even
are cooperative
That's a good question.
most of the time.
Probably
And
if you can, just sleep for 2 hours, set an alarm, and go to the plane, and then drink as much coffee or caffeine as or monsters as you find safe to ingest without causing any major physical harm.
are people who have meltdowns on airplanes. Because it's just the people who
All right, do whatever makes you
out of rape that occurs, and it's always going to end the same way.
What's that,
Cops are
pimp?
going to come out and drag you off the plane. You're going to
Fuck no. Fuck no.
That's the one little sense of power that they have.
No, bet it on green.
Everybody else on that plane. Do it.
No. No, it's red, black, or green. What roulette table are you using? Yeah, okay, an online casino has red, black, or green.
We're cooperative and then they snap. So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup. Difference between chip get together.
Dude, we had people on here gambling thousands of dollars last night.
An idea, create things like the Roman laws.
Word, dog. Somebody won thousands of dollars yesterday in here. We were just telling them what to play in roulette.
It's just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural,
but I think we are altogether beautiful. There is something magical about humans that as we get,
I don't know. I don't get political.
Walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical things that makes us human still persist. Don't let us hurt so.
Tight, man. You know you've said that like 14 times.
I've never had anybody ask me as many.
You said you were going to go like 14 times. Maybe like 4 times. But still, enjoy online blackjack. I hope you do well.
Thanks for listening to this conversation.
Okay, well, I'm here if you ever need anything.
Leave you with the words from John F. Kennedy. The very word.
Enjoy blackjack.
We are as people inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share. Those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They want to tell you, this is their main, this is how they succeed. If they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way. That's really what the intent is. And what we showed is just like, running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas they were talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe.
Following is a conversation with Bernie Sanders, Senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who against the long odds captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Let's Restream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician?
Nope.
Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician, I would say. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
do.
about.
I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about me. Yeah, nice guy, not a nice guy. But what politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people of the world, and how we're going to address them. That's what it should be.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. Got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech. What was that like?
It's extraordinary. Took a bus ride down with fellow students from the University of Chicago. And a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it was the first time I'd ever been in Washington in my life, but it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about then, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs. Jobs and justice, that was the name of that rally. And so it's something I've never forgotten.
What influence did he have on you? What did you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
King was a very impressive man. More impressive, I think, than people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom on up. So once he developed real organization, grassroots organization, which put pressure on communities and officials to end segregation, to open up voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about King, which is really quite extraordinary, is, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was, you're great, you're wonderful. But then, at the end of his life, he took on Lyndon Johnson and the war in Vietnam. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer thought he was so great. In fact, the message sent out, you're black, deal with civil rights, don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take care of that. But he said, if I talk about peace and nonviolence, I can't sit back and allow what's going on in Vietnam to continue without speaking out. Incredible courage to do that. And, by the way, he was assassinated at fighting for the rights of AFSCME workers, garbage guys who live at the garbage, who were treated for low wages, bad working conditions. He went out to support their right to form a union. That's what he went for.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if you go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches behind voting no on the Patriot Act on the Iraq resolution?
And maybe, ironically, it came out of maybe the war in Vietnam, the years of lies that people probably went into Vietnam under a lie. We lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in Vietnam. Cambodia died as a result of that. So you think twice about it. And then the war in Iraq, you had people like Dick Cheney and others telling us, oh, they have nuclear weapons, all that stuff. It's the only way we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. And it turns out historically I was right.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex?
It's huge. I mean, it gets to the broader issue where we are as a nation. And what I, almost uniquely in Congress talk about is the fact that we are moving Lex to an oligarchic form of society. Not a lot of people are familiar with that term, but what it means, we talk about an oligarchy in Russia. They're all surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? What do you think is happening in the United States? So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Right? That means whether it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massively large corporations control its produce and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system, and we don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money to buy this election. In Trump's campaign, you got three multi-billionaires spending over $200 million. Three people. Democrats have their billionaires not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
You got it. Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. We pay in the United States by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It's an issue I've worked on hard with some success. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there from the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Over 1,000.
Over 1,000. There are 100 members of the Senate, 435 members of the House, 535 members of Congress. There are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists representing the drug companies, including former leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why, we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military-industrial complex. You've got a revolving door. People go from the military into the General Dynamics, into the Lockheed Martin and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution in the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to an independent audit. So if you think there's a massive fraud and waste and cost overruns in the Pentagon, you'll be sorely mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt in accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit of both?
If corrupt means that here's $10,000, vote this way, doesn't work like that. Very, very rare occasionally. Very, very rare. That's corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have to raise, you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50-60 million. Where the hell are you going to get that money? It's not going to be $10 donations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with people who have the money, $5,000 plate dinners, etc. So you surround yourself with those people who say, oh, these are my problems, this is what I need, I need a tax break for billionaires, blah, 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 blah. So you live in that world. They are your financial support. They are, in a sense, your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of people taking envelopes with huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely, if ever, happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians dependent on those folks. And that's why, when I ran for president, what I probably made me most proud of is the fact that we received millions and millions of campaign contributions, averaging $27 a piece.
Have companies, lobbyists ever tried to buy you, try to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I do deal with these guys, but it's usually on a confrontational tone, so they don't come into my office very often telling me their problems.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
This is not, like many other issues, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It exists in other countries. If you go to, every country has their own election system, but nobody has a system where billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates in control. So, first thing you got to do, one of the things, Lex, I found is the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, passed the Citizens United decision. The Citizens United decision said, if you're a multi-billionaire, you want the freedom. You're a free person in a free country. You want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said that's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We've got to end that. In my view, with the public funding of elections. That means you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support. Get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're not a flake. You have some support, and government will pay a certain amount more, and there will be a limited amount of money that can be spent. So you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10-1. That's what we should be moving toward, in my view.
How do we make that happen? And there's so much money in the system, and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election. Does it have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
Well, you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires, do you think I'm going to go out and announce? I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections. I doubt that very much. So what you're going to need, and you tell me if I'm missing something, but I pay attention. You don't hear either of the major candidates talking about that issue.
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think it's a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why if it came from the top, if the president was using a very large platform to basically speak out, it provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be kind of a mass movement.
Yes, I mean, in every place I always speak about it. And it always, people understand it. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend tens and tens of millions of dollars to buy elections? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on that. But we need a grassroots movement to say, if somebody is at a town meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you prepared to vote to overturn that decision and move the public funding of elections? Extraordinarily important.
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, they're not. I beg to differ.
Okay, great. Well, they're popular. So what I mean is, relative to the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. So from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a more moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policy?
Okay, let's fair enough. You talked about that as a very important money. Getting
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. But in order,
My father died, he was 72. He died in 1942.
It's really an Irish part of Newfoundland, isn't it?
There was 4 lads. There was 2 brothers besides myself and my stepbrother. Depending on my father gave me the work to do for the day, like from Monday to Saturday. You might like to do it, which we're going down. And if you hadn't done when you were eating your supper, you'd want to find out the reason why you didn't. So I appreciate it.
It was pretty strict, but it helped you out.
Yeah, when I'm working for myself, like when you I appreciate it for that today.
You got your pension last year, and you haven't stopped very much at all.
I'm not going to stop until my legs give out, then I'm going to stop.
It's a pretty good place to live here in Cape Shore, isn't it?
I that's kind of a place to live. There's a lot, like I told you, there's a lot of meals you can put on the table, no cost any money. Like blowing a vegetable, a bit of fish.
From the sound of it, you got some cattle there too.
I have some cattle. Always kills whenever I farm. I had pigs, I remember having 23 pigs.
And you don't burn much oil either. You come on your own with it.
Because burns no oil, none at all.
I mean, what it's like now years ago, where you're not that old yourself. I know, but I suppose you can remember the 30s.
Get up at 12 o'clock when the people will be coming in. The last majority of people have doors. Come home at 4 o'clock. They're very much deep. Catch the handles of the plow and plow till 9 o'clock in the night. If you hadn't the plow, you're using the plow.
So it's hard to make a living then, wasn't it?
Yes, well, that's the only thing that people survived on that time. There was plenty of cattle there. All kinds of cattle. All kinds of sheep. That's
The binding force of all Predator tales is who is the alpha. They just made it like, don't let you know how it sounds like.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This is a story about a young couple who fight for each other despite everything.
How can you be successful?
It's a story of manipulation on a big scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
It's about who we are online. How little we know. Another couple of teenagers This is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeart is America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Central Mississippi, I took a new kind of burnt orange It's called gas clay. There's one thing that's known for wreaking havoc on anything American. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever before. You never get what you expect to know. Gas clay is known destroyed lots of Mississippi secrets. The 2012 construction crew left the big one.
To implement it and actually make it happen requires I mean, you can flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, right? But if you go to walk down the street here and you say, do you think billionaires should be able to spend as much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say that's crazy. That's not what America's supposed to be about. So in that sense, it's certainly not radical. Talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do it. Do a poll, I've done it. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless of their income? You know what people say? I would say that 85, 90% of the people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists in every major country on earth except the United States. So you're here with me in Burlington, Vermont, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk with Canadian, walk into Canada and ask people, when we go to a hospital, how much does it cost you? Which kind of bill? And they say, what are you talking about? It doesn't cost us anything. It doesn't cost us anything. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, but that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world, very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, to make huge profits to the drug companies, to the insurance companies, and that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate and I've led the effort on Medicare for all.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system. Not great, but a pretty good system in Medicare. So it's there for the elderly. And Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s, a huge step forward. It is being chopped away by the private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with the kind of deductibles that seniors now have to pay, you do away with other stuff. You say basically, right now, you're a senior in America. You go to any doctor you want. When you're in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, which it doesn't now cover, you do all of those things. And then the next thing you do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare, now you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and have everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking. A number of studies have pointed this out. When you take the profit motive out of it from the insurance companies and the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care to all people, no more than we're spending right now. Because right now, we are spending twice as much per person in healthcare as the people of any other nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Here's the story.
Yeah.
I've gotten my share of 30-second ads attacking me on this. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on healthcare. Sure, in a progressive way. But right now, do you have health insurance? Somebody's paying for your health insurance. It depends. If you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay? So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America are very high, and your employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Or if you're a union negotiating, what they'll say, hey, you want decent wages, you're going to have to cut back on your health. That's what every union has to deal with, every negotiating session. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay for it through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is really not radical. It's what exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like the police departments and like libraries are, like public education. It's publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, and you are, you have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 a year in insurance costs. Well, that's all eliminated.
Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course you will. Maybe it depends on your income level, but it could be that you'd be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You got a better deal through the tax system.
So the most painful thing in today's system is these surprise bills, the number one cause of bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stressed, in debt, and just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is going to cover it, and if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. So you're not going to go to the hospital even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that. So you just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's just not just financial, it's psychological.
Look, and I think you said it very well. I'm chairman of a committee that deals with this stuff, so I talk to a lot of doctors. And doctors in Vermont and all over this country tell me that they are astounded. People walk into their offices much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, "Why didn't you tell me 6 months ago when you first, felt your symptoms?" And they said, "Well, I have a high deductible. I get $10,000 deductible. I don't have any money to pay. I'm uninsured." Some of those people don't make it. Other people, and this is what it's they end up in the hospital, huge expense to the system, rather than getting the care they need when they need it. So that is something. Remember, you say the highest prices in the world. One out of 4 Americans can't afford to go to the doctor. So you walk to the doctor and say, "Okay, yes, you got this, that, that. This is the thing. You can't afford to do it." They're not in emergency. This is extremely expensive. Well, you end up in the hospital rather than dealing with the problem when it occurs. And what is not talked about, I mentioned earlier how we don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is that some 60,000 people in America die every single year unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor when they need because of financial reasons. And what are you even crazy? 1 out of 4 people with their cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or complete their financial resources. To your point, if somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death, you're worried about how you can live, you can die, what's going to happen.
This isn't alien slime, but it might save the planet. Meet the sound looks like a jelly bean, but
to me, I think healthcare is what unites us all. Everybody has family that gets sick, we'll get born, we'll die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies or the insurance companies.
There's just so many stories, not even the horrific stories, countless horrific stories, but just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Attia, has this story where he happens to be wealthy, so he can afford it, but he had to take his son to the emergency room, and the son was dehydrated, and the bill was $6,000. They just did a basic test and gave him an IV. Basic thing, and he has really good insurance, and the insurance covered $4,000 of it, so he had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for whom that one visit for such a simple thing would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? Speaking of that, you know what they say? So I don't feel well today. Something's wrong. I ain't gonna go to that emergency room because I don't want a $6,000 bill. What happens if you have insurance that pay 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if you didn't? What happens if you didn't have money? You'd be hounded by bill collectors. So it is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. But the insurance companies and the drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions, have a lot of lobbyists, and we are where we are. But I think the American people want fundamental changes.
So that's another good example, or a really popular idea that is not implemented because of the money.
That's wonderful. And I'll tell you that. Not only is it not implemented because of money, it's not even discussed. Right? So I'm saying here, and no one disputes it, we are spending twice as much per person on healthcare, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other major country. Do you think that might be an issue that we'd be discussing?
again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, I mean, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president, and the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. So speaking of that, you had a historic campaign run for president in 2016. And in the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks emails showed. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm angry. Of course I'm upset. But, you know, when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who control that party forever, money's interest in the Democratic Party. You know, you're taking on corporate America, and you're taking on the corporate media. And when you're calling for a political revolution that creates a government that works for not just the few, the opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign in 2020 is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment, and we showed, despite the entire establishment, I had in the Senate, I had one support. There were 50 Democrats. I had one support. I had no governor supporting me. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, got millions of votes. And the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that they had to eventually deal with in one way or another. If you look at the American Rescue Plan, which I'm proud to have helped write, during the midst of COVID, a lot of the ideas that we fought for were implemented in that bill, and I want to make them obviously permanent.
And you almost won. And a lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would have. I think Trump is I think he's a little bit crazy between you and me, but he is a smart politician. And he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. And you know what? Working class people should feel angry, but they should make sure that their anger is directed in the right direction, not against people who are even worse off than they are, which is what demagogues like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country, that we have a lot of support from working class people who understand that there is something wrong. And this is an incredible fact that no one talks about. I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex? Here we go. Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? Everyone agrees. And I don't know exactly what it is. But the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker 50 years ago doing something similar. Is the worker today, in real inflation accounted for dollars, making more money than that worker 50 years ago?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on the statistics. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off, would be working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the RAND Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion with the T, redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. You got CEOs today making 300 times more than their workers. You've got 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they're worried that their kids may have a lower standard of living today in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So there's a lot of anger out there. And I think we have some of that anger in a constructive way. Essentially saying, you know what? We don't need so few to have so much in wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly.
I got to get back to 2016 because it's such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave and the establishment and joined them in support. And your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, for a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back and had to do it all over again, what would you do different?
Well, by the way, in terms of the takeover of the Democratic Party, we did try. We ran, Keith Ellison is. Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's doing a great job. He's one of the outstanding attorneys generals in the country. And Keith was then a member of Congress. And we ran Keith to become the head of the DNC and the establishment for the President of the United States on that went crazy. They beat him by a few votes, not very honest. So it's, look, you face, that's the exact same position that many of us are in right today. So people say, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? Yeah, what's the alternative? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to undermine American democracy. So I can't support him. Hillary Clinton, obviously, its views are very, very different than mine. But that in that moment, that's where politics becomes really tricky. And it ain't easy. And, sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about. But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. We had more success with Biden than we had with Trump.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Ravenhoft, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you called The Fighting Soul on the Road with Bernie Sanders. And he tells us many great stories, but one of them is your meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could do a good Obama impression. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, a moral voice for our party giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices, prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to sort of moderate your approach in order to win. So was Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very, very fascinating. Sometimes you can run and lose and you really win if your goal is not just individual power, but transforming society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. That ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who Debs was. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president, I think, 5 times. Ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I. He got 1 million votes doing that. Debs lost badly in every race that he ran in. 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president. And much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was at least some of what Debs had fought. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary people. And when people know what's going on and are prepared in an organized way to fight for change, they can make incredible changes. And we've seen that in recent years. Today we take for granted, well, we have a woman running for president of the United States. We've had other women running for president. We have women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920s, it was when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women and their male allies stood up and fought. Gay rights. Old enough to remember that anybody I knew who was gay, do you think they would talk about it? Come out about it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive changes. Change happens when people at the grassroots level demand that. We talked about healthcare a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all when millions of people make it clear that's what they want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, he too is a singular historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol I think he'll be remembered for a long time. What do you What do you admire most about him?
You know, I know him. We're not best friends, but I know him well and reach out every once in a while. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in the history of this country. And I think few would deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers there is in America. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than it looks. He and his family, for 8 years, with his wife Michelle and his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the American people, even if people disagree with him. So he deserves it. And again, don't underestimate him. I think, years ago, there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes never going to happen. Can't happen. Too racist the country. He did it. And that is a huge accomplishment. And I think, he has had some significant achievements in his presidential tenure. He and I did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you, I think his public stance is that here, if you had to start all over again, he would do Medicare for all, single payer. But where we are right now, the best we could do is the Affordable Care Act. But we disagree on that. And we disagree on other things. But, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he has accomplished.
And he, like you, also gave a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president. And that takes courage.
Yep.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard, and people do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the fossil fuel industry. These people have unlimited amounts of money. They're very smart, lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they're very, very greedy people. They want to know.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes, that's right.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increase in quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So what are the sort of, how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
Some of my European friends, they say, Bernie, in the United States, you're considered to be very radical. If you were here in, France or Denmark or someplace, you'd be kind of mainstream left guy, not all that radical. So this is what I think. I think the best that we can do right now, where we are right now, is to create a society which does two things. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in a wealthy nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, you look at Scandinavia, and this shocks people because we don't talk about this well. So in Scandinavia, that's been the case, Denmark, Finland, Norway, for years, that people have healthcare. That's not a big deal. You end up in the hospital, so they're in bed. You have, and this shocks people. In America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes people get nothing. There are people out there with no vacation off. In Germany, you have 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays as well. People are shocked by that. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country not to do it. Other countries, your wife gets sick, you stay home with her. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. You get a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more affordable. So what you want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means, I don't care what your income is. Of course you're going to have health care is the human right. Of course you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course your kids are going to have great quality education, childcare, university, without much cost. You know, every country has a little bit different, but there are countries in the world right now, like in Germany, I think the college is now tuition free, as I recall. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce they can. So, in terms of government playing a role in a civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits, yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store on the corner? Of course not. You want innovation. You want to go out and start a business, produce a product. Good luck, you make money. But on the other hand, in terms of even making money, we want you to be able to do that, come up with good products, good services. But do I think we should end up with $100 billion? I don't. And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who's I think the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos, and he's only worth 100+ billion that he gets right. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions, and I asked him questions. Bill, tell me something. You know, you're an innovator with Microsoft and all that stuff. Did you know that you become a multi-billionaire and stop motivating? And he said, no, I believe in science. I love doing what I love programming. When I was a kid, he started doing it. He loved it. He was motivated. Do you think that there are scientists out there who work day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer, but they're motivated? Oh, boy, if I come up with this drug, I'll become a billionaire. So I think, we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing a new drug. So I think we have gone a little bit too far. And you're right, talking about the book was an attack on, you call it hyper-capitalism or uber-capitalism. But right now, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to the, trillionaire families in the Mideast. These guys are with Putin and his friends. You got probably not more than 5,000-10,000 extraordinarily wealthy families who have unbelievable economic power, over 7 billion people on this planet.
Well, Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck, and you just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are building cool stuff, that are improving quality of life, but we can question of why is it that the working class does not have a living wage in many cases, and sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is just look. I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially the role that he's playing right now in Trump's campaign. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations in companies? Yes, he does. Does he deserve credit for that? Yeah, he does. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I would love to see great innovators figure out how we build the affordable housing that we need, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. All right, do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues that impact humanity. But, reward innovators, I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem when 3 people end up owning more wealth than 1/2 of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and the minimum wage, I believe, was $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing Trump didn't invent. It's called a photo op. I've done 1 or 2 in my life. So you go to a place, what's on an apron, good old Donald Trump, just another McDonald's worker. Anyhow, he was surviving. He did his photo op. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane. Fine, that's what politicians do. But some reporter asked him, they said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because you got, I don't know how many, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by on $9, $10, $11 an hour. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. You have people working at McDonald's right now for sure were working with 12, 13 bucks an hour. So the reporter said, what do you think about raising federal minimum wage? And he's, these are great workers. I love McDonald's. So he didn't answer the question. Well, I think that in the richest country in the history of the world, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in London. That means we should have a federal minimum wage, not absurdly 7.25 an hour, but in my view, $17 an hour. And will that solve all the economic problems for working class people? No, it won't. It'll help. It'll help.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books and selling those books. And you are one of the most famous politicians in the world. And so your wealth in context, in comparison to other people of that fame level and other politicians, is actually quite modest. So what's your response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, Vermont, in a middle class neighborhood. Nice house. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C. as the most senators. And we live there year after year. When I first went to, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. When I got elected, okay, you got a 6-year term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house, and guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I had a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism, which was the New York Times bestseller for one. And also another book was a youth book. That's, I make like $175,000 a year, and that's more or less how I became a zillionaire.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used, and I think your residences are quite modest. From my perspective.
They're not middle class houses, very nice houses.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
Not much.
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. And obviously, growing up in a working class family has been maybe the most singularly significant aspect of my politics. It's, I grew up without money in a family that lived in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. So that has impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really get down with that money. I drive a car that's 11 years old. It's an old car. And money is my jewelry. It's a solar watch. My wedding ring. That's about it. I don't have a Rolex watch. Would not be interested in it. But I'll tell you what has impacted me. My wife, who also grew up in a working class family, will tell you the same. We don't worry. We raise that issue. If we have to go to the doctor, if our kids have to go to the doctor, we go to the doctor. I don't spare pipes for it. I used to, there was a time I had to worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about that. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress of not worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. And that is enormous. I, maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for, but with working class people. I'm chairman of the committee deals with labor issues. We have been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. I've been on picket lines. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into. You can get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. Not hard to do. I try as hard as I can.
So sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, to be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been poor most of my life. I've been very fortunate recently to have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, have insurance, and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
I think you said it very well. I remember even and I saw this change in myself. When I used to go out, I do the grocery shop. My wife does a lot of the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I used to look at the prices of everything. I do that less than. I said, what the hell does the market cost 50 cents more for this canister and so on? But that's a luxury you have Well, you don't have to worry about that. And I don't have to worry about that. But your point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars and big fancy homes. They'll go on. My wife will tell you we've not been on a real vacation for God knows how long, because I work pretty hard. But the major thing about having money, which is enormously important, is just what you said. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family gets sick, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table. Okay, so that's what money is.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase of the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question regarding, to my mind, American politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to have played a role in this, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you will see almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, led very well by a woman from Washington, Bernard Child, who does a great job. You know, it's people like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, people of color, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years, elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the progressive. And, you know, the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees its salvation in getting a whole lot of money from wealthy individuals and, you know, large corporations, and is not very vigorous, in my view, in representing the needs of working class people. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires pay an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver has. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is it's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of, you know, Donald Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And the Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party will be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, whether you're black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever you may be, or will it be a corporately dominated party? That's the struggle we're in right now.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I would have loved it if you ran. I think you would have had a great chance of winning not just the primary, but the presidency.
I gave it about 5 minutes. And the reason was we have a slogan, progressive movement, it's not about me, it's about us. And, you know, to have taken on Biden, who, in my view, on domestic issues, has been quite strong, would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for an easy Trump victory. And that I did not want to see. So sometimes in life, and I know that a lot of younger people who don't agree with me, but you got to make choices which are painful. So I strongly supported Biden because I liked his domestic record. He's done some good things against a lot of opposition, and I'm supporting Kamala right now. But I'm doing my best to see that a dangerous guy like Donald Trump does not exist.
And the hope for you is that there will be future candidates that are populist, that are progressive.
Yes.
Let me ask you about AOC. She's become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You two had a great conversation on your podcast, and in general, you work together. So what's to you is most impressive about her?
I really like Alexandria a lot. She is a young woman who comes from a working class background. She helped her mother clean houses. She was a bartender in the Bronx, New York. And I'm very proud that my campaign for president inspired her to run. And she ran on a progressive working class program. And she took on one of the more powerful guys, a guy named Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she knocked on doors. She had no money. They're very strong grassroots, and I appreciate that. So that's number one. I like what she stands for. She's incredibly smart, and she has that certain charisma that maybe you're born with it, maybe developed. But I know she. A couple of years ago, she came up here to Vermont to spend some time. She and her partner Riley came up, and we were out the street. People saw her, and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled, and she had an approach to people which was beautiful. I mean, it wasn't movie, it was real. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you could be a great intellectual, but you can't relate to people. She relates well to people, and so I think both from a personality perspective, from an intellect perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept. We need to create jobs as we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel. Strong advocate for Medicare for all, workers' rights. So I'm a big fan of Alexandria.
What do you think is the most powerful, enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back, you've been in it for quite a bit.
Well, I don't know if you give a singular answer. As mayor of this city, proud of what we accomplished here. Proud of my accomplishments as a U.S. Senator, when COVID was devastating this country and we had a massive economic downturn. As chairman of the Budget Committee, I helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into people's pockets. We cut childhood poverty by 40% by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going, we kept colleges going, we kept people from getting evicted, helped get public health out there, people getting the vaccines. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, gets back to the early part of this conversation, the ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. So Donald Trump says, "Well, Bernie Sanders is a far left." It's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody supports. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share. Those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all, and we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They really don't. They want to tell you this is their main, this is how they succeed. If they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way. That's really what the intent is. And what we showed is just running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas of working class people, young people.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible to win. And that's an idea that will resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates now in the House of Representatives, people on city council, people on state legislature who did win.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in the working class are suffering from. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Well, when you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah, of course I'm doing it.
Are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of that. What I am afraid of, I think, is infirmity. I have been, knock on wood, this is what I think, reasonably healthy with an exception. I go on that 5 years ago. What blew me away was that my body failed me for the very first time in my life. That was stunning. That, suddenly I was in the hospital. I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes, having a hard time walking. Maybe your mental agility is slipping a little bit. That's tough. That's what worries me. We are all going to die, and that's that. So I'm not afraid of that, but that aspect of getting older, and that does concern me.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard. And also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that just as a human being. So you still got it after all those speeches.
Welcome. How are you?
Fuck. houses. After all of it, there's still the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. So Bernie, yeah, like I said, I wish you would have ran this year, but I also wish that there's future candidates.
Yeah, and there will be. Yes, love the legacy. The idea that they'll have wonderful, really wonderful people who got involved in the political process and fighting for justice. That's a great thing.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
Sometimes one can become very cynical. You look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. You look at the divisiveness in this country, the ugliness, the poverty. You look at climate change. You get depressed from all that. But I am lucky in this sense. And I've had the opportunity. People often ask, what inspires you? How do you keep going? And I remember, actually, it was in California where it really crystallized. It was a rally in the agricultural area of California. We did a rally in the sunset. Thousands of people around. I looked around the crowd. There were young people, black and white, Latino, Asian American, huge. A section of older people. They all wanted to make America a very much better country. They really moved that. And I see that time and time I just went on the campaign trail. And you see great people, really beautiful people, who are not interested in becoming billionaires. They want to improve life for other people in this country. So, I am grateful. It sounds like a platitude now. It's what every politician says, oh, blah, 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 blah. But when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations, and you go to factories, and you see so many wonderful people. I have been able to see things that many others have in every state in the country. And that inspires me.
I share their optimism. I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for what you're doing. Let me just say a word. Okay,
let's go.
The compliments here. I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news or the reporters lie all the time. That's nonsense. But I think people want to hear folks really talk about in a calm manner about some of the very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media. And I think that's what you and some others are doing. So I thank you very much. It's a very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective for creating a wonderful town. And I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around.
I didn't quite create the leaves.
Yeah.
I did create some other things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernie.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether they be few or many, that is an oligarchy. And where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization? The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar, I love talking to him on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines of thought. This is the Let's Frequent podcast, and now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have, and you're at the highest possible level. Describe it.
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Hood in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. And that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is called the Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back it's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. You get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization. And yet, certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what I take it to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic, as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic, and that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, and I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley Civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up, they kind of build up gradually. First there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also not obvious, but it's just there's a first kind of settlement and stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction. I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary. And that was fundamentally about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, the 11,600-year date from Enclosure D, just the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantia in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the potential, tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this, in turn, has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Tas Tepeler civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean the older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones. And then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not the mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment, and there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced, and that was taking place there. Now, you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, from the Paleolithic, and they had found some Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by hunter-gatherers. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word politically, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture. I'm going to use the word being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about the Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which it spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again. And then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root by then. Actually, one of the things, I'll just say this in passing, when I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey. And the fact that the Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture, it was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is. And perhaps we should also state, if you look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explored. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this. Look at Homo erectus. Yeah, 1.9 million years ago. Almost right away, we spread out to the whole world. And we, I was thinking it's awesome. And we should also mention, since we're talking about the controversial debates going on, because I understand there's still debates about the dynamics and all that was going on there, like you mentioned in Africa. But I think the current understanding we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more of a theory. It's really strong. Why? Because we're part of Great Apes, and it's an African family. Yeah. There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill, and I think that goes very deep into human character. And I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. And they're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things, because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way? It makes a journey along the Milky Way. But there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia. The same idea, and I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and that has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science, actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession, and I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession, and the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschen are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, is results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of the season before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime, in the period of 72 years, is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and Mondesian calls some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rift Valley. 432,000 is a multiple of 72, and at Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vazuki, and what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's mill, Body's mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santillana and Mondesian did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before electricity, the stars is like
Yeah.
the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so there's that's
It's
you're
the majesty
spending
of the heaven.
every single night. You're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars,
Yeah.
and sort of the scientist of the day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars, and then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh yeah.
So like it makes sense that the stars have primal importance for the ideas of the times, for status, for religious exploration.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac
Eat cheese out of my beard,
recognized
girl.
much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might
I'm
not
a queen.
identify the constellations in exactly the
I
same
love
way
you.
we do today.
I'm
That
a
may
queen.
well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the part of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, the detecting the precession of the equinox is hard because, especially, they don't have any writing
Fuck yeah, they're not
systems.
sure
They
that
don't have
much.
any mathematical systems. So everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. Oral traditions. That's something we've lost in our culture today. We've one of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity. Writing, this is a wonderful thing. It will enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, "No, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context." And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information very properly. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle, and as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. I do think this is part of the story of the preservation.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. And I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely in archaeology dealing with the flood myths, so that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such a rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yeah. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the Earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time. And that draw has revealed the sides of the draw. And you can see the cross-section. And in the cross-section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth. And it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There's quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth dips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age. And it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end, and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. That's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passes through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system around about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the Taurid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the Beta Taurids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through the Taurid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Taurid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shock quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at that little area. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis actually, it's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a Requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some likely title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative view of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch, Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for or environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period. In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there. We still pass through it twice a year. Is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery. It's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word "advanced civilization," this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time. And then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me, and it's not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it. So they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had alchemy. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They've been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world and mapped the world. Those maps were made a very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied. So from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators. That's about as far as I can take it. And when I say that, it's, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that. And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to. Well, definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed in the region.
and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Temples and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Yes. First of all, the astronomy. Here, I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Swallow Lubis, who noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and the strange scallop erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Swallow was right. Maybe there was some flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I've had right here, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bovar. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius, and it does take a genius sometimes to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before, that the three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings that line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was the ancient Egyptian called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids, as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment when the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. there were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's a result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. It's 270 feet long and 70 feet high, and it's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you would be better. You'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau is a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion blocks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated. I would never divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that have existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill. And that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids. The pyramids were built by the Egyptians to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, But the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists used to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three great pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building? When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Djoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids were built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60ths because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolutely massive size of the thing. Plus, its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph, Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big fall, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people could walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber. You go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure in the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, a diary of an individual called Merer was found. He talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. It's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way. But I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You've got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance, not walk, you're going to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot-long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mahmud didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx, maybe some aspects of the pyramid, were much earlier, and why that's important is in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe, seeking refuge and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zentepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhet are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages. because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Kalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge at Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years. And finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the Gaps argument. And I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in drips and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1B, like Meltwater Pulse 1A, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started, or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And, of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote-unquote, civilization. And
welcome, Marty.
I think largely from those ancient maps that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization. I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter-foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right, very tiny percent, and even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists. Typically, 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there is going to be a place, like what will be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive like perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Cayce organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. So of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43, Closure D at Göbekli Tepe, contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark.
Y'all gotta end up joining.
At the summer solstice, 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. And it's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryness, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause, bathroom break.
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. And I wasn't very interested in them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign of the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. There's nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not dangerous. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Kim Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops has just recently started his YouTube channel. Kim Dibble has had one for quite a while, pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am. And that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get it cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. If that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under the documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down. I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. Well, after 30 years of its attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask questions. Exactly. I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it, and he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So, given that, can you maybe steer man the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened, that they were hunter-gatherers for a long time? And then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history, which is under Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to this springing up of civilization in different places on Earth. So you sort of make the case for that.
And I completely understand why that is the position, because that's what they found. Archaeology is very much looking to the kind of stuff of science. And it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and very keen to what archaeology does. And in what they found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, besides, we live in a very politically correct world, and the idea that some sort of lost civilization or that which other cultures around the world is seen as racist or colonialist in some way, it triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think the majority of that work is sort of keeps its faith on. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to straighten it. I think that what here most archaeologists, some much more different than others. So what most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence of a lost civilization. And to that, I much prefer please look at the text. Please consider the implications of the underdrive. Please look at the ancient government. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and see them. For God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age, and that have hardly been studied by archaeologists at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always becoming new. It can take years, it takes decades, in the case of Glover's first hypothesis, that it's 700 billion Americans. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain. If we can just go back to your debate with Jay Logan's experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by? First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel and it's signaled on my website, I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I put that credit to the video that I put about. That is not a fact, that is an estimate, an UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it would have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there's been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. Maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The people in Australia involved relatively short, 90 kilometers, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island even during the Ice Age. And no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either, but that doesn't mean that that thing didn't happen.
I should just like linger on this because for me it was the shipwrecks thing was convincing, and then looking back, first of all, watching your video, but also just realizing the people in Australia part. That's mind-boggling. 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out into the ocean in a harsh environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death.
And I don't know what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90 kilometers.
Humans did it.
Yeah.
Again,
it's that urge to explore. Yeah. And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land, that's the land that was in it that the geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's been done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats?
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
everything that makes a boat is lost to time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship. And you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 55 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships further back you go. Just the oldest, I guess, is about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that make these things, so that he's not saying that I myself am a racist, but the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin. It really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. At least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation. When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever. And then you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are actually has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin. People are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind, He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Finn something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that. And I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense, it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with a very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him, I admire and respect. I think he thought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have on YouTube.
Just say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the technique of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. And I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of that without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study. But nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public. I think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative points of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative points of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. Behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past. And anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. But there could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Martti Pasanen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthquakes that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR, along with the radar.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look.
What's up, Adi? How are you? Can you hear me? Yes? No? Are you there?
We look from up above. That's right. So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky, yeah, and a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because this is geometrical structure. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost kind of like squaring the circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mysteries. It's fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. That's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several hundred million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself. It was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been
let's get ourselves off the planet, go and populate some other planet. But the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory, and life itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's when their life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is a one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere. And it's just plants. And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic was already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
The potential for that magic is there.
the potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it, and that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like 3 billion years with single cell organisms. So it seems like life is pretty good in single cell organisms, that there's no need for multicellularity, like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? But those are all fascinating mysteries. And it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past, take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens, maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah, I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? What was the magic thing? So there's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell good stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any favorite conceptions?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, or we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They're still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism that took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause coup, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. Maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yeah.
They spread. I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path, defining my own.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you've discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything, of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest parents. When I spent time with shamans in the Amazon, I observed people who are constantly experimenting in a very scientific way. They're always trying to put this and think of that in different types, for example, of the ayahuasca pool, to see if it has different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat which is entirely down to the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager and they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of and shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken in exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the sky and develop navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But ultimately, what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes. Ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems, and perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. The ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. And the other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. The reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. That's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten, and consumed and smoked, all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special, and then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, the Diplopteris camerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO DMT. And the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals, it's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca do, and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the flame to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to two possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we locked into the physical realm. We need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness. And that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more remote. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter, and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca.
Go get him, Lily.
Start to feel an intelligent
That's my girl. Lily's my girl.
Which I
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bump.
ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who
Shout out to
interpret the spirit
Lily.
of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher.
Wherever you are.
That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons.
LG.
With a mixture of two plants,
Life's
it
good.
calls us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating that ayahuasca is going to give you until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously, make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions up with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybin mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna and his book Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities. And those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form. Might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with the DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday or the day before, you take it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. No tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group called sentient others. Where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They didn't do so, they weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that person is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences want to apply for the job.
What's this bitch's name? Myrtle?
Those who did.
Myrtle in New York. Hi, George. I just wanted to say that I saw a Bigfoot on the corner of Broadway and 6th. And it was, well, it could have been a homeless man or an unhoused person, as they say. Anyway, I just wanted you to know I've got 3 things to say. First, I just saw a homeless person on the corner of Broadway and 6th, but it could have been Bigfoot. Secondly, well, don't forget, I'm gonna take my answers off the air. Secondly, I was having coffee with my daughter, and we were talking about dogs. Daughter, coffee, dogs. You know, no big whoop. Anyway.
If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible.
I was saying to my daughter, you know, I was just near the corner of 6th and Broadway, and there was either a homeless person or a Bigfoot, and I don't really know. So my daughter was drinking her coffee, said, "Ma, we got to get you in a home." And I said, "Well, can I still call George?" And she said, "Who is George?" I said, "George Norrie." She says, "Who is that?" I said, "Don't you know? I've been calling into Coast to Coast AM for decades now." My daughter said, "I don't even have a radio." She doesn't know anything. Anyway, so George, the third thing I have to say is I was near the corner of 6th and Broadway, and you're never going to believe. I'll take my answers off the air to my questions, and you're really good at remembering what I said. So I'm at the corner of Broadway and 6th, and you're never going to believe this. Right next to a hot dog cart, I saw either an unhoused person or Bigfoot. Now, George, I've been calling in for like decades, and you know how much I absolutely adore both the unhoused and Bigfoot. George, so I was walking on near 6th and Broadway, watching either a homeless person or Bigfoot. I was telling my daughter as we were having coffee, she brought her dog, that I was by the corner of 6th Street and Broadway when I think I saw either an unhoused person or Bigfoot.
be evaporated.
George, I'm going to take my answers off the air. Thank you.
They just go away. There's really
That
no
was
science
Merle in
this.
New York.
And they are being integrated into convention.
What do you have to say about that? I'm the numbers lady.
I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it's coming.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that you had a TED Talk more on consciousness that was taken down.
Do your boy.
Just the general resistance.
Hi, George.
It was pretty.
There's a
It was a rabbit.
Cornelius is over here.
That's what I was talking about ayahuasca.
Hey, Corny, how you doing? Hey, George. They call me
But
the
as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to
Gun
make decisions
God
about their
and-
own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk.
gun, God, guns, and
local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. And I gave this talk.
God, guns, and
consciousness. And it was immediately pulled down from TED's main
something. I don't even know.
with all
And the
kinds of
bullets
bizarre reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late because a number of
Beans
people had already downloaded it
and bullets,
and
man.
uploaded it onto other YouTube channels.
Gun,
And actually,
what
their
the fuck is
download
it?
made it go viral.
I bet if I just type in these 3 words, it comes up.
Otherwise. But again, it's a sign
Bullets,
that points of view that are not accepted.
Bible, bullets, and beans.
Power, are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You got it. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness, and that is what is happening at Imperial College right now. Is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials
Cornelius.
for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar. People from different age groups,
Cornelius.
different parts of the world, are all having the same experiences.
And for me, from an engineer perspective,
From Alexandria.
if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings,
Yeah.
it's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
From where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here, and that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans?
God, guns, and gold. How'd you forget gold, son?
Exciting to consider the possibility that we
Because I was so focused on
But why not? We're a vehicle.
Bible, bullets, and beans.
I think
They call me the God, guns, and gold man. You're always asking for handouts, though. How much gold do you have?
To manifest and express that consciousness.
Oh,
What
Cornelius.
a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at 2 pigeons,
Get ready, George.
and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything. And I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can
Things I can do without. The rabbi, and the thinly dressed lily, popping up as followers all the time, block them on portal. Why is that?
construct all kinds of physical forms. manifest
What's this going? What's going on here?
Enters if they become
What did they say?
Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming
No trouble from a rabbi, but the scantily kept. Oh, yeah, it's because you don't speak English.
ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the
Come on.
that are
Let me show you where it's at.
that's
Come
because
on,
we're
come on.
afraid.
Let me
When I
show
say
you
we,
where
I'm
it's
speaking
at. Come on,
nation,
come on.
then
Let
we
me
are
show
afraid
you
of
where
other
it's
people.
at.
We
The
fear
name
that
of the
they're going to
game.
hurt us or damage us in some way.
Name of the
Stop
place.
that.
I like it
This
like
root of
that.
many conflicts, this fear. And so fear of AI may not be such a good idea. After all, it might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing, but it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive, and it can shut you down completely.
If you look into the future, maybe the next 100 years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was built.
It's kind of tight.
And We now
But
have
I'm
with
wrong.
new tech, with scanning technology, it's now become apparent that there are many major voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery that has been identified with remote scanning. And new chambers, one of them has even been opened up already, are being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own
Oh, no.
initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all. But some people are fascinated by it and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising
Oh,
questions
no.
in their minds. And they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's like 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious was actually built and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb or a tomb only. The later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid in Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons. This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at the tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it's obvious that there will be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica.
Not everyone who dies at work
Hermes
gets a day
of the
named
Greeks
after
was the
them.
Greek version of Thoth.
You skip a
was the
step,
god of
they
ancient
dig a
Egypt,
hole.
and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica. But it's
You can't
expressing an
spell
ancient
slaughter
Egyptian
without
idea
laughter.
to mirror the perfection of the
There's a
heavens on earth.
TP.
Do you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of using ramps?
Safety rules are
Yeah,
written in
ramps
blood.
won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even beliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath, and that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that, and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted up there. Now, ramps, I suppose, is the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete your work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. And it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up the ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000 year clock that was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Diablo Mountains in Texas. So they're building a clock that takes once a year for 10,000 years. So it's talking about, and it's supposed to sort of run, if there's a nuclear apocalypse, it just runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like, okay, if 10,000 years and beyond, if something goes wrong, or future humans that are way different come back and they analyze what happened here. How can we create monuments that they could then analyze? And in that way, be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now
that would last? And the answer is that the majority of what we build now wouldn't last. It would be gone within a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures, like the Great Pyramid. That would last, and it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago, and then for the next 10,000 years, nobody touched it. Nobody knew it was there. It took the genius of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he'd found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of the burial of the is it means that no later culture trod over it and imposed their organic materials on it and messed up the dating sequences and so on and so forth, or vandalized it or used it as a quarry. It's all there now.
So you mentioned that the pyramids and some of the other amazing things that humans have built was the result of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart of many pyramids around the world. Is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion of death and the notion of the exploration of the afterlife. And this is, of course, the fundamental mystery that all human beings face. We may wish to ignore it.
Welcome.
We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen, but we are, of course, all mortal. Every one of us, all 8 million or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? There are a few cultures that really intensely, deeply studied that mystery. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light breaks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as the soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that's the case. We know we don't, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul.
What do you think of King Henry?
Yeah, it's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we all share. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example here, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death and hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately the judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the 3 monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world today.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
I am not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about death. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it, and I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death is going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. And I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. that there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. So I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, children who remember past lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. And he found several such children under the age of 7 in India who were able to remember specific details of a past life, and he was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of everything, if it's the essence of everything, and consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment that the universe has put into creating this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery. And if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Graham, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Dear Diary,
The following is conversation with Jordan Peterson, his second time on this, the Restream podcast. You have given several lectures on Nietzsche as part of the new Peterson Academy. And the lectures were powerful. There was some element of the contradictions, the tensions, the drama, the way you lock in on an idea, but then our struggle with that idea, all of that gives us to Nietzsche.
Yeah, well, he's a big influence on me, stylistically and in terms of the way I approach writing. And also, many of the people that were other influences of mine were very influenced by him. So I was blown away when I first came across his writings. They're so intellectually dense that I don't know if there's anything that approximates that. Dostoevsky, maybe, although he's much more wordy. Nietzsche is very succinct, partly because he was so ill, because he would think all day. He couldn't spend a lot of time writing. They condense his writings into very short, well, this aphoristic style he had. It's really something to strive for. And then he's also an exciting writer, like Dostoevsky, and dynamic and romantic in that emotional way. And so it's really something. And I really enjoyed doing that. I did that lecture that you described. That lecture series is on the first half of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a stunning book. And that was really fun to take pieces of it and then to describe what they mean, how they've echoed across the decades since he wrote them. And yeah, it's been great.
Taking each sentence seriously and deconstructing it and really struggling with it. I think underpinning that approach to writing requires deep respect for the person. I think if we approach writing with that kind of respect, you can take Orwell, you can take a lot of writers and really dig in on singular sentences.
Yeah, well, those are the great writers, because the greatest writers, virtually everything they wrote is worth attending to. And I think Nietzsche is in some ways the ultimate example of that, because often when I read a book of Marx, one way or another, I often hold the corner of the page over to indicate something that I found that's worth remembering. I couldn't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because every page ends up marked. And that's in marked contrast, so to speak, to many of the books I read now, where it's quite frequently now that I'll read a book and there won't be an idea that I haven't come across before. And with a thinker like Nietzsche, that's just not the case at the sentence level. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of who did that to a greater extent than he did. So there's other people whose thought is of equivalent value. I've returned recently, and I'm going to do a course on to the work of this Romanian historian of religions, Mircea Eliade, who's not nearly as well known as he should be, and whose work, by the way, is a real antidote to the postmodern, nihilistic, Marxist stream of literary interpretation that the universities as a whole have adopted. And Eliade is like that too. I used this book called The Sacred and the Profane quite extensively in a book that I'm releasing in mid-November, We Who Wrestle with God. And it's of the same sort. It's endlessly analyzable. Eliade walked through the whole history of religious ideas, and he had the intellect that enabled him to do that, and everything he wrote is dreamlike in its density. So every sentence or paragraph is evocative in an image-rich manner that also deepens and broadens the scope. And that's part of often what distinguishes writing that has a literary end from writing that's more merely technical. Like the literary writings have this synergistic and dreamlike reference space around them, and it takes a long time to turn a complex image into something semantic. And so if you're writing evokes deep imagery, it has a depth that can't be captured merely in words. And the great romantic poetic philosophers, Nietzsche is a very good example, Dostoevsky is a good example, so is Mircea Eliade. They have that quality. And it's a good way of thinking about it. You know, it's kind of interesting from the perspective of technical analysis of intelligence. There's a good book called The User Illusion, which is the best book on consciousness that I ever read. It explains the manner in which our communication is understandable in this manner. So imagine that when you're communicating something, you're trying to change the way that your target audience perceives and acts in the world. So that's an embodied issue. But you're using words which aren't.
Audie. Just one moment. How you living? What's good? Can you hear me? Who's your okay? You're sleeping. Did you say you're sleeping outside? Why are you outside? What happened to Grandma? Okay, so you're in a homeless shelter right now? Okay. Do you have a caseworker? Do you have a case? Okay, can you go? Can you stay with them? Oh, you said your. I thought. Okay. Can you stay with your baby? No. Can you stay with your baby daddy? Oh, okay. Can you go back to staying with your grandma? Are you sure? Okay. I mean, couldn't you just like knock on? No, 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 no. I'm not saying to do that. Couldn't you just knock on? Couldn't you just call? Couldn't you just call her? No, not right now. Call her in the morning and say, "Grandma." Okay. So, are you able to go inside the shelter? What do you mean? You tell. Okay. Um. And then what? Okay, well, I just hope that you're. Go ahead. Okay, are you able to get to a shelter in the morning? Okay, so you're gonna go to the shelter in the morning? Okay, so in the morning, you've got to wait. It is, but you are done. You're done. So you've got like four. You've got like 4 hours, right? Let's talk out your. No, let's talk. Let's talk out your plan, Odd. Let's talk out your plan. And then I'll listen. Okay, so I'm okay. So in like 4 hours. Okay. You ready to talk? Look, Artie, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear many stories. I've given you the. I will hear it after. But let's talk about your plan. I'm not going to take verbal abuse. Let's talk. Let's talk your plan. Okay, and then I'll listen to your. Okay, so in 4 hours, you're gonna walk. Okay, that's fine. All right. So, Adi, I can't hear you, but you're gonna listen to me. In 4 hours, when the shelter opens, I suggest you go there. I suggest that you call your caseworker and your therapist as soon as possible, and do everything you can to clean yourself up and get on your feet. Additionally, if possible, I think it's perhaps in your best interest to see if you can stay somewhere permanently or more permanently, maybe just temporarily, at your son's father's place if he'd accept you, or your grandmother's place, or perhaps with your father, or somewhere temporarily. And if anything, stay at the shelter and do your best to stay safe. But don't spend all this time outside. It's not going to be good for you. Zoot, what's going on, big dog? What up, pimp? Okay. Did you win the lottery? Okay. That sounds like a plan. Are we playing just a normal game? 301, 101. Okay, are we just playing 101 easy? No, 101. Okay. Zoot, we're waiting on you. Okay. So this is it. This is official. Okay. Twelve, 14, 15. 12, 14, 15, 18. 12, 14, 15, 18. 3, 12, 14, 15, 18. 3, 12, 3, 12, 14, 15, 18. Okay, three more. 13. 3, 12, 13, 14, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. What'd you get? What'd you get? Okay, so I've seen 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. Hold on. Was that a 2? 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. You need one more. Okay, you've got 2, 3, 4. No, that's done. You're done. You're done. It's 2, 3, 4. No, 2, 1 is not it. You have 2, 3, 4. Zoot, you busted. Okay, I don't know what numbers you want to play. All I know is I won. What about 3? Name the numbers again. 12. No, 12, 13, 14. Okay, but you hit 9 numbers. You hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, and 18. 15 and 18. That's 2. I don't know if it was 15. You definitely hit 2, 3, 4. You definitely hit 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 18, and you hit 1. Just do that. But I think you hit something. All right, are you going to play that right now? So you're definitely not winning. So you know you have an invitation. Take your time, but tell me when you're ready. Okay. Do you really own 2%, or is this like when you own 5% of it? Are you ready? Get get that 13. You didn't, but you got the 3. All right. Is it possible to win? Yeah. Do you know it's George Norrie's birthday? You listen to George Norrie perhaps more than 99.99% of Australians. You host the overnight show, to which I'm always listening when you come in. Oh, Steve Irwin. Yeah, dude. Steve Irwin was bigger than anybody in Australia. I I don't know. Paul Hogan was big in like the 80s, but he wasn't anything in the 90s. And then Steve Irwin kind of took over. That's true. Paul Hogan walked so Steve Irwin could run. What's his kid's name? Jack Irwin? Robert Irwin's going to be. What was the grandfather's name? So is Robert named after Bob? Was there a Australian? Is it the Sydney Zoo? Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? All right, well then do it. All right. What's Robert Irwin and Bindi Irwin's mom's name? Is she down to fuck? Do you believe that bullshit? Okay. If she wanted to fuck you, would you fuck her right now? All right, play off. Focus. Zoot, you're fucked. Yeah, Zoot, you've had sex with 60-year-old women, though. Yeah, but Steve Irwin's wife isn't that old. All right, but if she wanted to fuck right now, would you fuck her? All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Double 25, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked. That was good, though. 85 points. All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Would you hunt her crocodile? Yeah, you would. Yeah, we are. Oh, for Bindi Irwin. Oh, dog. I can't believe you got me. All right. Zoot, it's time to get real. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you going to let me steal Australia? All right. Do you have dragon heritage? All right. Do you have dragon heritage? Do you have dragon heritage? Zoot, do you have dragon heritage? Wow, Zoot, that was an amazing goal. You're not going to do anything. That was terrible. Zoot, I can't believe you made the previous shot. Oh, Zoot. Perfect positioning. Oh, Zoot, that sucked. Zoot, have you ever seen Sex in the City? Are you a big Sex in the City fan? They have sex a lot. Oh, it's amazing. There are 4 girls. There's Carrie. She's the main character. She's a writer. There's Miranda. She's a lawyer. She's the redhead. Carrie's the blonde, one of the blondes. There's Charlotte. She's my favorite. She's gorgeous. She is brunette, and she is like a like works in an art gallery. And there's Samantha. She's like a slightly older woman. She's not that. She's like in her older, like late 30s, and she's blonde, and she's a public relations. I think she owns her own public relations firm, and this is like a fantasy for women, but basically they are very focused on fashion, like extremely more than like any real woman, and men and having sex. Carrie, the main character, writes a sex blog about just like fucking dudes and just like relationships and stuff. It takes place in New York City. It was a very popular show on HBO from like the late 90s to the early 2000s. Um, Carrie's in this like on and off again relationship with the main guy whose name is Big, Mr. Big. He's like in stocks or finance. Nobody really knows. Um, they literally, these four women have coffee like every day and like brunch every day, even though they're like working women. Dude, you're playing out of your fucking mind. And so it's kind of like this fantasy life, very much like Friends, where like it's like, don't you people work? Like, how are you all able to just have coffee at like 11:30 a.m. on like a Wednesday? Like, sit down, hang out, like you're all really relaxed, not like I got to get back to work kind of deals. Um, I'm gonna tell you all about this fucking show, even though when I first saw it, like it had the word sex in it, and so it was not something that like I ever watched or anything. Uh, the first episode I ever saw was the last episode, and it became like my ticket into women. Nice wins. And the reason I say that, I had all kinds of in my late teens and early 20s. I had a a lot of girlfriends, and what they loved to do was watch Sex in the City and cuddle, and or just hang out. I mean, not always cuddle, but like they love to cuddle. And so, I mean, I would like hang out with like six different girls on a bed, and we would just cuddle. And we would just watch Sex in the City. So I got to know it really well. And so the first one I ever watched was on HBO, and it was the last episode. And I watched it like in reverse basically. And all my friends who were girls all got the DVDs, and whenever I would come over, we would just watch those DVDs like they were like how some people like read Harry Potter or watch Harry Potter. We just and I didn't. I've got to say, like it was such a woman's fantasy that it was not like my thing. But these girls loved to watch this show, and then it came on a channel called TBS, like a more like not like they didn't show any nudity. Like they showed nudity in the show, a lot of it, but they don't show it on TV. And then it also came out on TV, so we would just watch it all the time. And these women were, it was like, it was so helpful to me because it taught me about women and like gave me a place in their mind. And so I would just be hanging out with all these chicks. And when I say I'd be sitting with like six girls in a bed, I mean sometimes it was 12 girls in a room. We used to have this thing. They used to invite me over to their dorms, and we used to um have no. They're definitely sure because I was hooking up with them. Um, in fact, I hooked up with like multiple just within the room, and it would always be cool. We would, or not at the not while we were watching, but like the first weekend I ever met these chicks, I hooked up with some of them, and multiple on the same floor. I mean, these girls did not think I was gay, but they trusted me, and they trusted me. And so I got like this amazing experience. And so I got to know women really well, and like what they think of and like how they get into relationships. And then there would be the show, and so they would like, I learned a lot about women that it was like one of my favorite times of my life. And we would um like back then texting was not yet a thing, but like chatting online was. And so there was just like a bunch of girls that I knew in like four different dorms, and they would uh invite me to just come over, and I would go on dates with them on like individually, not, but then I would pile them all in my car, not like 12, but like 5 or 6, and we would just go get like coffee or hot chocolate or something. And anyway, and like literally this all these girls were obsessed with Sex in the City, like absolutely obsessed. So I got to know it really well, though I can't really tell you that much that happened because I wasn't really paying attention. But there was this thing we would do on Sunday night. There was this lady from Canada who had this show on Lifetime, which is like television for women. That was yo, I see you're chatting with me. I'm going to shut you off. That was called Talk Sex with Sue Johansson, and it would only come on like really like later on Sunday night. and and she would talk about sex very openly, and none of us had ever heard anybody talk about sex like that, and about like anal sex and vaginal sex, and like I still remember a whole bunch of. And I would just I now when we would watch that show, that sometimes I'd watch that show with 20 girls, and there were never any other guys there. It was like there's this Seinfeld episode where uh George gets invited to this modeling, like this secret modeling hangout, and it's like he was just like invited into like the inner sanctum of these models, and the girls with whom I was hanging out were like models. They were beautiful women. Anyway, it all revolved around Sex in the City. And how did we get on Sex in the City? Um, it just was around the early 2000s, and you were talking about TV hosts. Anyway, I was wondering, did they ever make an Australian Sex in the City? But apparently they did not. Or you'd be like, oh yeah, it was called fucking in Melbourne or something. Melbourne. Apologies. Okay, what's that? So it's for gay people? Oh, it's straight Brokeback Mountain. Oh, okay. So it's like living in the mountains, but men having sex with women. I have a feeling that let's play bingo. I've never. Have you ever played bingo on here? Okay, waiting for one more player. Zoo, did you get my Zoo? Did you get my invitation? All right, Zoo. Did you get my invitation? Okay, it's called Offspring. I get it, dude. What do we do? 43. I got a 43. And 43. F you, man. You started off really well. What's your favorite podcast? What's the acid podcast? The gassing? What'd you say? The cancer podcast? The canceled podcast. Zoot, you got like a square, and then two on the upper top, and then one on the right, and then one at the bottom, and then one on the left. No, you're not. Oh, yeah, you are, diagonally. This game sucks. Come on, 33. Dude, you need one more in two spots. Not 69. $33. Come on, baby. $68. $16. Zoot, 16. Give me that 33, son. 25. Give me that 33. N33, baby. Fuck. You got it. Come on. Does that give you bonus points or something? 39. Dude, 33. Dude, how hasn't it been 33? 74? Come on. No one has that number. 33. 53. Give me a 19. 21. 19, baby. 40. Fudge. 19. 28. 10. 33 or 19? 30. 33 or 19? Not 66. Zoot got a bingo. That was your first win. I am with you, man. Hold on. Let's play a different kind of bingo. That was terrible. All right. He's picking up chicks. Good on Zoot for picking up chicks. Good on Zoot for picking up chicks. Are you serious? They have drag queen bingo? And you just so happen to be playing bingo at the same time? Dog, what are the odds of that? Why'd he give you $1,000? Why'd she give you $1,000? Okay. All right, we're playing blackout. I don't know what that means. I think. Okay. Game info. No, that's not it. All right. So I don't know if you do want to get bingo or you don't. Yeah, it's called blackout. I don't know what that means though. I'm gonna look it up. Or do you have to do the whole card? Blackout bingo. It's like giving me a specific game. Blackout bingo type. What's the difference between pattern bingo and blackout bingo? Blackout is a bingo pattern where you must cover the whole card to win. Dude, it's going to be intense. This is the worst. Zoot, can you see my card? At least where I've got little dots. All right, can you see that like I just put them all on the side? Now I've got like a bingo on the left part. You could have your own show. It's called Heroin in the City. Zoot, do you have a 57? Do you have a 24? How about a 34? What about a 61? Like, of any of the games that we ever play that are just pure chance, it's this one. There's like not really any skill. I know there are only 50 balls for which we have to wait. It's terrible. This game is awful. But we have to do it. We have to play every single game at least once. Well, we could do both. Logan Paul's podcast? No, that seems garbage. Impulsible or whatever. What's it called? Impulsible? Impulsive. Dude, I've only seen 10 seconds of one of the episodes. No, maybe a little more than that. And it was absolutely hilarious. But again, that was like a highlight. It was Logan Paul or whatever that guy's name is, and some other guy. And they had on Brendan Schaub, the guy who is the number one guest all time in the Joe Rogan Experience. And Brendan Schaub is like, he does everything and he fails at it. And at the time he was a comedian. He's the lowest ranked comedian. He has the lowest ranked special in the history of IMDb. His lowest ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. And just because everybody just shits on this guy. And he was on Impulsive. And they were like, okay, so you've got a special coming out, right? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, where's it on what platform? And he's like, YouTube. I do YouTube. And they're like, you do YouTube? Well, you're doing great. And they like made fun of him, and it was hilarious. Zoo, do you love this game? Zoo, is this your favorite game you've ever played? Zoo, why don't you have any on your bottom line? Is this your least favorite game of any game that we've played? That's why I kind of picked it because. So in the lottery that you play, do you get the opportunity? Like, what's the highest number you can play? And what's the most you've ever won? That was just the other day. Oh. Do they have a live drawing on television? Okay. You know how they rig it in the United States? There have been cases where they rigged it. They if there's like okay, I don't know if it's the same there, but they have like balls bouncing in like a bubble, right? And you can put a special gas in the balls to make them jump higher. Like you put helium in them to make the ball that you want to go in. Does that make sense? And there was a case, I believe, in Pennsylvania where somebody got caught doing that. Did you ever see that? This was a British. Um, that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where the person was coughing. Yeah, that's an interesting case as well. You're gonna come back and win, baby. Click on the numbers. You'll be able to check. There are only 7 balls left. I must have missed some too. Four balls left. 3 balls left. $56. Draw game. Oh, dude. Yeah, I did. I just wasn't paying attention. You did too. You weren't paying attention either. That game, that game was awful. We're playing again. Psych. The game sucked. That's a good strategy. You want to do that? All right. Same. Blitz League. Are you ready for Blitz League, son? Oh, you want to play Match Monsters? All right, Match Monsters it is. Okay. Do you want to play turn-based or live? We're going with live. Do you want stage, random, stadium, forest valley, abandoned town, tranquil falls, lava caverns, Forver swamp, frosted lake, Talon labs, virulent gardens? We're going with random. Do you want monster selection to be all pick or draft pick? We're going with draft. I don't. What is this? Like Pikachu? All right, here we go. Select one monster. Oh man, I don't know what one's good. This game is awful. Wait, I don't want to purchase. All right, so select one monster. This game is terrible. So you took the monster I wanted. Prepare for battle, Zoot. Have you ever played this? Match red tiles. Rabbi's turn. What do you do? Match elements to activate your monster's special abilities. Use your monsters to reduce your opponent's hit points to 0. Collect berries to evolve monsters. Extra move. There we go. Electro Claw. Oh, I got Electro Claw, Zoot. Zoot, this is the best game we've ever played. Zoot, you're up. I don't know what I just did. Three. You got 3, Zoot. Don't do it. Don't do it. Rabbi's turn. Zoot's turn. Rabbi's turn. Psycho Bite, bitch. 10 damage. Psycho Bite. I don't know what that means. Extra move. Extra move, Zoot. Extra move, Zoot. Zoot, you have 35 health left. Yeah, I'm amazing. So you got an extra move. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Do I want those? I want the berries. Extra move, Zoot. That was really good. Zoot, go. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? I don't see anything good. I don't think I have a spot. Heal leaf. How much healing? You got 10 healing? That sucks. Uh-oh, Zoot. Psycho Bite. There goes your heal. Zoot, it's your turn. Don't do it, Zoot. Oh, big time. Because I'm amazing. I am effed. What is this? Zoot, what is this? Bonsire? That was cool. Oh, thank you, Zoot. Yo, pimp. Fuck you. Scorpicon. Zoot's turn. All right, Zoot, we'll go. Zoot, you're in trouble. Psycho Bite, Zoot. You're done. Victory. It was the best game played. You've played it 12 times? Wow, you're an expert. Ready for Brawl Bots? Oh, I don't like this game. I have to play it sideways. I don't like it. Go, Zoot. Zoot, did you know that the game starts in 18 seconds? Are you sure? Because I'm amazing? No one knows. This game sucks. No one knows. This game sucks. Dog, I'm in an amazing spot. Are you proud of your play? You're going to hit yourself with an airstrike. How didn't that hit you? So you're terrible at this game. Oh, baby, I'm hitting you hard. Yeah, you did, big dog. Yep. Dude, this game is the worst. Get him. Yeah, Zoot. That was big. Air raid, Zoot. No, I'm not. Your airstrike sucked. Yep. Shot. That was amazing. You got played like a fiddle, son. Oh, again you got played. Zoot, you got played again. Why do you keep doing airstrikes? Dude, I'm the sexiest and nicest person ever. Dude, that was terrible. You're gonna hit yourself. Oh, you just destroyed yourself, son. Airstrike, Zoot. Oh, you're gonna get fucked. You're done, Zoot. You lost. Zoot, remember when you were like, "Hey, remember when you were like, "Hey, I'm gonna beat you"? You've never won that game. That game sucks. I'd rather play the fucking Pokemon. You know what game doesn't suck though? Uh oh, Zoot. Uh oh, Zoot. Zoot's in trouble. Oh, get it, Zoot. You're done. Yes, sir. You're done, Zoot. Zoot, you should just give up. Yep, you should just give up. Yep, you should just give up. Oh, no way. That's a big hit, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you're done. Oh, wow, it's going to be close. Yeah, because I'm a pimp. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my gameplay? Would you like to be interviewed? All right. What's my worst game? There's only one answer to this. No, dude, you know I'm better than you at darts. There's one game that I always say I'm really bad at, and I am. Nope. Guess again. It's a game of skill. That is correct. All right, Zoot. Time to play literati. Yo, pimp. Zoot, I just sent you an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot. You're up, Zoot. Yeah, it does. Zoot, you're doing badly. Zoot, don't look. Zoot, you've got one tile way at the bottom. There you go. I had to help you. Put something down. Yeah, I am fucking serious. All right, big dog. You're gonna blow it all. Don't worry. Zoot, is your favorite game Blackout? Bingo? When you do what? Let's see it. I'm ready for it. Good job. You didn't put anything down. College dropout. Second best is graduation. Yes, it is. I know. I know my shit. Um, there isn't one. Try. That was good. What word is that? Dude, you just fucked that up. Zoo baby doll. Are you gonna win? Get your second win ever? Everybody would love that. Everybody would love you. Zoot, who is Australia's Frank Sinatra? Okay. But don't they have like a crooner, like a guy who sings old songs? How would you like to be Australia's Frank Sinatra? What's the thing, Zoot? All right. Why so low? No one had a television in 1920, whatever. Everything was still radio. What's the what? Oh, I don't know. It's 2:40 in Pacific. Dog. You know this is important. We only have 34 tiles left. Just play really well and quit sucking dick. Audie, perhaps. Go, Zoot. Oh, it's my turn. What am I talking? What am I talking, big dog? What did you play? You played Al? Let's see it. Oh, fuck you. You had the best letter and you fucked it up. No, you're playing. You're gonna finish this game. Then you can leave. Zoot, we only have 30 tiles left. We have 26 tiles left, Zoot. So we only have 23 tiles. So we only have 17 tiles left. Nope. Now it is, big dog. Dude, I have so many U's. Dude, your turn. Dude, there's 8 left. Dude, there's 5 left. Dude, you're cheating. Dude, there's 1 tile left, big dog. What up, pimp? Human growth hormone could be Ozempic, could be Wegovy, could be it could be steroids, it could be heroin, could be fentanyl. Okay, it could be. It could be. Why didn't you ask them? Were they hot? There you go. Sir, you're up. Zoot, you're up. Zoot, you're up, big dog. Zoot, you are up, big dog. Zoo. You just put something down. 4, and I can't play any of them. Okay. No. What up, pimp? Did you resign? I got. All right, we'll see, big dog. Always a Lily, never ever rough show. Where's Lily? Who is this Lily? I love that name. It's pretty. Lily. That's my favorite female name, perhaps. I also like Grace. Because I'm a pimp. Seems chill. This guy rules. I love you, the steak sauce. Oh, you're amazing. World's only straight man. Shout out to the steak sauce. This guy rules. Hipsters. Boy shorts. This fucking rabbi is wild. The best. The best part of waking up is rabbi in your butt. Look at this move. All right, what were your thoughts on Bingo? Terrible. It's boring as fuck.
Imagine the words are surrounded by a cloud of images that they evoke, and that the images can be translated into actions. Yeah, and the greatest writing uses words in a manner that evokes images that profoundly affects perception and action. And that's So I would take the manner in which I act and behave. I would translate that into
I wonder if it
my
makes
dreams
noise on
do
their
that.
fucking
For
phones.
example,
That
when
would
I'm
drive me
listening to
so
words,
nuts. I'd be
I
like,
toss you
dude,
the words, you
Lily, shut the
decompose
fuck
them,
up,
you
girl.
compress them into the images, and then into
I'm
that,
here for you,
and that's what
baby.
happens in a meaningful conversation. It's a very
The
good way of
best
understanding how we
part
communicate.
of
So
waking
if the
up
words bring to
is rabbi in your butt.
full visual complexity, and then that can then transform itself into action. That's
and change in perception. Because
Look at
change
this.
in
Look at this
perception is
athleticism,
relevant. It's an important thing to understand because the
dude. Mallory,
empiricists
that's
make
my
the
girl.
presumption, it's an erroneous presumption that perception is a value-free enterprise, and they assume that partly because
Do 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 do
something
do
passive.
do.
Perception is not passive. There is no perception without action, ever. And that's a weird thing to understand because even when you're looking at something, like your eyes are moving back and forth, if they ever stop moving for a tenth of a second,
Invalid verification code. And everybody knows it, and everybody shows it, and everybody knows it's an invalid verification code. What would you say? What would, if you were Blue Sky, what would you say to you if you came in here and be like, hi, are you the rabbi? And I'd be like, yeah, what up, baby? Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. They'd be like, yeah, I'm here on behalf of Blue Sky, the platform, and we want to know what we have to do to get you to stop spamming us. And I'd be like, oh, impossible. I'm going to do this forever. And they're going to be like, no. We don't think you understand. This is the most annoying shit ever. People are literally like coming up with contingent plans. They don't just hate you. They don't just hate all rabbis. They hate our platform. They hate everything. They hate the color red, aliens. They hate everything. Who's this girl? Irish Legal. There's Jill Laughlin. She can get it. Shout out to Jill Laughlin. Hot little redheaded bitch.
Those ideas are powerful. They can saturate all your perception with value.
Dog, I'm telling you, if Mallory came in here, why does the rabbi desperately want to talk to me on Discord? Dog, is this not like?
They're so powerful that they completely alter the perception.
Are you new here? Oh, perhaps. Oh, look at this move. Oh,
issue is that, as we suggested,
you're stretching.
Perception is action predicated, but action is goal predicated, right? You act towards goal. And these propagandistic thinkers that you described,
the best part of waking up is rabbi in your butt.
Singularity. And there's advantages to that. There's the advantage of simplicity, for example, which is a major advantage. And there's also the advantage of motivation, right? So if you provide people with a simple manner of integrating all their actions, you decrease their anxiety and you increase their motivation. That can be a good thing if the unifying idea that you put forward is valid, but it's the worst of all possible ideas if you put forward an invalid unifying idea. And then you might say, well, how do you distinguish between a valid unifying idea and an invalid unifying idea? Now,
Why is it now?
and I don't think he got that exactly.
The best part of waking up is not giving a fuck. Wiki, 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 wiki. Wiki, 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 wiki. Wiki, 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 wiki. Wiki, wiki, wiki. Wiki, wiki, wiki.
I don't know if there's a worse idea than that. I mean, there are ideas.
Why does this rabbi desperately want to talk to me on Discord? Yet nobody comes in here. I would have thought Mallory would be like, stop. Come on. And I'd be like, oh, Mallory, you're amazing. And everything about you is amazing. You look like this person I knew once. A financial institution
his will to power was
president
born.
married
His
her.
insistence that
So that should be a compliment.
is an expression of will
The
rather
best
than
part of
a
making
mechanism
up
of self-protection.
is not
and security.
giving a fuck.
He thought of
I'd be like, oh, I know all about you. You cut your own hair in Paris and some
not to protect
dude
itself,
kissed
but to
you.
exhaust itself in being and becoming. It's like an upward oriented motivational drive.
She'd be like, how the fuck do you know so much about me? I'm like, oh, baby, I had nothing to do but study your fucking profile.
But he didn't mean
For
the power
is?
of motivation. People like
Fuck
Hugo or Marx
shit.
being so hung up on.
So
Biz.
it's not power like
Wiki, wiki, wiki.
the other. It's power
The
full
best
flourishing
part
of a human
of
being, the creative
making
force
up.
of a human
Yeah,
being.
yeah.
And that
Well, you can imagine that, and you should. You can imagine that you could segregate competence and ability.
There's not.
Like, imagine that you and I were going to work on a project. We can organize our project in relationship to the ambition that we wanted to take,
Giving a
and we can
fuck.
organize an agreement so that you were committed to the project voluntarily, and so that I was committed to the project voluntarily. So that means that we would actually be united in our perceptions and our actions by the motivation of something approximating voluntary play. Now, you could also imagine another situation where I said, here's our goal, and you better help me or I'm going to kill your family. Well, the probability is that you would be quite motivated to undertake my bidding. And so then you might say, well, that's how the world works. It's power and compulsion. But the truth of the matter is that you can force people to see things your way, let's say, but it's nowhere near as good a strategy, even practically, than the strategy that would be associated with something like voluntary joint agreement of pattern of movement strategy towards a goal. This is such an important thing to understand because it helps you start to understand the distinction between a unifying force that's based on power and compulsion and one that is much more in keeping, I would say, with the ethos that governs Western societies, free Western societies. There's really a qualitative difference. And it's not some morally relativistic illusion.
So if we just look at the nuance of Nietzsche's thought, the idea he first introduced and thus spoke Zarathustra of the Übermensch.
Yeah.
That's another one that's very easy to misinterpret because it sounds awfully a lot like it's about power.
Yeah, right.
For example, in the 20th century, it was misrepresented and co-opted by Hitler to advocate for the extermination of the inferior non-Aryan races.
Yeah, and the dominion of the superior Aryans. Yeah, and well, that was partly because Nietzsche's work also was misrepresented by his sister after his death. But I also think that there's a fundamental flaw in that Nietzschean conceptualization. So Nietzsche, of course, famously announced the death of God, but he did that in a manner that was accompanied by dire warnings, like Nietzsche said, because people tend to think of that as a triumphalist statement, but Nietzsche actually said that he really said something like the
Natty booty.
unifying ethos under which we organized ourselves psychologically and socially has now been fatally undermined by the rational proclivity, by the empiricist proclivity. There's a variety of reasons, mostly in this conflict between the Enlightenment view, let's say, and the classic religious view, and that there will be dire consequences for that. And Nietzsche knew, like Dostoevsky knew, that there's a proclivity for the human psyche and for human societies to move towards something approximating unity. Because the cost of disunity is high. Fractionation of your goals. So that means you're less motivated to move forward than you might be because there's many things competing for your attention. And also anxiety, because anxiety actually signals something like goal conflict. So there's an inescapable proclivity of value systems to unite. Now, if you kill the thing that's uniting them, that's the death of God. They either fractionate and you get confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness, or you get social disunity, and you get social disunity, or something else arises out of the abyss to constitute that unifying force. And Nietzsche said specifically that he believed that one of those manifestations would be that of communism, and that would kill, he said this in Will to Power, that would kill tens of millions of people in the upcoming 20th century. He could see that coming 50 years earlier. Dostoevsky did the same thing in his book Demons. So this is the thing that the a-religious have to contend with. It's a real conundrum because I mean, you can dispute the idea that our value systems tend towards unity. And society does as well. The cost of that disunity, as I said, is globalization and anxiety, hopelessness. So it's like a real cost. So you can dispense with the notion of the postmodernists did that to some degree, but they pulled off a slight plan too, where they replaced it by power. Now Nietzsche did. He's responsible for that.
Come with me, baby. Dude, let's read her girl's thing. What's her name? Mallory. I love when she's like, I'm fucking speechless, honestly. If you're wondering how much hog pounding content he's got, I'll tell you right now, it's a fucking shitload. I'm 7. 3 of 7. Always strive for balance in your jack-off practice.
Okay, now if we were a unity, clear unity,
guy is chafing. Sorry. What cool and normal guy's website would be complete without a list of girls' underwear types? Those are anybody's underwear types. It says boy shorts, for spiritual purposes. Really, I don't know what's going on. Is there a sparkles explanation? Dog, what? What? Girl, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there. Girl, have you ever gone so long without nutting? You teleported via quantum decoherence? Because I have a Discord. Like, by the way, Rabbi, I'll be collecting my promises my promise $1 trillion now. I tried to talk to you. Oh yeah, that's some potent posting. Industrial strength. Legally non-binary according to the state of California. Girl, I'm hollering.
Okay, so if we lay on the table religion,
that bitch can get it.
Communism, Nazism,
and dear Annie, that bitch can get it.
Ethos. They're unifying ideas, but they're also horribly dividing ideas.
Girl, I am hollering.
Religion
I'm literally.
is also divided.
I literally will. I'm obsessed with shit like this.
The nuances of how the different peoples wrestle with God, they have come to different conclusions, and then they use those conclusions, and perhaps the people in power use those conclusions to then start wars, to start hatred, to divide.
Yeah, well, it's one of the key substances in the
This dude shows up on nearly everything I post, and I'm always a little intrigued to know what his deal is. My man is on something for real. Yeah, high on life, baby. Whatever he is, he would take down entire bloodlines of medieval peasants. Holy fuck. Just when I thought he couldn't be any cooler. Give him the job. He clearly knows what he's doing. Someone needs to hire this man immediately. If the UN won't, world peace is really going to be an uphill battle. Oh, shout out to Psycho Snake. I pray it didn't just infect my phone with 1 million viruses. Legally non-binary according to the state of California. Fuck yeah. Rock the fuck on, LMFAO. I can't believe the rabbi is post-mogging me. He has more content on the internet than any person ever. But it gets all their shame, frankly. Truly is. Wow, I'm jealous. The rabbi who jerks off on here. The rabbi who jerks off on here. The rabbi who jerks off on here. Truly a time cube for the modern age. No. The rabbi who jokes off on here is this common blue sky knowledge or something. What lore am I missing out on? And where can I find a 100-post thread about it? Oh, he's always trying to get everyone to join his jerk-off Discord for world peace. I've now decided this website is peak, actually greatest social media platform of all time, just because of this guy. Shout out to Francis. This is journalism. LOL, just doing my part. 217 semen retention will give you ball cancer, actually. No. Oh, yes. Tom Green had it all figured out all those years back. Didn't see that coming, honestly. And yes, I did that on purpose. The first Jew to wear a black hat in a driver's license photo might actually be the most ridiculous one. He didn't even give it its own number. Just tucked it. 103 after first legally non-binary Orthodox. Oh, that's what happens if you join his Discord. I don't know what I expected, but tag yourself. I'm teleportation via morphing. Oh, it's this guy. I know I saw an ad or something on YouTube and had to click on it. LOL. Seems chill. Thanks, Mr. Piss. Lily.
Now, the general rejoinder to that is,
Oh, dude.
it's really something like, well, if I was in charge of the communist enterprise, the utopia would have come about, right? But that's also a form of dangerous pretense. Part of the way, see, that problem is
this guy rules.
To some degree.
Normal stuff. Dude, Lily likes me. She should, because I'm sick as fuck. I'm saft, baby.
So one of the suggestions, for example,
sick as fuck. Dog, how many fucking accounts do you think you have?
That holder will take the responsibility for the consequences of his idea onto himself.
Ink Rooster.
One way of conceptualizing Christ in the gospel story is as the ultimate
Quit with that
sacrifice.
garbage.
So you might ask, well, what's the ultimate sacrifice?
Sacrifice. Just a simple one. 2 hearts in the name of God. And I'm
the Son of God that's offered to God. So
it's a sacrifice. A sacrifice. A sacrifice. At all.
Most parents would rather sacrifice themselves than the children. Right? So you have something that becomes of even more value than yourself. But the sacrifice itself is also a very high order level of sacrifice. Christ is an archetype of the pattern of being that's predicated on the decision to take, to offer everything up to the highest value. Right? A pattern of self-sacrifice. And I think part of the reason that's valid is because the person who undertakes to do that pays the price themselves. It's not externalized. They're not trying to change anyone else. It's your problem.
It's a sacrifice.
When he was struggling with the idea of good versus evil. And you see this in more sophisticated literature. Really literature, drama. There's a good guy and the bad guy. And the good guy's all good. And the bad guy's all bad. And in more sophisticated literature, good and bad are abstracted. You can think of them as spirits, and then those spirits possess all the characters in the complex drama to a greater or lesser degree, and that battle is fought out both socially and internally. In the high order religious conceptualization in the West, if they culminate, let's say, in the Christian story, the notion is that battle between good and evil is fundamentally played out as an internal battle.
For a religious ethos, the battle between good and evil is
Sacrifice.
Right. To constrain evil within yourself. And, well, there's more to it than that because there's also the insistence that if you do that,
Sacrifice.
warrior, let's say, against evil itself, then you start with the battle that occurs within you, in the soul, let's say. The soul becomes the battle. The idea that there's an idea there too, which is if that battle is undertaken successfully, then it doesn't have to be played out in the social world as actual conflict. right? You could rectify the conflict without having to be played out as fate at young people.
So what would you say to Nietzsche, who called Christianity the slave morality? His critique of religion in that way was slave morality versus master morality, and then you put in Umaranch into that.
See, I would say
That's
that
the
phenomenon
sacrifice.
is the manifestation of the slave morality
No
that Nietzsche criticized,
sacrifice.
and that
The
there are
sacrifice.
elements of Christianity that can be gerrymandered to support that mode of perception and conception. But I think he was wrong in his essential criticism of Christianity in that regard. Now, it's complicated with Nietzsche because Nietzsche never criticizes the gospel directly. What he basically criticizes is something like the pathologies of institutionalized religion. And I would say most particularly of the sort of casually too nice Protestant form. You know, that's a thumbnail sketch, and that's somewhat unfair. But given the alignment, let's say, of the more mainstream Protestant movements with the woke mob, I don't think it's an absurd criticism. It's something like the degeneration of Christianity into the notion that good and harmless are the same thing, or good and empathic are the same thing, which is simply not true, and far too simplified. And so, and I also think Nietzsche was extremely wrong in his presumption that human beings should take it themselves to construct their own values. I think he made a colossal error.
And that is the idea of the Ubermensch, that the great image of the best of us, should create our own values.
I think the reason that he was wrong about that is that, so when God gives instructions to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, he basically tells them they can do anything they want in the walled garden. So that's the kind of balance between order and nature that makes up the human environment. Human beings have the freedom
And it's a sacrifice.
do anything they want in the garden,
No
except to
sacrifice.
mess with the most fundamental rules. So God says,
No
not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
sacrifice.
There is an implicit moral order, and you're to abide by it. Your freedom
And
stops
it's
at the foundation. And you can think about that. I'd be interested even in this as an engineer, let's say, is that
what if you take those gifts and they were means?
And your
I don't
ethos has
really
to be a
know what that
reflection.
means.
And that isn't
But
under your control. You can't gerrymander the foundation because
you can't gerrymander the
your
foundation.
beliefs have to put you in harmony with the actual structure of reality as such. So, an example of that. So
No sacrifice.
our goal, insofar as we're conducting ourselves properly, is to have the kind of interesting conversation that allows both of us to express ourselves in a manner that enables us to learn and grow, such that we can share that with everyone who's listening. And
All right,
if
at how
our
many
aim
are
is
we,
true
son?
and upward, then that's what we're doing.
Stay over 800.
That means
Nope.
that we're going to have to
757.
match ourselves to a pattern of interaction.
And it's a
And that's marked for us emotionally. Like you and I both know this. If we're doing this right, we're going to be interested in the conversation. We're not going to be looking at our watch. We're not going to be thinking about what we're aiming at. We're just going to communicate. Now, the religious interpretation of that would be that we were doing something like making the redemptive logos manifest between us in dialogue. And that's something that can be shared. To do that, we have to align with that pattern. I can't decide this with some arbitrary way that I'm going to play you. I mean, I could do that if I was a psychopathic manipulator. But to do that optimally, I'm not going to impose a certain motive, a certain a priori aim, let's say, on our communication and manipulate.
28, son.
So the constraints on
757, son.
reflect the actual structure of the world. And I can't, this is the communist position. Like we're going to burn everything down and we're going to start from scratch. We've got these axiomatic presumptions. We're going to put them into place. And we're going to socialize people so they now think and live like communists from day one. And human beings are infinitely malleable.
No
sacrifice. We can use a rational set of presuppositions to decide what sort of beings they should be. The transhumanists are doing this too. It's like, no, there's a pattern of being that you have to fall into alignment with. And I think it's the pattern of being, by the way, that if you fall into alignment with, it gives you hope, it protects you from anxiety, and it gives you a sense of harmony with your surroundings and with other people. None of that's arbitrary.
But don't you think we both arrived to this conversation with rigid axioms that we have? Maybe we're blind to them, but in the same way that the Marxists came with very rigid axioms about the way the world is and the way it should be. Are we coming to
Well,
that?
we definitely come to the conversation with a hierarchy of foundational axioms. Right? And I would say the more sophisticated you are as a thinker, the deeper the level.
Are you going viral? Fuck yeah, I'm going viral.
You have presumptions
125.
There's more
125.
and then that there's a space of play around it. And that space of play is going to depend on
Get me over.
the player, obviously, but
I would be very
those who are capable of engaging
unimpressed.
in conversations talk about more fundamental things with more play. Now, we have to
Oh,
come to the conversation with a certain degree
That's
of structure
good.
because we wouldn't be able to understand each other.
I'll take it.
If a lot of things were
881, son.
assumed or taken for granted.
How rigid is the
How
hierarchy
good
of
is that?
axioms that religion provides? This is what I'm trying to understand.
No,
The
but seriously.
rigidity of that
It's as
hierarchy.
rigid as play.
Well, play is not rigid at all.
No. It's got a
There's some
rigidity.
constraints.
It took me about 40 years to figure out the answer to that question. So it wasn't. I'm serious about that. So it wasn't a random answer.
Wiggity.
Play is very rigid in some ways. So like if you and I go out to play basketball or chess, like there are rules and you can't break the rules because then you're no longer in the game. But then there's a dynamism within those rules that's, well, with chess, it's virtually infinite. I mean, I think, there's more patterns of potential games on a chessboard than there are subatomic particles in the observable universe. Like it's an insane space. So it's not like there's not freedom within it. But it's a weird paradox in it.
Miss Aquarius,
Music is like this too, is that
how are you? Miss Aquarius. Well, that's amazing. Did you come in last night? That's okay. If you did, I was just gonna say apologies if I didn't see you. So just get some extra long sleep in here. Absolutely. Keep our friend Audie in your thoughts. Oh, she is not doing well, Miss Aquarius. She needs all the help she can get. You got an invitation. Oh, look at that. Nice and slow. Slow and steady. Low and slow. Get it. Oh, for sure. Without a doubt, Miss Aquarius. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh, are you serious? All right. I'm going to get this. All right, I'll take it. Tie you. This is a tough one. All right, just get. It was very easy to get none there. There we go. That was garbage. I'm going to now get all these right. Here we go. No doubt. Get it. Get it. Get it. Come on. Boo. That was what we wanted. All right. Got it. No doubt. Yes. Get this. Perfect. Nice strike. You matched me. You're welcome. Okay. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. I said, now that's what I'm talking about. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, that was really good. You're going to double all your points. 52. Maybe right in the middle. That's okay. You got it. That was a beautiful spear, and you can keep going. Big shot. Perfect. That was really good. That was right in the middle. You couldn't have done any better. No doubt. That's one. One strike. Get it. That's all right. This is a tough split. I'm just going to try to get the 3 on the left. Oh. All right. That's one. Yes, ma'am. I win, you win. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Undefeated in both. Undefeated in friendship. Get it. Easy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Get this one on the left. Or 2 on the left. Get it. Excellent spare, Miss Aquarius. For sure. Without a doubt. That's 2 strikes. Talking about. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Nice and slow. Look at all those pins. All right. Get these 2 on the right and have them hit to the left. Okay, that works. You got 2. Get it, baby. Oh, almost. But I could get this one. Oh, I knew I'd hit it too far to the left. Miss Aquarius, I knew I hit it. There you go. Get these 2 on the right and have them hit to the left. I did the same thing you did, but the others. That's right, Miss Aquarius. Not good. Oh, get it. That's 4. I'll get these 4. Um, got it. No doubt. I'm gonna get another one right here. 2. Get 3. 3 strikes in a row. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. You take on the day. Well, then you fall back asleep. Enjoy yourself. Excellent.
There are definitely rules. And there are things you can't throw a basketball or do a chess board and still be playing chess. But weirdly enough, if you adhere to the rules, the realm of freedom increases rather than decreasing. And I think you can make the same case for a playful conversation. It's like we're playing by certain rules, and a lot of them are implicit. But that doesn't mean that it might mean the reverse of constraint, because in this seminar, for example, that I was referring to, the Exodus seminar and then the Gospel seminar, everybody in the seminar, there was about 8 of us, played fair. Nobody used power. Nobody tried to prove they were right. They put forward their points. But they were like, here's a way of looking at that. Assess it. And they were also doing it genuinely. It's like, this is what I've concluded about, say, this story. And I'm going to make a case for it, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, because maybe you can change it, you can extend it, you can find a flaw in it, and that's a conversation that has flow and that's engaging and that other people will listen to as well. And that's also, I think that one of the things that we can conclude now, and we can do this even from a neuroscientific basis, is that sense of engaged meaning is a marker not only for the emergence of harmony between you and your environment, but for the emergence of that harmony in a way that is developmentally rich, that moves you upward towards, what would you say? I think towards a more effective entropic state. That's actually the technical answer to that. But it makes you more than you are. And there's a directionality in it.
Well, I would like to the reason I like talking about communism, because it has clearly been shown as a set of ideas to be destructive to humanity. But I would like to understand from an engineering perspective the characteristics of communism, which is religion, where you could identify religious thought is going to lead to a better human being, a better society. And communist Marxist thought is not. Because there's ambiguity, there's room for play in communism and Marxism, because they kind of have a utopian sense of where everybody's headed, don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe a revolution is required, but after the revolution is done, we'll figure it out. And there's an underlying assumption that maybe human beings are good and they'll figure it out once you remove the oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, all these ideas kind of, until you put them into practice, it can be quite convincing. Very in the 19th century. If I was reading, which is kind of fascinating, the 19th century produced such powerful ideas, Marx, Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter.
Fascism. So, if I was sitting there, especially if I'm feeling shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are pretty powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. It could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism / communism, are actually functional in a sufficiently small social group, maybe a tribal group even. Like I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might have originally evolved into, and that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another, different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's partly an engineering response, but I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the communist the fundamental problem with the communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so immense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute the proper way forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision. And the free market answer to that is something like, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and you'll survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like when people believe the earth is flat, you look outside, it looks flat, but you can't see beyond the horizon, I guess. So
Yeah, right.
In the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family and my people I love, but it doesn't scale.
And it doesn't iterate. And that's a form of scaling too.
Right. Well, I mean, whatever ways it breaks down, it doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And you're saying religious thought is a thing that might scale.
I would say religious thought is the record of those ideas that have in fact scaled. Right.
And
right.
iterated. Well,
and iterated. Does
religious thought iterate? So I mean, there's a fundamental conservative aspect to religious thought. Tradition.
Yeah. This is why I like Mircea Eliade, for example, who I referred to earlier. One of the things Eliade did, and very effectively, people like Joseph Campbell, who in some ways were popularizers of Eliade's ideas and Carl Jung's, what they really did was devote themselves to an analysis of those ideas that scaled and iterated across the largest possible spans of time. And so Eliade and Jung, Eric Neumann, they were looking, and Campbell, they were looking at patterns of narrative that were common across religious traditions that had spanned millennia, and found many patterns. The hero's myth, for example, is one of those patterns. And it's, I think, the evidence that it has its reflection in human neurophysiology and neuropsychology is incontrovertible. And so these foundational narratives, they last. They're common across multiple religious traditions. They unite, they work psychologically, but they also reflect the underlying neurophysiological architecture. So I can give you an example of that. So the hero myth is really a quest myth. And a quest myth is really a story of exploration and expansion of adaptation, right? So Bilbo, the Hobbit, he's kind of an ordinary everyman. He lives in a very constrained and orderly and secure world. And then the quest call comes and he goes out and he expands his personality and develops his wisdom. And that's reflected in human neuropsychological architecture at a very low level, way below cognition. So one of the most fundamental elements of the mammalian brain, and even in lower animal forms, is the hypothalamus. It's sort of the root of primary motivation. So it governs lust, and it regulates your breathing, and it regulates your hunger, and it regulates your thirst, and it regulates your temperature. Like really low-level biological necessities are regulated by the hypothalamus. When you get hungry, it's the hypothalamus. When you're activated in a defensively aggressive manner, that's the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus is the origin of the dopaminergic tracts, and they subsume exploration. And so you think of the human motivation reality as a domain that's governed by axiomatic motivational states, love, sex, defensive aggression, hunger, and another domain that's governed by exploration. And the rule would be something like, when your basic motivational states are sated, explore. Well then, and that's not cognitive, like I said, this is deep, deep brain architecture. It's extraordinarily ancient. And Exploration story is something like go out into the unknown and take the risks because the information that you discover and the skills you develop will be worthwhile even in saving the basic motivation drives. And then you want to learn to do that in an iterative manner so it sustains across time, and you want to do it in a way that unites you with other people. And there's a pattern to that, and I do think that's the pattern we strive to encapsulate in our deep religious narrative. And I think that in many ways we've done that successfully.
What is the belief in God? How does that fit in? What does it mean to believe in God?
Okay, so in one of the stories that I cover in We Who Wrestle with God, which I've only recently begun to take apart, say in the last 2 years, it's the story of Abraham. It's a very cool story. And it's also related, by the way, to your question about what makes communism wrong. And Dostoevsky did this, not precisely the Abraham story, but the same reason. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky made a very telling observation. So he speaks in the voice of a cynical, nihilistic, and bitter bureaucrat who's been a failure, who's talking cynically about the nature of human beings, but also very accurately. And one of the things he points out with regards to modern utopianism is that human beings are very strange creatures, and that if you gave them what the socialist utopians want to give them, so let's say all your needs are taken care of, all your material needs are taken care of, and even indefinitely. Dostoevsky's claim was, you don't understand human beings very well, because if you put them in an environment that was that comfortable, they would purposefully go insane just to break it into bits, just so something interesting would happen. Right. And he says it's the human proclivity to curse and complain. He says this in quite a cynic and caustic manner, but he's pointing to something deep, which is that we're not built for comfort and security. We're not infants. We're not after satiation. So then you might ask, well, what the hell are we after then? That's what the Abraham story addresses. And Abraham is the first true individual in the biblical narrative. So you can think about his story as the archetypal story of the developing individual. So you said, well, what's God? Well, in the Abraham story, God is characterized a lot of different ways in the classic religious texts. Like the Bible is actually a compilation of different characterizations of the divine, with the insistence that they reflect an underlying unity. In the story of Abraham, the divine is the call to adventure. So Abraham has the socialist utopia at hand. He's from a wealthy family, and he has everything he needs. And he actually doesn't do anything until he's in his 70s. Now, hypothetically, people in those times lived much longer. But a voice comes to Abraham, and it tells him something very specific. It says, leave your zone of comfort. Leave your parents, leave your tent, leave your community, leave your tribe, leave your land. Go out into the world. And Abraham thinks, well, why? I've got naked slave girls peeling grapes and feeding them to me. It's like, what do I need an adventure for? And God tells him, this is the covenant, by the way. Part of the covenant that the God of the Israelites makes with his people. It's very, very specific. It's very brilliant. He says, if you follow the voice of adventure, you'll become a blessing to yourself. So that's a good deal, because people generally live at odds with themselves. And he says, God says, that's not all. You'll become a blessing to yourself in a way that furthers your reputation among people and validly, so that you'll accomplish things that were real and people will know it, and you'll be held high in their esteem, and that will be valid. So that's a pretty good deal, because social people would like to be regarded as of utility and worth by others, and so that's a good deal. And God says, that's not all. You'll establish something of lasting, permanent, and deep value. That's why Abraham becomes the father of nations. And finally, he caps it off, and he says, there's better element even to it. There's a capstone. You'll do all three of those things in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so the divinity in the Abrahamic story is making a claim. Because first of all, there's a drive that you should attend to. So the spirit of adventure that calls you out of your zone of comfort. Now, if you attend to that and you make the sacrifices necessary to follow that path, then the following benefits will accrue to you. Your life will be a blessing. Everyone will hold you in high esteem. You'll establish something of permanent value, and you'll do it in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so think about what this means biologically or from an engineering standpoint. It means that the instinct to develop that characterizes outward moving children, let's say, or adults, is the same instinct that allows for psychological stability, that allows for movement upward in the social hierarchy, that establishes something iterable, and that does that in a manner that allows everyone else to partake in the same process. Well, that's a good deal. And I can't see how it cannot be true, because the alternative hypothesis would be that the spirit that moves you beyond yourself to develop, the spirit of a curious child, let's say, what is that antithetical to your own esteem? Is that antithetical to other people's best interest? Is it not the thing that increases the probability that you'll do something permanent? That's a stupid theory.
So God is a call to adventure with some constraints.
A call to true adventure.
True adventure.
Yeah, and then that's a good observation, because that begs the question: what constitutes the most true adventure? Well, that's not fully fleshed out until, at least from the Christian perspective, let's say, that's not fully fleshed out until the Gospels, because the passion of Christ is you could say, this is a perfectly reasonable way of looking at it, the passion of Christ is the truest adventure of Abraham. That's a terrible thing, because the passion story is a catastrophic tragedy, although it obviously has its redemptive elements. But one of the things that's implied there is that there's no distinction between the true adventure of life and taking on the pathway of maximal responsibility and burden. And I can't see why that cannot be true. Like, if the counter hypothesis is, well, that's the best thing for you to do in your life is to shrink from all challenge and pride. Like, to remain in child, to remain secure, not to ever push yourself beyond your limits, not to take any risk. Well, no one thinks that.
So basically, the maximally worthwhile adventure could possibly be highly correlated with the hardest possible available adventure.
The hardest possible available adventure is voluntarily undertaken. Absolutely.
How do you define voluntary?
Well, here's an example of that. That's a good question too. When Christ is the night before the crucifixion, which in principle he knows is coming, he asks God to relieve him of his burden, and understandably so. I mean, that's the scene famously in which he's literally sweating blood, because he knows what's coming. And the Romans designed crucifixion to be the most agonizing and humiliating possible. Agonizing, humiliating, and disgusting possible death. Right, so there was every reason to be apprehensive about that. And you might say, well, could you undertake that voluntarily as an adventure? And the answer to that is something like, well, what's your relationship to death? But that's a problem you have to solve. And you can fight it, and you can be bitter about it, and you can come to reason for that, especially if it's painful and degrading. But the alternative is something like,
Sounds like they're just looking for things that make
no, you welcome struggle. That's why I call the book The Restless God. You welcome the struggle. I don't see how you can come to terms with life without destroying it something like bring it on. Welcome the struggle. And I can't see that there's a limit to it. Like, well, I welcome the struggle until it gets difficult.
There's not a bell curve. Like, the struggle of moderation. Basically, you have to welcome whatever hard to get, and the crucifixion in that way is symbol.
Well, it's worse than that in some ways, because the crucifixion exemplifies the worst possible death. But that isn't the only element of the struggle, because mythologically, classically, after Christ's death, he heralds hell. And what that means, as far as I can tell, psychologically, is that you're not only required, let's say, to take on the full existential burden of life and to welcome it, regardless of what it is, to maintain your upbringing, despite all temptations to the contrary. But you also have to confront the root of malevolence itself. So it's not merely tragic. I think the malevolence is actually worse. The reason I think that is because I know the literature on post-traumatic stress disorder. And most people
Actually, it's funny you
who
say that,
encounter,
Drew.
let's say, a challenge
No,
that's so brutal that it fragments
it
them.
buys John's
It
favor.
isn't mere
And so they
suffering
have a
that does
very
that.
weird back and forth
It's an encounter
relationship.
with levels.
It's very funny, actually.
Their own, sometimes, often. By the way, soldier will go over to the battlefield to find out that there's a part of him that really enjoys the mayhem.
John went to
And that conceptualization doesn't fit very well with everything he thinks he knows about himself and humanity. And after that contact with that dark part of himself, he never recovered. That happens to people. And it happens to people who encounter bad actors in the world too. If you're a naive person and the right narcissistic psychopath comes your way, you are in like mortal trouble because you might die, but that's not where the trouble ends.
There's a young man in their 20s listening to this. How do they escape the pull of Dostoevsky's notion of with eyes open to the world? How do they select the adventure?
So there's other characterizations of the divine, say in the Old Testament story. So one pattern of characterization that I think is really relevant to that question is the conception of God as calling and conscious. Okay, so what does it mean? It's a description of the manner in which your destiny announces itself. And I'm using that terminology, and it's distinguishable, say, from Nietzsche's notion that you create your rebellion. Like, part of the way you can tell that that's wrong is that you can't voluntarily gerrymander your own issue. Like, you find something that's interesting, and that is natural and autonomous. And other things you don't find interesting, and you can't really force yourself to be interested. Now, so what is the domain of interest that makes itself manifest? Well, it's like an autonomous spirit. It's like certain things in your field of perception are illuminated. Like, oh, that's interesting, that's compelling, that's gripping. Rudolf Otto, who studied the phenomenology of religious experience, described that as notice. They grip it because you're compelled by it, and maybe it's also some anxiety. It's the same reaction that like a cat has to a dog. You have hair scalp, that's an all this stuff. So there's going to be things in your phenomenological field that move you forward. That's like the voice of positive emotion and enthusiasm. Things draw you into the world. It might be love, it might be aesthetic interest, it might be friendship, it might be social status, it might be duty, and injustice. There's various dimensions of interest. That's sort of on positive. God is called.
I'm not sure what it was stars. I know there's something was found deep in the stuttering John vaults that has not been made public. I guess Charles Martin was brought in to work on restoring the audio, kind of connect with the Beatles now and then, and this thing has been put together on actual clips of John that would have never been heard before. I didn't bring any stuttering John because yesterday we talked about a show from 2022. Where John had his guest on, and they were talking about how John was taking on my Patreon at that time. And he said that I posted his entire audio book. Because, the MP3 of my audio books are there on my Patreon. I own the copyright. So I struck that and got Patreon to take that down. And his guest goes, wait, so we just put your entire book up without him analyzing it or talking about it or anything? And I goes, no, they did. They just played clips and analyzed it. Which he's been lying about that ever since for the last 3 years. He's been saying that we posted his entire book as a copyright violation. We found a clip from many years ago where he admitted that that's not the case. I never did. Wow. Well, I know you were going to a couple of shows. Which show do you want to start with?
What do you do with the negative emotions? You didn't let the end person really drop off. If we're really encouraging the athletes and the fear.
Those are the sins of Cain, like you do. But Cain failed because his sacrifices are insufficient. He doesn't offer his best. And so he's rejected. And that makes him bitter and unhappy. And he goes to complain to God, and God says to him something two things. God tells him, if your sacrifices were appropriate, you can accept it. That's brutal thing.
So I decided to check out this morning's episode.
And he also says, you can't blame your misery on your
which is interesting.
You could learn from his failure.
The show
When
started
you
off.
failed, you invited in the spirit of envy and
guys don't
resentment,
miss
and you
this.
allowed it to
Maybe we have to
possess you,
stretch
and
the
that's why
time
you're miserable.
as much as
And so
possible.
Cain
Because they're
was
just feeling
bittered
4
by
hours a
that
day,
response, and that's
trying
when
to
he
figure out what
failed.
to talk about.
And
And it
so you might
starts
say,
with
well,
the
how do you
small talk.
fortify
I swear to
yourself
God, if this
against that
happened
pathway of
to
resentment?
me by the water
Part
cooler,
of classic
I would
religious
walk away.
practice
These guys
is
do
aimed
not
to
do
do
that.
that
They stretch
precisely.
down to like
What's
almost
the
a segment.
antithesis of envy? Strategy.
All right, so
It's
yeah,
something
so
we
how
can
are you
practice.
doing here on this Tuesday,
Right?
this
And I mean,
the 3rd day
literally
of June?
practice.
I think envy is one of the biggest enemies for a young person because basically you're starting from nowhere. Life is hard. You've achieved nothing. And you're striving and you're failing constantly.
And the other people aren't having the same problem.
Yeah, and they succeed. Your neighbor was succeeding by a little bit, or somebody on the internet succeeding by a lot. And I think that can really pull a person down. That kind of envy can really destroy a person's life.
Well, the gratitude element would be something like, well, yeah, you don't know anything, and you're at the bottom, but you're not empty. You know, one of the best predictors of wealth that the United States today.
Yeah, that's it. You start to get
So then you might say, well, who's got it better? The old rich guy or the young poor guy? And I would say most old rich guys would trade their wealth for youth. So it's not exactly clear at all at any stage who's got the upper hand, who's got the advantage. And you know, you could say, well, I've got all these burdens in front of me because I'm young, and oh my God, every dragon has its treasure. And that's actually a pattern of perception. You know, I'm not saying that people don't have their challenges, they certainly do. But discriminating between a challenge and an opportunity is very, very difficult. And learning to see a challenge as an opportunity, that's the beginning of wisdom.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works. Maybe but when you have envy towards somebody, you just celebrate the gratitude.
Yeah.
But actually, as opposed to sort of ignoring and being grateful for the things you have, but you really celebrate that person. It transforms. It lights the way. I don't know why that is exactly.
The only reason you're envious is because you see someone who has something that you want. Okay, so let's think about it. Well, first of all, the fact that they have it means that in principle you could get it. At least someone has. So that's a pretty good deal. And then you might say, well, the fact that I'm envious of that person means that I actually want something. And then you might think, well, what am I envious of? I'm envious of their attractiveness to them. Like, okay, well, now you know something about yourself. You know that one true motivation that's making itself manifest is that you wish that you would see the sort of person who is attracted to them. Now, of course, that's extremely common, long among men, period, but particularly among young men. But, well, what makes you so sure you don't have that? Well, how about here's an answer. You don't have enough faith in yourself. And maybe you don't have enough faith in, or I would say, the divine. You don't believe that the world is characterized by enough potentiality so that even miserable you has a crack at the glass roof. And like I talked about this actually practically in one of my previous books, because I wrote a chapter called Compare Yourself to Who You Are and Not to Someone Else. Well, why? Well, your best benchmark for the moral is you. And you might not be able to have what someone else has on the axis you're comparing yourself with them on. But you could make an incremental improvement over your current state, regardless of the direction that you're in. And it is the case. And this is a law. The return on incremental improvement is exponential or geometric and not linear. So even if you start, this is why the hero is always born in a lonely place. Mythologically. Like Christ, who redeems the world, is born in a manger with the animals, poverty-stricken parents, in the middle of a godforsaken desert, in a nondescript, tiny place, isolated. Well, why? Well, because everybody struggles with their institutions. That doesn't mean that great things can't make themselves manifest. Part of the insistence in the biblical text, for example, is that it's incumbent on you to have the courage, to have faith in yourself and in the spirit of reality, the essence of reality.
It's amazing. Dave is
Regardless
so
of how you
different.
construe the evidence.
Dave is such a good partner.
Right. Look at me, I'm so useless. I don't know anything. I don't have anything.
In Winchester, Julie
I don't have it with me. The world couldn't offer me that possibility. Well, what the hell do you know about that? This is what Job is about in the midst of his suffering. It's a joke. Job is tortured terribly by God who makes a bet with Satan himself to bring him down. And Job's decision in the face of his intense suffering is, I'm not going to lose faith in my essential goodness, and I'm not going to lose faith in the essential goodness of being himself, regardless of how terrible the case is going to be at the moment after the And I said, okay, what do you make of that one? Well, let's look at it practically. You're being tortured by the arbitrariness of life. That's horrible. Now you lose faith in yourself, and you become cynical about being. So, are you thinking of the word God instantly? And then you might say, well, yeah, but it's really asking a lot of people that they maintain faith even in their darkest hours. But, yeah, that might be asking everything. But then you also might ask, if you were brought into being by something that was essentially good, wouldn't that thing that brought you into being demand that you make the best of yourself manifest? And wouldn't it be precisely when you most need that it would be that you'd be desperate enough to risk what it would take to let it emerge?
So you kind of make it seem that reason can be the thing that takes you out of the place of darkness. So finding that calling through reason. I think it's also possible when reason fails you to just take the leap. Navigate not by reason, but by finding the thing that scares you, the risk. Take the risk, take the leap, and then figure it out while you're in the air.
Yeah, well, I think that's always part of the heroic adventure. You know, it's that ability to cut the road you're on, but you could also ask from an engineering perspective, okay, what are the actions that make a decision like that possible? And the answer would be something like, I'm going to take the presumption that if I move forward in good faith, whatever happens to me will be the best thing that can possibly happen, no matter what it is. And I think that's actually how you make the line come true. And I also think that truth is the invention. The way you make the line to truth is by assuming that whatever happens to you, if you live in the truth, is the best thing that can happen, even if you can't see that at any given moment. Because otherwise, you say that truth would be just the handmaiden of events. Well, I'm going to say something truthful, and I can't. Well, that means I shouldn't say. Well, possibly, but that's not the only possible standard of evaluation. Because what you're doing is you're making the outcome you're dead, right? Or just reverse that. Say, no. Truth is the dead. The outcome is variable, but that doesn't eradicate the action. Where's the constant? Right? What's the constant?
It may be when you said Abraham was being fed by naked ladies. But it does make me think, sort of in strong contrast to Nietzsche's own life, that perhaps getting laid early on in life is a useful starter. Step one, get laid and then go for adventure. There's some basic appreciation of spiritual values to bring your sexual element
in because it's a powerful motivating force that has to be great. I don't think it's adventure, it's romantic adventure.
Right. But the lack of basic interaction, sexual interaction, I feel like it's the engine that drives towards that cynicism of the things that we have to know.
There's very little doubt about that. We know perfectly well and selectively that the most unstable social situation you can generate is young men with no access to women. That's not good. And they'll do anything to reverse that situation. That's very dangerous. But then I would also say there's every suggestion that the pathway of adventure itself is the best pathway to romantic attraction. We know this in some ways in a very blunt manner. The little boys, the engineers, were too
So we try to pretend that the
naively
is
oriented towards the spiritual truth to note when they're being politically incorrect. They wrote a great book called The Building with the Thoughts, which I really like. It's a very good book, and it's
everyone just losing their minds laughing.
engineers as psychologists.
It's like a lot of these
And so
radio
they'll
guys,
say
they
all
like,
sorts of
people are
things that
laughing,
no one
that's
in any
funny.
sense would ever say that happen to be true. And they study the pattern of pornographic fantasy, and women like pornogaphic stories, not images.
It's genuine.
So women use pornographic pornography as
That's
literary.
excellent.
Who are the main protagonists in female pornographic fantasy?
Which I revisit an hour later.
Werewolves, vampires, surgeons, billionaires.
And it was
Tony
1,000
Stark.
degrees.
Yeah.
And so I think I was just sort
The
of like,
basic pornographic narrative is
I
really
was just like so there out. It was just like
terrible
trying to
aggressive
get
male, tameable by the right relationship,
come out
hot a
bad.
lot of attraction.
Making her
And
coming
so
out just
I would say to the young man who I have many times, to the young man who are locked in isolation, first of all, join a bloody club. Because the default value of a 15-year-old male on the mating market is zero. And there's reason for that. You know, and zero is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. And the reason for that is, well, what the hell do you know? Like, you're not good for anything. Yes, you have potential, and maybe strength, and hopefully that'll be made manifest. But you shouldn't be all upset because you're the same loser as everyone else your age has always been since the beginning of time. But then you might ask, well, what should I do about it? The answer is, get yourself together. You know, stand up straight with your shoulders back. Take on some adventure. Find your calling. Abide by your conscience. Put yourself together, and you'll become attractive. We know this is look. We know this is true. The correlation between male sexual opportunity
I just assume that that's what they're
and
going
relative
for.
masculine
It's based on like
status
what they talk about, how they talk
is
about it.
about 0.6.
Fluff.
That's higher than the
Because
correlation
they're
between
syndicated
intelligence and
now,
academic
because they got
achievement.
those same tits.
I don't think that there's a larger correlation between two
They
independent
talk about
phenomena in the
Stefan
entire social
Diggs and
science
Cardi
and
B.
health
Oh,
literature
so I thought,
than
like,
the
oh, this is
correlation
interesting.
between relative male social
Cardi B is
status and
controversial
reproductive
figure. She's got
success.
that
It's by
wet
far the
ass
most fundamental determinant.
what's the
Stefan
cause
Diggs
of
apparently
that?
caught doing
Men are motivated to attain social status because it confers upon
so
them
they start talking
reproductive
about
success,
that.
and that's
Number
not
7.
only cognitive
This is
but biological.
banter.
I'll give you an
Is he
example
talking
of
about
this.
dating
There's a
or Cardi B?
documentary I watched from time to time, which
It's
I think is the most
romance.
brilliant documentary I've ever seen. It's called
Cardi B
Dumb.
just became
And it's the
Instagram
story of this
official
underground
yesterday.
cartoonist, Robert Crumb, who
This film that board
was in high school, was in the category of male, for whom
Yeah, it
a
was on
date
that
was
day.
not only not
Yes,
likely,
it is
but
unlikely.
is unimaginable. So he was
Imagine her
at
as
the
your
bottom of the
actual
bottom rung, and almost all the reactions he got from females wasn't just no, it was like, are you out of your mind? Like, with that contempt. And then he became successful. So the documentary is super interesting because it tracks utter pathology of sexual fantasy because he was bitter and resentful. If you want to understand the psychology of serial sexual killers and the like, and you watch Crumb, you'll find out a lot more about that than anybody with any sense of want to know. But then he makes this transition, partly because he does take the heroic adventure path. And he actually has a family and children, and he's actually a pretty functional person, as opposed to his brothers, one of whom commits suicide, and one of whom is literally a repeat sexual offender. It's a brutal documentary. But what he did in his adolescence, after being rejected, was he found what he was interested in, very good at it, very interested in music, and he started pseudo, so single-mindedly, and he became successful. And as soon as he became successful, and the documentary attracted this beautiful, he's immediately attracted to women. And you might ask too, even if you're cynical, why do I have to perform for women? And that is something like, why the hell should they have to do with you if you're useless? They're going to have infants. They don't need another one. Right? Part of the reason that women are perverted because they want males who are higher status than they are is because they're trying to redress the reproductive burden. And it's substantial. I mean, the female of any species is sex which devotes more to the reproductive function. That's a more fundamental definition than chromosomal differentiation. And that's taken to its ultimate extreme with humans. So of course women are going to want someone around that's useful because the cost of sex for them is an 18-year-old period of dependency.
So
I think the
a little defensive.
well, it's complex. Because the other problem, let's say, with the tomboys is that their mother is extremely pathological and they didn't get a lot of genuine feminine nurturing from the family.
Of course, so the family and society are not going to help you most of the time in a little defensive. They're going to be a barrier
Well,
to the
the good families do both because they put up constraints on the behavior. But they, like, I've interviewed a lot of successful people about their calling, let's say, because I do that with all my podcasts. How did the path that you took to success make yourself manifest? Very happy. Almost all the people that I interviewed had a mother in the father. Now, it's not invariant, but I'd say they're 99% of the time really high. And both or at least one of them, but often both, were very encouraging of the person's interests and pathway to develop.
That's fascinating. I've heard you analyze it that way before, and I had a reaction to that idea. You focus on the positive. And I feel like it was maybe I see biology differently because it feels like the struggle within the family was the biological and a lot of biology. Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
No. I don't think I think that's a reflection, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's a reflection of that dynamic between positive and negative emotions. Like my son, for example, is doing just fine. He's firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. He has a nice family, gets along with his wife, he's a really good musician, he's got a company that's running well. He's delightful to be around. He was a relatively disagreeable infant. He was tough-minded. And he didn't take no for an answer. And so there was some tussle in regulating his behavior. He spent a lot of time in his sitting on the step trying to get back. And so that was the constraint. But that wasn't something that was, it's an opposition to a way because it was in opposition to the immediate manifestation of his hedonistic desires. But it was also an impetus for further development. The rule for me, when he was on the stairs, was as soon as you learn to be civilized human being, you can get off the stairs. And you might think, well, that's nothing but arbitrary, simply patriarchal oppressive constraints. Or you could say, well, no, what I'm actually doing is facilitating this cortical maturation. Because when a child misbehaves, because they're under the domination of some primordial emotional or motivational impulse. They're angry, they're over-enthusiastic, they're upset, they're selfish, like narrow self-centeredness expressed in an immature manner.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the engine of greatness, at least on the male side of things, has often been trying to do the father wrong or trying to gain the acceptance of the father. So that tension, where the parent is not encouraging the connection, but it's basically saying, no, you won't be able to do it.
My observation as a psychologist is that it's very, very difficult for someone to get their act together unless they have at least one figure in their life that's referred to short the pathway forward. So you can have a lot of adversity in your life. And if you have one person around who's a good model and you're neurologically attacked, you can latch onto that model. Now you can also find that model in the book. And people do that sometimes. Like I've interviewed people who have pretty practiced fragmented childhood who turned to books and found the pattern that guided them in, let's say, the adventures of the heroes of the past, because that's what they're thinking about about it. And I read a book called Angela's Ashes that was written by an Irish author, Frank McCourt. Fantastic book, beautiful. And his father was an alcoholic, a gargantuan proportion. He's just an Irish drinker who drank every cent that came into the family, and many of whose children died in poverty. And what Frank did was a testament to human spirit. He sort of divided his father conceptually into two elements. There was sober morning father who was encouraging, who was really had a relationship, and then there was drunk and useless later afternoon and evening father. And he rejected negative, and he amplified his relationship with positive. Now, like he had other things going for him, but he did a very good job of discriminating. And partly the question you're raising is, to what degree is it useful to have a beneficial adversary? Yeah, I mean, struggle-free progress is not possible. And I think there are situations under which you might be motivated to prove someone in your immediate circle wrong. But then that also implies that at some level, for some reason, you actually care about the judgment. You just didn't write them off completely.
Well, I mean, that's why I say there's an archetype of a young man trying to gain the approval of his father. And I think that repeats itself in a bunch of biographies that I've read. I don't know, there must have been an engine somewhere that they found of approval, of encouragement, maybe in books, maybe the mother, or the role has split.
Well, my father was hard to read. Very. Yes, but it wasn't ever.
When was the moment when you
late, like 40? Maybe later.
Was it gradual or a definitive moment when the shift happened?
My father always was always looking to improve at the things I did that were good, although he was not abusive by any stretch of the imagination, and the standards were very high. Now, I was probably fortunate for me, and it does bear on the question you're asking. It's like, if you want someone to motivate you optimally, which is complicated, there has to be a temperamental dance between the two people. Like,
it's interesting because
what you really want is for someone to apply the highest possible standards to you that you're capable of reaching.
And every time
right?
it comes up,
that's a vicious dance, because you have to have a relationship with your child to do that properly. Because you want to, if you want to be optimally motivating as a father, you keep your children on the edge. It's like you might not reward something in your child that you would think would be good in someone else because you think they could do better. And so my father was pretty clear about the idea that he always expected you to do better. And was that troublesome? It was like, I felt awful when I was young, that there was no pleasing. But I also knew that that wasn't right. I actually knew that wasn't right. Because I can remember, especially I think when I was very young, that I did things that was pleasing. I knew that was possible. It wasn't unpredictable and arbitrary.
It sounds like he's getting a pretty good optimist. But each individual human, that optimal differs.
Well, that's where you have to have a relationship with your children. You have to know them. And well, with yourself too. And with your wife. You can't hit that optimal. That optimal is probably love.
Going into this week, obviously,
because love isn't just acceptance.
I'm definitely gonna
love is acceptance
social media breaks,
and it's not just that either. It's also no, don't do that. That's beneath you. You're capable of more. How hard could that be? Like, that's a really hard question. Like if you really love someone, you're not going to put up with stupidity. Don't do that. One of the rules I have to tell my kids is, don't do anything that makes you look like an idiot in public. Why? Because I don't want to disgrace yourself. Why not? Because I like you. I think you're great. And you're not going to act like a bloody fool in public so that people get the wrong idea about you. No.
She
What
doesn't
about
have
that
to keep
relationship?
telling the story. She also
A
could have
successful
not
relationship.
given the
Is
dick
how much
pics or told Dead
challenge,
News in
how much
2010, then nobody would know. Yeah, well, remember, she wanted them to
is a
publish a
successful
book to keep
relationship
her out
one
of
that is
it.
easy?
In other words, to embarrass him, but keep her free. It's funny you say that.
I would say to some degree that depends on your temperament. My wife is quite a provocative
There he
person.
is. There you are. You're good.
And there are
It's funny
times
you say that
when I
because she actually rewatched the
I
documentary
wish
for
that
the first time.
there are
since a
times when
year
I
ago,
casually
when
wish
she's
that
done.
she was easier to get along with,
She's
but
gonna
as
talk
soon as
about
I think
that.
about it,
She's also
I
gonna
don't
tell you that
think
she's
that.
gonna change the way she
Because
feels
I've
about this.
always liked her. We were friends ever since
Because
we
like
were kids.
I
And
rewatched
she
the
plays
documentary
rough. And I like
2
that,
nights ago.
as it turns out. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't a pain from
I
time
wanted
to
someone
time.
else to sit
But,
there with me and
you
kind
know,
of
and that is going to be a
give me a
temperamental
second set of
issue
eyeballs
for
on
some
it. You know what I mean?
people.
The
And an
first
issue
time
of
I watched it with
negotiation.
Netflix, I
Like,
came to my house and watched it with
she
you.
plays rough, but fair. And the fair part has been
I checked out.
establishing that to be part of our ongoing
Watching it
negotiation.
back this time,
And part of it is in the play you get to find out about yourself or what your temperament is. I don't think
had this weird epiphany
that's clear.
where I was
until
like,
it's tested.
I
Oh,
actually
definitely
feel
not.
sorry for Brett
Definitely
Favre.
not. You find out all sorts of things about yourself in that relationship.
Right, you
That's for sure.
dragged his name
Well,
to
and
the front of
partly
her
the reason that there is provocativeness, especially from women in relation to men, they want to
Is
test
that why
them
she
out.
feels sorry for him?
But
Because she
can you hold
knows
your temper when someone's bothering you?
Of course
But
not.
why would a woman want to know that?
She goes on
And
to say,
maybe
she
she
goes,
doesn't
me
want
feeling sorry
you
for him is like me being
snap
hungry
and
about
hurt
the
her
healing.
kids.
Oh, God.
And so how's she going to find that out? Ask you? Well, you're going to say, well, I never do that. But never, eh? Let's find out if it's never. So we don't know how people test each other in relationships, or why exactly, but it's intense and necessary.
What's your and what's in general a man's relationship with temperament?
You should have regulated. Like that's part of that attractiveness of the monstrous that characterizes women's sex. And Nietzsche pointed this out at Nietzsche. Nietzsche, one of Nietzsche's claims was that most of what passes for morality is nothing but cowardice. I've never cheated on my wife. But, is there anybody asking you that you actually find attractive? Or does dozens of people asking you that you find attractive? It's like, well, I would never cheat. It's like, no, you just don't have the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's in that position.
It's a very interesting response that she
because
has.
that's not true. But, and it's the same with regards to, oh, I'm a peaceful man. It's like, no, you're not. You're just a little coward. You wouldn't dare have a confrontation, physical or medical. And you're passing it off as morality because you don't want to come to terms with the fact that your own weakness and cowardice.
Like, because I
Part of
understand
the,
people.
that what I would say is twisted pseudo-Christian morality that Nietzsche was criticizing is exactly of that sort. And it tied into resentment
That's the
and
thing
it
that I
tied
think
that
people
in
don't realize is
explicitly.
I have taken
Said that failure in life
accountability for this.
masked
You know,
by
and I've had
the
to.
morality that's nothing but weak cowardice, turns to the resentment that undermines and destroys everything, and it does that.
Yeah, I think you're criticizing under the facade of niceness. There's another thing that's happening.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Usually people tend to
That's
sip out of
that's also the danger of being
Remember, this is the same girl in the documentary
or
who said
some
that she was
see, this is another thing. Let's say,
anywhere
but my
growing
wife
up.
is not
I just
agreeable.
didn't fit
But
in with my
she's
huge
not
tits,
particularly
and
agreeable, but she's not
I didn't
resentful.
pay attention. That's weird.
And that's because she
She's
doesn't
taking
do things
dramatic
a way
accountability.
that she is willing
You
to.
guys follow this better
And
than
if
I
you're
do.
agreeable and nice and you're conflict avoidant, you'll push yourself too far to
She's
please the
the
other
biggest
person.
victim.
And then that makes you bitter and resentful.
There isn't
So
an
that's
instance
not
where she
helpful.
says, well, maybe I should
You
have
think
done
you'll
this,
be in
maybe I should
trouble
have done
for saying
that.
this in a podcast, too?
I don't think there's any accountability to take anyway.
She
She just
knows
got
better
out
pretty
the dick
well.
pics.
And
It's
like
not
I
a
said,
big deal.
it's
There
not
was one
it's a
dude. She
trait that I
took
find
accountability.
admirable.
Air quotes
It's
there. That's
provocative
when she
and
realized she overshared with
challenging.
Agent Delario intense.
Well, we've been together 50 years.
So,
You know, I guess on
quick
X,
pause,
which I
Dr.
don't
Rick.
really know if it
If we
was.
can descend from the realm of ideas
She just wasn't
down
media
to
savvy enough, and I told her, surely, yeah, even though she worked in
history
media.
and reality, I would say time between World War I and World War II was
She's enjoying this a
one of
lot.
history's biggest testing of ideas.
Not only that, it turns out that she's a perfect person.
Really, dramatic kinds of ideas
People don't
that
like having a sweet
help us understand the nature of good
if
and
they
evil.
themselves are not
So I
sweet.
just want to ask you sort of
Because
a
the sweet
question
and clean
about
one is going to be like,
good and evil.
What's going on here, guys?
Churchill,
Guys, this isn't right.
in
There's
many
some bad
ways,
things happening. Did you guys know there's
was
some
not a
bad
good
things
man.
happening here? Let me show you.
Stalin,
Doesn't go well now.
as you
So
documented
people are like,
extensively,
that's why she'll
was
never
a
work in sport. I
horrible
think the
man.
hardest part of the documentary
But
is
you can make the case that both were necessary for
I thought you disassociated.
stopping
thing
an
is,
even worse
they
human
interview
being.
Jamil Hill,
But to what degree do you need
she says at one point,
monsters to fight
Jen's
monsters?
career is over.
Do you need bad men
It's a really hard thing to hear.
to be able to fight off greater evil?
Sad.
She was talking about
Everything
15 years
is
ago.
yes.
Just go crying about it for
You know,
some reason. Like,
we might think that our life
she's
would
worked
be
in
easy
sports,
without
by the
fear.
way, for a good
We
long
might think
time.
that our life would be easy without
Also,
anger or
wasn't she
pain.
just like the
But
hype girl for the
The
Jets? That
truth
was
of
her
the
job.
matter is
She
that
had
those
that
things
one
are
show, I
beneficial,
guess,
even
that
though
was
they can cause great suffering.
she had the SI show, the
But
channel show that was
and that capacity that put in one
the first
context
channel,
a
the
terrible
first
force for
channel, yeah,
evil
hockey
and
for
in the proper context
But
be
the
the
job
most
that she had was like, she'd be on the
good.
Jumbotron going,
A good
hey, I'm
man
sitting here in
has to
section
be
218
formidable.
and we're going to give you an
And
upgrade,
part of what
right?
that
Like, that
means,
was what
as far
her
as I
job
can
was.
tell,
She shut the t-shirt
you
can.
have to be able to say no.
Exactly.
And no means, like,
I
I thought a lot about
man,
no.
she cries every time.
Working as
She
a
cries
clinician,
again,
because I did a lot of strategic
she's
counseling.
crying because she's like,
A lot of extremely
Joe
difficult
Hell, I
situations.
this much money
I
failing
learned to
and I
take
do
part
it.
what no, and then also when
It's
dealing with my own
interesting. We're
children,
going to get more
because
into that.
I
Let's talk
use
about her
no
biggest
sparingly
takeaway
because it's
from
a powerful
the
weapon,
documentary.
let's say.
My
But I
biggest
meant it.
takeaway,
And with my kids, what it meant was, if you continue that pattern of behavior, something you do not like will happen to you 100% certain.
come to my defense,
And
because she's been
when
consistent
that's
this
the
whole
case,
time.
and you're
Jamal
willing
has
to
been
implement it,
consistent
you
this
don't have to do it very
She's
often.
got through her shit too.
With regards to monstrosity,
As a
like
black woman working in
weak
sports,
men aren't good.
you know,
There's
she's
weak,
been
that's
consistent
Nietzsche's
all the time.
observation. That's
Like
part
when you
of
look
again
back
why
at all the
he
articles
was
and stuff and all the
tempted to
coverage that she had back then,
place
she
the
has
will
not
to power,
wavered in
let's
her
say,
perspective in
and
this
to
whole
deal with that notion in a manner that
Because people talk about this all
Other
when it
the
was
time.
tied with the revaluation of our values was
less
counterproductive.
experienced and
Counterproductive
insecure
in the final analysis.
used what
It's not
happened
like
to me as an
not like it
opportunity
wasn't
to step
something
on my
to
neck
what
and
he
get
was
it
driving at.
It's eliminate you. There's a space open.
Formidable
Their
men
minds
are
are space open for
admirable,
them.
and you
1,000%.
know, don't mess with them. Douglas Murray's a good
What are you
example
talking about?
of
She's
that.
stepping on her neck when she
You
was
know, he's a rather
way
slight
back
guy,
here.
but
Didn't
he's got
look
his
any very
finest
far.
steel.
That's weird.
And
So many
there's
people want to
more
step
than
on
a
her
bit of
neck.
what's a monstrous
That's
thing.
why
And
the
Jocko
weird things
Willink
about
is
that
like
that I
that.
really
Joe
enjoyed.
Rogan
The
is
fact
like
that she
that.
thinks
You're
I
like
can
that.
But there's a different level.
when I get
I
sports.
mean, if you look, to
Condescending.
me,
It's very condescending.
Churchill might
Also,
represent the thing we're
I believe
talking
racism
about.
totally
But
exists for sure.
World
But
War
again,
II,
that's why he loves the media.
people
Dude,
will not
it's
be
just
stopped without talent.
music,
Well, I
entertainment.
yeah.
Not so much.
And
Girls
you
do their
if
job.
I
We
may
don't care
interpret it
who's breaking down the game footage for us.
Hitler would have not stopped until he enslaved and exterminated the entirety of the Slavic people. The Jewish people, the Slavic people, the Gypsies, everybody was
For
remaining.
some reason, I
And
don't
then
know.
Stalin, in the mass
But
rape
isn't that interesting
of
that she
German
says,
women
Jamel Hill said,
by the Red
that
Army
my career
as
is
they
over because I
marched
speak
over
the
Berlin
truth. And no one
is
wants
a
the
kind of
truth. They think
manifestation
a whole
of
thing
full
about the
monstrosity
media
that a person
is propaganda. Don't think it's real. But what I love is my last clip here, the producer pops up at the end where they follow
All
the
you have in
question.
front of you are a
And
variety
she
of
has a really
tabs.
hard time answering.
You know, that's partly why, if you have any sense, you try to conduct yourself
When the
very
topic
carefully
comes
in
up
life.
that
You
you're
don't want to be in a position
you don't have
where
a future in
you've made so
sports.
many mistakes that all the options left you are terrible.
What is that?
And so you said, well,
Why is that?
was it necessary to allow the Stalin? Like, well, it's very difficult to second guess the trajectory of something as complex as World War II, but we could say casually, at least as
Because they're scared
Westerners
of me
have
and
in general,
because
that
they
that
fail to
alliance was
recognize that there are
necessary.
powers that
Now, I
keep me
think
from
the
getting the
mistake
job.
that the West made in the aftermath
She
of
makes it
World
sound like
War II
we're all thinking
was
about it all the time.
in not dealing as opposed rightly with the catastrophes of communism as an ideology as we did with fascism. And that's especially true of the intellectuals in universities. I mean, it was very common when I was teaching both at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for the students in my personality class where we studied Solzhenitsyn, who's actually an existential psychologist in many ways, and a deep one. None of them knew anything about the Soviet atrocities. None of them knew anything about what happened in Ukraine and the death of 6 million productive people. They had no idea that
because now
communists killed tens of millions of people in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution.
They know even less about Mao and the Great
Yeah, right.
Chicks to watch because
Some
so
estimates are 100 million people. Now, if you're aerosolizing the tens of millions, well, that's a real indication of the cataclysm, and nobody knows how many people died from direct oppression or indirect in the Soviet Union. 20 million seems like a reasonable estimate. Most mysteries up for Congress higher than that.
And how do you measure the intellectual output that was suppressed, killed off? The number of intellectuals, artists, writers,
Well, farmers, for that matter, anyone who was willing to tell the truth. Right, absolutely.
So,
Yeah, catastrophic. So I think the West failure wasn't so much allying with Stalin. I mean, if it Douglas MacArthur who wanted to continue, he thought we could just take the Soviets out after the Second World War, and they removed them from any position of authority where such a thing might be made possible. And people were tired. But was MacArthur wrong? Well, he certainly wasn't wrong in his insistence that Stalin was as big a monster as Hitler, or bigger.
They just made a big move.
The valorization of the leftist proclivity, the radical leftist proclivity, is the sin of the West. I think more intensely than allied with Stalin.
strictly nuanced topic, but if you look at the modern day and the threat of communism in our States, to me, it's disrespectful to the atrocities of the 20th century to call somebody like Kamala Harris a communist. But I see the sort of escalation of the extremeness of language being used. When you call somebody like Donald Trump a fascist, then it makes total sense to them use some of the extreme terminology of somebody like Kamala Harris. But maybe I could ask your evaluation. If you look at the political landscape today, somebody like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I think that viewing the political landscape of today as a political landscape is actually wrong. I think it's not the right frame of reference. Because what I see happening are a very small percentage of dark get personality types, so Machiavellian, manipulative, narcissistic, wanting undeserved attention, psychopathic, that makes them predatory parasites, and sadistic, because that goes along with the other two. That's about, in the serious manifestation, that's about 3 to 5% of the population. And they're generally kept under pretty decent control by civilized people and state their I think that their machinations are disinhibited by cost-free social media communication. So they gain disproportionate influence. Now these people want undeserved recognition and social status and everything that goes along with it. They don't care how they get it. When I say they want that, I mean that's all they want.
So around social media, you mentioned, yes, but are you also suggesting that they're overrepresented in the realm of politics?
They're overrepresented in the realm of practice political discourse because they can use ideas. First of all, they can use, let's say, the benevolent ideas of the right and the benevolent ideas of the left, either one, and switch back and forth for that matter, as a camouflage to what they're actually up to.
So how do you interview a lot of people who have really powerful minds with good reaction? So how do you know when you're
I wouldn't say that I do. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep people like that on the floor. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions, and you screw me over. I'm not going to forget that. Now, I might not write you off because of the one time. But if it happens 3 times, like, we're not going to play together anymore. In normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interactive. So, like, if you rip me off 3 times and I know that, I'm going to tell everybody I know. And they're going to tell everybody they know. And soon, everyone will know. And that's the end of your story. But that assumes that you know who you are and you're in continual communication. Well, all that's going online. So, anonymity does that.
got the sitcom deal. He's been
so
in
there's the
movies and bit parts
amplification
and things like that. He's on Mad TV
emotional
way back. He thinks he's still like on the cusp of making it.
by the social media
It's
platforms
really
and the
odd. It's
algorithm.
like,
I
yeah,
think
man,
what we're doing
I don't know that you're gonna move to
this
Austin
is
and all of a
happening
sudden you're gonna be
is we're giving
no, I don't
the
think that's
5%
gonna happen.
of
He never
psychopaths
got this
radically
high. He's
disproportionate voice.
58.
And what they're doing is there's a bunch
He's
of them
in
on
the
the left,
zeitgeist.
and they're all,
Like, he's
we're
just
so
part of that.
passionate.
He's
And
part
there's a
of
bunch of them on the
the
right,
thing is
at
in
the
the
moment they're
zeitgeist,
all,
but
we're
he's
so
so marginal there. But now that
please,
he's
please, it's like,
bringing
no,
the
you're not.
mothership,
You're a
it's like,
narcissistic
right back there. Who
psychopath,
knows? It could
and
get
that's
leading
the
in LA,
damage.
you know.
And you hide behind your enemy.
And so
And
they're,
you
they're in
use
Texas now, and they're
practice
trying
and
to
different
adjust to
language
living in Texas
to
as
attract
opposed to LA.
fools
And I just found this
and
interesting. I've been in
to
Texas
elevate
twice
yourself
this year, and
and
whoa,
not only that, to gain what you say,
twice this
satisfaction
year.
for your
I've
sadistic
been to
impulse.
LA.
So the
I
problem is
don't know
hard
as
to
much as
tell
those
who's
guys
a
know, but I've seen
psychopath
the difference.
and who is
Thank you, and how people
a
exist and how they communicate.
heterodox
17.
truth seeker.
Brian is
Yeah,
so
well,
used to
if
talking
you
to
were
miserable
charitable
people.
about
You can't even
Tucker
figure out what
Carlson's
people are
recent
saying in
interview, you'd
Texas.
say that was exactly the underneath things.
And
And it is hard. Like, I thought about, for example, being anti-gay. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured it's not obvious to me at all that he was a child. So I knew this guy, Robert Gale. Robert Gale was the world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And here was a pretty agreeable guy. He would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he understood serious psychopaths, like prison violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with violent offender psychopath, he had a measure for psychopathy, so he could identify the psychopath from just the, say, run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they pulled the door in his eyes. And it wasn't he videotaped the interview. And it wasn't until later when he was reviewing the videos that he seen it. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're doing an interview. Well, we love it if you interview somebody else. So, this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy is a jab.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt right away. But that's
Good, because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not being, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person. And in the details, in the little nuanced ways that they struggle with questions, the psychopathy is revealed. So, from a, we're kind of just to separate the two things. The one representation of psychopathy online, with anonymity, that's a serious problem. But in the interview, one-on-one, I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but talk to me like how you're a Hitler.
well, I had very difficult
So how do you approach that?
Well, I really probably approach that the way I approach most things. It's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing straight people. But I'm going to watch. And if you throw it the odd maneuver, then I'll know it. And after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another game. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out best together. But I'm not always
surprising is that
Here's the nice thing. This is one-on-one conversation. It's not recorded. It's different than one that's listened by a lot of people. I would like to, I trust your intelligence.
Yeah.
And listen. Because that's even better than you.
Yes, and I think that's
It's like the psychopathy.
I had the audience really people that I wasn't happy with having recorded. Because I felt that I had brought their ideas to a wider audience that might be appropriate. But my conclusion and the conclusion of my tradition and the people I talked to was that he would run the interview, the discussion, and let the audience sort it out. And I would say, they do. So I think as a general rule of thumb, that's true. And I also think that the long form is to do the very good because
So
It's
they go
not
up
that
and the
easy
guy
to
goes, why do you think you don't have a future in sports if you wanted to get back into that arena? And she goes,
especially if you're empty for like 2.5 hours.
too scary to me. That must be it. I'm too scary for them to deal with. Maybe the answer would be because now you're competing with
And
younger,
that
hot
actually is
chicks
the case for
who
all
are
the
just as good
world
and
leaders, I would
better.
say.
I like this cool move by the other host who watch how quick he looked. He checks out his watch
Something
because
happens
this is
in
going on
2 hours
forever.
Mark, you start to
He's snuck in there, didn't he? Yeah, look at these guys. Like,
Yeah,
gosh,
and it might be the intelligence of the stupid crowd. And,
so
I mean, that's
she's
that's
hopefully she's doing better this week. I can't wait to keep her out of sports media
people
forever.
as
That's with me. What hours it be? I'm gonna check in with something inconsistent next time I check in on this. Just to fuck with her.
slightly different set of false detectors
The
to the
other
table. And if
big
you
news I
aggregate
wanted to
that,
talk to you guys about
it's pretty damn
is
accurate.
the fighter in the
But of
category.
course, it's complicated because ideas of Nazi ideology spread in the 20s. There was a real battle between Marxism and Nazism.
Oh yeah.
And I believe there's some attempts at censorship of Nazi ideology. Censorship very often does the opposite. It gives the fringe ideologies power if they're being censored. Because that's an indication that the man in power doesn't want the truth to be heard.
Yeah.
This kind of idea, and that just puts fuel to the fire.
It also motivates the paranoid types because one of the reasons that paranoia spirals out of control is because paranoid people almost inevitably end up being persecuted because they're so touchy and so suspicious that people start to walk on eggshells around them as if there are things going on behind the scenes. And so then they get more distrustful and more paranoid, and eventually they start misbehaving so badly that they are actually persecuted, often by legal authorities, and it's down the rabbit hole they go. And so, Musk is betting on that to some degree, right? He believes that free expression on Twitter, X, will sort itself out and be of net benefit. I follow a lot of really bad accounts on X because I like to keep an eye on the pathology of the left, let's say, and the pathology of the right, thinking, at least in my clinical way, that I'm watching the psychopaths dance around and try to do what their subversion. And it's an ugly place to inhabit, that's for sure. But it's also the case that a very tiny minority of seriously bad actors can have a disproportionate influence. And one of the things I've always hoped for social media channels is that they separate the anonymous accounts from the verified accounts. They should just be in different categories. People who will say what they think and take the hits to their reputation. Anonymous types, if you want to see what the anonymous types say, you can see it, but don't be confusing them with actual people because they're not the same. We know that people behave more badly when they're anonymous. That's a very well established psychological finding. Well, and I think the danger to our culture is substantive. I think the reason that everything started to go sideways pretty seriously around 2015 is because we invented these new modes of communication. We have no idea how to police them. And so the psychopathic manipulators, they have free reign. About 30% of the internet is pornography. A huge amount of internet traffic is outright criminal. And there's a penumbra around that that's, psychopathic, narcissistic, troublemaking trolls. And that might constitute the bulk of the interactions online. And it's partly because people can't be held responsible. So the free riders have free reign.
It's a fascinating technical challenge
Yeah.
of how to make our society resilient to the psychopaths on the left and the right.
It might be the fundamental problem of the age, given the amplification of communication by our social networks.
And so to generalize across psychopaths, you could also think about bots.
Yeah.
Which behave similar to psychopaths in their certainty and not caring. They're maximizing some function, they're not caring about attention.
Yeah. Short-term attention, even worse. Yeah, because you might, that's another problem. Like, if the algorithms are maximizing for the grip of short-term attention, they're acting like immature agents of attention, right? And so then, imagine the worst-case scenario is negative emotion garners more attention, and short-term gratification garners more attention. So then you're maximizing for the grip of short-term attention by negative emotion. I mean, That's not going to be a principle. If we were talking earlier about, unsustainable unifying axioms, that's definitely one of them. Maximize for the spread of negative attention, negative emotion that garners short-term attention. Jesus, brutal.
I tend to not think there's that many psychopaths. So maybe to push back a little bit, it feels like there's a small number of psychopaths.
3 to 5% is the estimate worldwide
In terms of humans,
Yeah.
sure. But
Yeah.
in terms of the pattern stuff we see online, my hope is that a lot of people on the extreme left and extreme right, or just the trolls in general, are just young people kind of going through the similar stuff that we've been talking about, trying on the cynicism and the resentment. There's a drug aspect to it. There's a pull to that. To talk shit about somebody, to take somebody down. I mean, there is some pleasure in that. There's a dark pull towards that, and I think
That's the sadistic pull.
and I think a lot of people. I mean, you see, when you say sadistic, it makes it sound like some kind of it's a pathology,
It's pleasure in the suffering of others.
right? But I just think that all of us have the capacity for that. All
Yeah,
humans have the capacity for that.
Yeah, some more than others, but everyone to some degree.
And when you're young, you don't understand the full implications of that on your own self. And so if you participate in breaking other people down, that's going to have a cost on your own
He goes, I just need some more time with my family. Trying to learn more baseball games. Exactly. I need to, I gotta go home.
which is why a lot
He
of
said,
people
like,
try
I need
out.
some more time with my family. That's what's important to me. And that's commendable, of course, to do family over
There
career.
are people that
But then Brian
like,
Kelly goes,
I would
I'm
like
moving to
to
Austin.
believe
I gotta
and
be near
hope
the comedy
that
scene.
a
That's
lot
what
of
comedy
younger
scene moved
people
to.
will
I moved to Austin.
trying out
Yeah, man, I my kid out of fourth grade. I'm
and
moving my
then
wife
so
away
they
from all
can be
friends.
safe.
Well, what's crazy is this was 3 months
They can
ago.
be helped. They can
Brian tells him,
show them
I'm
that
moving to
there's
Austin,
more
thinking that like, yeah, the show's
flourish,
over. We've been dwindling for a while.
celebrating
Do my
other
thing, you
people.
do your
Actually,
thing.
and
And Brendan
criticizing
Schaub's response
ideas, but
was,
not in the
I'm
way of
coming to.
derision or well, but by formulating your own
This
self
just
in the
happened.
world, by
Brendan Schaub and his
formulating your
entire
ideas in a
family
strong, powerful
from
way,
LA
and
to
also
Austin,
removing
Texas,
the cloak
to
and
continue to do the
anonymity
Fire
and
the Kids. They
standing
showed
behind the ideas.
542,000 subscribers. This most
I
recent
think all of
episode,
that's
it's
right.
called
I think the idea that
Texas
that's
is
more likely
Nuts,
to occur among young people, that's clear.
has
People as they mature get more
27,500
views
views.
who actually know that.
You got a tattoo. You got a tattoo of the state of Texas too.
Definitely the case.
Yes.
There's
Yes. We're taking a lot of philosophy right side tattoo. So think about this. They have these two hosts, their families, they have two producers, their families, all uprooted, moving to Austin, Texas to keep the greater image going.
In fact, maybe most
People live off
even
150,000 views a
criminal
month. That's I wanted to do a lot of ad reads. Because, they're not going to make that money just being monetized on YouTube, obviously. Are they hoping the proximity of Roman helps boost their numbers again? That's got to be the only type of calculation, but that's not a guarantee. I think Callan's got work at the mothership, for sure.
Very young.
Yes, Brian's working at the mothership all the time because he's there often, so now he's rubbing elbows on all the other comics again. He's getting back into shape, so that was his point all along. None of he cares about doing the fire of the cat. He's been now. Brian also he's reading every day now.
The easiest way to understand
Right,
that
yeah,
might
he's
just
really
be
great.
maturation.
I love hearing, Mike talks about this a lot. We don't talk about as much
Are
on the
most
VGP,
people
but
salvageable?
Brian killed a
Yes.
58-year-old man. He's
Is
had the
everyone
sitcom
salvageable?
deal. He's been
Well,
in
that's not
movies and
what it
bit parts and things
First
like
of all,
that.
they
Coming
have to
on TV,
themselves.
going way
That's
back.
the problem.
He
Then it
thinks he's
also
still like
becomes
on the
something
cusp of making
well,
it. Yeah.
how
It's
much
really odd. It's like, yeah, man, I don't know that you're going to move
Like,
to Austin and all of a sudden you're going
down
to
the
be
rabbit hole you've gone,
Dave
there's more
Chappelle.
energy
I don't
it
think
takes
that's
to
going
haul
to
you
happen.
up.
Well, he never
So
got
there
this
comes a
high.
point where
He's
the
58.
probability
He
that
is
you get
actually,
enough
he's in the
resources to vote
zeitgeist. Like he's
get
just
you from the pit of hell that you down to zero.
everything is in the zeitgeist,
And
but
that's
he's
a
so
very sad
far.
thing.
But
It's
now that
very
he's
hard to be
back
around
in the
somebody
mothership,
that
it's
situation.
like,
Very,
I'm
very
right
hard.
back there. Who knows? It could
It's
get
just
any man roll any day now.
It's more likely
Yeah.
the media
And so they're back. They're in Texas now, and they're trying to adjust to living in Texas as opposed to LA. And I just found this interesting. I've been in Texas twice this year. And whoa, oh my god!
We know that
Right out there. Twice this year. I've been to LA.
I can, you know, I don't know as much as those guys know, but I've seen the
And
difference
it's not like everybody
and how people
participated in every
exist
element of
and
the
how they
Nazi
communicate.
movement was
Like
brought
Clip
to justice,
17,
not released.
Brian is so
The same
used to
thing
talking to
happened in
miserable
Japan.
people, he can't even figure out what people are saying in Texas.
To some degree, the same thing happened in
All right, so
South
you
Africa.
guys, ask me how I'm doing Washington.
It's the case, for
Any
example,
better? I
also
couldn't
in
take
the stories that we
Hey,
read from
you gotta
earlier
calm
biblical
down, brother.
stories, the
We
patriarchs
gotta
of the
calm
Bible.
down.
Most of them are pretty bad people.
Any better?
They
I
start
couldn't
out
take it. I'm like,
like Jacob.
yeah, man.
Jacob was the one
I'm
who sent
saying something.
Israel. He's a
Well, there
major
is something
player
up.
in the
You're about to,
biblical
you're very,
narrative.
very,
And he's a pretty bad
pricey
actor
with
when he
yourself.
first starts out. He's a
How
mama's boy. He's a liar.
soon did Brennan get a University of Texas?
He steals from his own brother and engages way to deceive his father.
Jesus.
He's a coward.
So the pandering is amazing.
And yet,
Do you like that? Or he just goes, yeah, I mean, I was talking to this guy and he said he's doing really great. And he goes his life. And this came into a conversation where Brendan met his neighbor. And his neighbor, you know, was just like, hey, today's going to be an awesome day, man. Good to see you. And he's just like, what is going on? All this positivity, people are enjoying their lives. This must be fake.
Oh, what have
And I was just wondering,
Everybody in Texas is doing great. Is that real?
Well, I would say
I
I
think there's
started
a lot of happy
contending with
people
the problem of
who
evil
live in
very
these
young.
areas because they're not dealing with
13, 14.
traffic and the grind
And
and
that's
Hollywood
the
and all the bullshit you deal with in show business.
That was
Big
my
ally.
main motivation.
So at least they're talking about all the animals to be afraid of. Because there was a snake that ended up in Brian's pool, and you know there's tarantulas that they're dealing with.
He's went to your pool. He's went to your pool.
Like, more and more
For sure.
interested in fleshing out the
I
alternative.
think that Brian's
Once I
surprised
became
that
convinced that evil
Brendan
existed,
actually knew something
that was very
because Brendan brought up a fact about snakes, and Brian's like,
I
"Whoa, how do you
always,
know
I
that?"
always believed that
Here's
you
the
could
answer.
understand
I think you're a
something
snake
well
guy.
enough that you could formulate a solution.
What's somebody who studies reptiles?
It turns out that seeing
Herpetologist.
understanding that exists is less complicated than
Yeah.
a technical description of its office.
Which I wanted to be when I was a kid.
What is good?
Well, say 3 times.
Yeah,
Trying to
okay.
make
So
fun of
it's
here.
not that.
I'm glad you picked up on that
It's
because
not awesome.
there's some
How about we start
idiosyncrasies with Brendan Schaub
It's as far
that
from Auschwitz
fascinate me.
as you can get.
When he
As far
goes,
from
happy on the
enjoying being an
I think
Auschwitz
he's
camp guard as you
exploring a
can get.
joke in his brain. Yeah, happy on the
Where
herb.
are you when you're as far away from that as you
I
can
mean,
possibly
he's just
get?
saying it out
What
loud
does that
instead of like
mean?
formulating it in his brain and
And
then
it
coming
does
out
have
with a
something to
joke.
do
It's
with play.
weird.
As far as I'm
bizarre.
concerned.
Yeah,
Like, I
the
think
joke
the
never quite formulated.
antithesis of
Never got back to
I'm
it.
sorry to hear that.
so
Herpetologist.
that took me a long time to figure out.
Yeah.
That's specific, you know.
Which I wanted
And
to
so
be
that
when I
was
was a
very
kid.
dark. Like I spent a lot of
You
time
see the
studying
look around too,
the
so it doesn't
worst
look like he's
behaviors that I
really
could
down and thinking there.
Let's check up with something. And here's
abstract
another
in books, but
example
also
of
in my clinical
I don't know if he's
practice.
not listening or if he's not
And in my
processing
own
or if he thinks this is how you have a
And so
conversation with
that's
someone
rough.
else. Because in
More
my next
recently, I
clip,
was
Brian's
very
going to talk about
and in a
surprising his dad on his 85th birthday.
like the master pretty much
Brian asked the
without
same
any
question
great
multiple times.
ingredients.
By the way, my dad turned 85. I was surprised.
Was
You did Lexington, New York.
particularly
We all
then
surprised
was
him.
the strength of my
He just didn't
relationship.
expect me to be there, and he was like, "You came here for my birthday." I told you. I was like,
Also,
"You're
like,
85, dude. Yeah, I came here for your
relationships that
birthday."
I had established
Yes.
more broadly.
I was like, "It's your 85th birthday. Man. You should have done some
Because by the time I
made a
became
speech."
was reasonably well known,
God,
people were very
it's retarded.
supportive when I was
That's what I
having
wanted.
trouble,
You
and
went
that
to New
was
York.
very helpful.
You went to New York. We went all the way to New
It's
York.
certainly the case that
I think he might
it
be
was
less
the connections I
slow.
have, particularly with my family.
And
Also,
Brian, I think, is so over it. Because he reads all this stuff about his co-host and what an idiot he is. And
it's
Brian tries to be a
necessary
good
to
friend.
bear the burden
But he's
of
just
the
like,
world on
yeah,
your
man, I should
shoulders,
have
that's for
surprised.
sure.
Anyway,
For
so I
your
made a
own
speech
and
and
whatever
I
other
hung out like that.
responsibilities you can mount, that by no means means that you can or should do it alone.
But is Sean not
So,
listening or is he just dumb?
You know, you might
Can we play
say,
that?
well,
Can we play that again, please?
Yeah,
welcoming
Back
the
up, though.
adversity of life
It's
as a
also not a hard place to fly
challenge
to New York.
is
All the
a
way to New
task
York is
that's
a cavern.
beyond
It's
the
awesome. New York's
ability
not that
of
big a
the
deal.
typical person, or maybe of anyone.
By the
But
way,
then
my
when you
dad turned
think,
85. I was
well,
surprised.
you're not alone.
She did Lex in New York. We
Maybe
all
you're
surprised
not
him.
alone socially, you're not
He
alone
just didn't expect
familial,
me to be
maybe
there.
you're not
And he
alone
was like, "You came here for my
metaphysically.
birthday." I told
Well,
I was like, you're 85. Yeah, I came here for your birthday.
There's an
Yes.
insistence, for example,
I was
in
like, it's
the
your
world
85th birthday, man.
like
Should
that.
jump on some pride.
The more
I know,
darkness
made a
you're willing to
speech.
voluntarily encounter,
First
the more likely
time he
it
says
is
when all
that the
in New
spirit
York,
of
like,
Abraham
just hit him like
and the
that's so
patriarchs
far.
will walk with you.
Look at
And I
his
think
eyes.
that's right.
What is New York?
I
We all
think it's sort
surprised
of technically true in
He
that
just didn't expect me to be there.
the
And he
best
was like,
parts
you
of
came here for
yourself
my
make
birthday. I told
themselves
you.
manifest. If you want to think about that,
You know what
make
it might
themselves
be?
manifest when you're
It might be that he thinks they're really
contending
good
actively
friends,
and
and he didn't
voluntarily
know
with the most
that
difficult
Brian went to
challenges.
New
Why
York. He
wouldn't
didn't
you do
even
that?
like text me
And
or
then you
call
can
me and
think
tell me you're going to
about
New York.
yourself.
First, after he said we went to New York, so the part that he went to New York kind of fell out of his brain 5 seconds later. Yeah. And he
No,
had
there are kind of metaphysical reality.
Okay, so
They're not
I'm
yet
picking
manifest.
up on
They're
his
only
conversation
existing
style.
potential.
Brendan just repeats himself over and over again. Like my next clip here, they're talking about
You can
kids
call
playing
that
lacrosse
yourself,
in Texas.
but
And he says the same phrase, I think, 4 times.
with regards to
I didn't realize how big lacrosse is
the
in
reason
Texas.
we use the term self
I guess,
instead of
yeah.
God
All
is
kids
because
play.
when God
California's
was
kind of
dispensed
big. Yeah, he's
with
goes
by the
like all
process
balls.
Jesus
Okay.
described, he just found the same
I see
thing.
all kids with
Deep
lacrosse. You were
within
at
the
lacrosse.
instinctive realm, let's say, we found it at the
That's
bottom of
amazing.
the
So
thing
in college,
instead of at the top.
all the kids
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Lights went up.
What matters is whether or not that's a
So
reality.
he said they're going all the kids play. All these players.
I think it's the fundamental reality because I do think that
Carl is at the
the
new
deeper
studio in
you
Austin.
delve into
It's
things,
the brand new studio. It is a vast garage, and you can hear the echo. They even talk about
so
there is some
Moses
sound
is just
dampening in
going
there.
about
Like
his
it's
life.
not a good
He's a
studio.
shepherd.
Just bring the sound
He's an
out
adult.
before you do
He
first
has
your first show.
wives, he has
Well,
children,
we
he
get
has
the lights figured out too, so the
He's
lights
left
come
his
out.
home.
And this is their producer Chin's fault.
Things are pretty good for
And
Moses.
Chin, so he's
And then
had to
he's out
move
by
to
Mount
Austin.
Horeb,
He still doesn't have a place to live yet. I can't believe 2 producers moved to Texas
which
with
is the
him
place where heaven and earth
for a
touch.
show that gets 30,000
And he
views
sees
an
something
episode.
that
What could the
grabs
producers
his attention.
possibly be paid?
Right? That's the burning bush.
It's a great question.
Tree,
And
that's
all of this
light,
doesn't make
that's the
sense to
tree
me
of life.
from a
The fact
business
that it's on
standpoint.
fire,
Does Jobs
that's
of
light.
Man just pay salaries and they don't care if they lose
Alive,
money?
it's on fire. And so what calls to Moses is like the spirit of being
Shop's
itself.
father? People suggested Shop's
And he
dad is
decides
just
to go investigate.
he's
So
financing things.
Moses
Boy,
is
I don't know.
everyone
I
who
don't know
goes
either.
off the beat track to
I'm just asking
investigate.
because it doesn't make
And so
sense.
as he investigates,
We know this shop has lost over $1 million in
delves
business
more and
deals
more
in the
deep
past.
until
Well,
he
what did
starts
it
to
lose on just
understand
because the numbers weren't
now
there?
walking through
No,
sacred
remember that
ground.
advertising
So he
deal
takes off
for the name
his
of the company, but
And
he's
that's
one of the guys who made the deal with that
reference
guy
of
who
identity
promised all this advertising
no longer
revenue.
walking the
Right,
same
and
path.
then
He no longer has
and
the
then
same
just like
identity.
maybe I
He's
have
in a
payments, and
state
then
of
eventually just went,
conflict.
yeah, I don't have
And that's when what happens.
clearly get more money
He
by
continues to
far
ask
than anyone else.
calling.
Brendan specifically, I think
Moses
Brendan
asked,
was on all his podcasts, but I know
what
he's
is
heard
the true
over
revealed in God?
Bobby
So how do you
Lee
share the being?
and a lot of the big names. Theo
I
Von,
am what I am.
Theo Von, yeah, there was
It's a
another
more
guy who talked about
complex
it.
utterance.
So yeah, so this
I
guy
am
Chin,
what
the
I will
producer,
be.
who's all the way
I
there. He's
am
got no
what
place
was
to
to
live.
come.
This is
It's
the
all
way
of
they're
that
talking
at
about
the same time.
next
Spirit
clip
of
here.
being that's speaking
Coming
to
up
you.
here,
Spirit of
Chin
being
for the
becoming. And it tells me that now, because he's delved so deeply into something so compelling,
3 months to figure
his
it out.
identity is transformed and he's become the leader who can speak truth
I'm
to
just
power.
enjoying. I
And
am
so
enjoying
he allies
Texas. I'm
himself
enjoying
with his
the
brother
shit.
Aaron, who's the political arm who can communicate, and he goes back
Isn't it, isn't it interesting that right there they just go, they're calling him out like, oh, we can't find a place to live. There's tons of places to live around here.
wrestle with
Okay,
life
whatever, man.
properties.
So what have you been doing?
The spirit of
Shit, that's why I wanted all of you out here with me.
walks
I just have a funny feeling that Chin can only
How can
afford
that not
certain
be true?
places that I guess.
Because
But shit,
the
these guys
contrary
are
would be that
these
there
guys
would be
have
no
bought like
growth in
huge
jealousy.
mansions with pools. I've seen the photos of the backyards and stuff.
You have to
And
be
they have friends who are
infinitely
flying helicopters. Like they
It's
talked for a
obvious.
while about this new buddy
It's
they
also
have.
just fascinating.
Who's going to the
Hard
White
to-
House later this month? He's got all his connections. He flies a helicopter. He got all these cool toys and stuff like
That
that.
ends up being a
It's like they're living
catalyst
the life. They
for
bring up these two guys who are making
it's hard to
$65,000 a year, whatever it is. I'm
What
like,
is
figure it out.
truthfully true? Look, if you bring
That's
someone
really
to
rude.
church, let's say,
I
they're
would think
afraid
most
of
people
aliens,
watching would
and
know
you
what's
trick
going
them
on. even though they didn't.
But if
I
you
love these next two clips I'm going to play for you
negotiate with
because
them
I don't know
so
if this
that
is
they
what the show is. I've never been a big fan of it,
on their own
but they don't
recognizance,
have conversations. They just kind of
they'll
talk at
overcome
each
their
other.
fear and they become generally brave.
So,
But it has to be
642
See, I
Sundays,
gotta
only
push
in
back and
trucks
scroll
and
review that
things that
question voluntarily.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nietzsche.
Yeah.
He suffered through several health issues throughout his life: migraines, eyesight issues, digestive problems, depression with suicidal thoughts. and yet he was one of the greatest minds in the history of humanity. So were these problems that he was suffering, arguably involuntarily, feature or a book?
That's a good question. The same thing happened in the story of Job. Because Job is a good man. God himself admits it. And the Satan comes along and says to God, I see you're pretty proud of your man there, Job. God says, yeah, he's doing pretty well. And Satan says, I think it's just because things are easy for him. Let me have a crack at him and see what happens. And God says, yeah, I think you're wrong. Do your worst. Right, and that's how people feel when those slings and arrows come at them, let's say, like Nietzsche. Well, Job's response to that, now, the story's set up so that what befalls Job is actually quite arbitrary, right? These catastrophes that you're describing. The voluntarism in Job is his refusal to despair, even in the face of that adversity. And that seems like something like an expression of voluntary free will. He refuses to lose faith. And the way the story ends is that Job gets everything back and more. And, so that's a descent and ascent story. And a cynic might say, well, the ends don't justify the means. And I would say, that's a pretty shallow interpretation of the story. Instead, is that if you're, because let's not forget that, and you optimize your attitude even in the face of that it's not infrequently the case that your fortunes will reverse. And I found that in many situations, the journalists whose goal was most malicious in relationship to me, who were most concerned with improving their own, what would you say, fostering their own notoriety and gaining social status at my expense, were the ones who did me greatest favor. Those were the interviews that went viral. And so that's interesting, because they were definitely the places where the most disaster was at hand. And I felt that in the aftermath. Every time that happened, my whole family was destabilized for like 2 months because it wasn't obvious at all which way the dice were going to roll.
But you leaned into that. So in a sense that there's this kind of transformation from the involuntary to the voluntary. Basically saying, bring it on. That act of bringing it on turns the hardship, involuntary hardship, into voluntary hardship.
Well, not necessarily, let's say, but you could say that's your best bet. Well, I'm never going to say that you can transcend all catastrophe with the right attitude, because that's just too much to say. But I could say that in a dire situation, there's always an element of choice. And if you make the right choices, you improve the degree, you improve your chances of success to the maximum possible degree.
It might be too much to say, but nonetheless, this could be true. Viktor Frankl